lost time, gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replaying loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. It's time for an exciting weekend, the one you've all been looking forward to. It's Europe, and it's the final weekend before Copenhagen. I'm Leaf, and Shogun and CJ are here to join me to talk all about it. See that sidebar? That means we got some time to talk. You guys ready to talk Rocket League? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Good. More enthusiasm, louder. As loud as me.
Yeah, CJ.
Regional, no other regions, just us this weekend. I cannot wait. Let's get into it.
It's like 1 a.m. for him right now. I can't believe he's just pulled that out at 1 a.m.
That's everyone make your neighbors angry. Start yelling away. But I hope you guys are getting excited. As we said, it's the last time. There's only a few spots left for some of these teams to lock themselves into that first major of 2024 in Copenhagen. Let's talk about a little bit. We got that homework to get out of the way here about what's going on across the entire season. CJ, we're already close to it. Do you see the big text at the end there? Major 1? Yeah, that's where we're heading.
I mean, yeah, I cannot believe we're here already. As you say, Open Qualifier number 3. All roads lead to Copenhagen, or every other region except Europe already booked their ticket. They'll we're waiting for 4 more teams over on the European side of things, but you can see there that is just the beginning of the season. We've got Major 2 as well, Split number 2, and then the World Championship right at the end, but it also seems quite close, Shogun. I mean, I can't believe we're here already.
It's absolutely ridiculous that the stakes are this high this quickly, because any team that does not make it to this major are so far behind when it comes to making it to the World Championship. You would need a ridiculously strong performance in our second split. So, yeah, this is a big day for the shape of the season.
We have 3 tickets left for the teams to go. As you mentioned, KC does have theirs locked in, but we have some tickets for the fans to go still up on billetloon.dk. It's different every time. I swear
you nailed it every time in practice as well. I feel really bad for you.
Now you've said it different every time.
I know this. Well, whatever. Let's not dwell on that too much. But yeah, get on over there, guys. It's really fun. Again, if you guys didn't see, we're doing our best on Twitter to sell you guys on the fact. That was really a really fun and eventful Zoom call, guys.
That's just normal for us.
No,
That's just how it is.
We were just hanging out, and I didn't think, no one told me it was being recorded, that conversation, so I didn't sign anything.
Everyone's like, you guys are really bad at acting, and no, that's just how behind the scenes conversations for us are.
Pretty much.
Oh my God, there are tickets still available? Wow, get them at billetloon.dk. That is actually how our conversations go.
They're selling fast as well. So what are you doing? Get on. If you're just thinking about it, we've said it every time. Even if you've got no one to go to, once you get there, you'll meet friends for life. It's a fantastic. I mean, as Shogun, you've been to 465 lands, and you keep wanting to come back. So that's a testament to
there must be something good happening there. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's so many stories as well of people that just like meet up with other people, not knowing, okay, I'm not really going with anybody. Yeah, I'm not going to be. But you've all got like one thing big in common. You are all there as Rocket League esports fans. Trust me. You'll find people to enjoy the event with.
That's true. Let's take a look at the schedule this week. It's a really easy one to memorize. I hope you guys can get this one in, because it's all just Europe, baby. That's all we got left here. Shogun is the final weekend before that major. We just said it like 3 minutes in a row, so you don't really have to say much here. But it's all Europe this weekend.
High stakes weekend. That's all we've got to add for it. It is going to be brilliant.
That's true.
I mean,
Yes,
look,
CJ,
we saw what happened, around the grounds. When you think that everything should fall into place, nothing does. So I'm excited for Europe, Leaf.
Yeah, I am too, but we're going to take a moment away from them to talk about everyone else around the world first. Because as we said, this is the last region, and last weekend, every other region finished up, locked in, got all their teams qualified on through. So I just want to comment on those. We weren't on that show or any of those shows, so this is our chance to get some of our opinions out on it. Again, Europe, you see KC locked in, but all the other regions giving us our teams across the CJ. I'm going to start with you. Shogun asked a question in our rehearsal, but I'm going to steal it from him. OCE, how's it feeling?
It's looking pretty good at the top there. You see Team Power, they'll be that OCE number 1 seed. Pioneers, it was close for number 2. We had Cougars, Minions, we had the Chiefs as well, but it was Pioneers coming down to the final victory to make to the grand final. They'll be your 2nd seed. I'm interested to see how they go, but Shogun, looking around the grounds, there's some other potential upsets, and particularly Elevate, which is, I guess, upset the Gladiators. Realize not going to be attending that first Copenhagen, the first major of the season. So a few upsets around the world.
Yeah,
I think obviously the interesting one on that one is was the two organizations that left NA to go back to South America are there, and they kind of dominated South America throughout this split. So we're all very interested. I'm seeing a lot of people say like they really want to see Furia Falcons. I really want to see Furia Falcons.
that's true. I also want to mention too, over just before we move on, is over on that Elevate roster too, Sphinx. That's a player a lot of people have been talking about. One of those now with the age limit being dropped, we're seeing some of those kids finally being able to make it in. So Sphinx, keep an eye out once we do get to that major. That's a player you want to be watching. But let's move on here and talk about this weekend and what's on the line here. Of course, you got the prize pool, but we always mention it's the points that are important. And with 3 of those spots locked in and teams so close, Shogun, those points are, I have a feeling they're going to come up a few times in this pre-show.
Yeah, we are going to be showing you these quite often. It might even be burned onto your monitor. At the very least, we have to burn it into your mind. This is also very important. These are the teams that we have got trying to fight for the top 4 spots. Only 4 spots. You know, you've got to get up there. And we've got so many teams that are trying to get into those positions. KC, safe. BDS, pretty much as good as safe. You know, unless they get eliminated, like, first round, surely not. But the rest of it we will get into very shortly because it is pure pandemonium.
Right. Yeah, again, we'll be taking a look at these again in a few moments, so we won't dwell on them super long here. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket, the ye old faithful. This is the one we all love. You have 3 wins and you're in, 3 losses and you're out. So there's a little bit more of leniency if you start off maybe on the wrong foot. We don't have specifically, CJ, in my opinion, some of those insane matchups in round 1, like a KC Vitality here, but I do see a bunch of good matches already off the bat.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the complete and utter chaos from EU last qualifier. We had Vitality going to round 5 of Swiss. We saw Gentlemates going to round 5 of Swiss, and as you mentioned, Shogun, with the major points on the line, this is the final event. Seeding is going to be all important going into that top 8. You want to get as far as you can to guarantee yourself or give yourself the best chance to make the major. And, well, yeah, we won't mention SSA, but yeah, let's just say seeding, very important for this Swiss stage.
That's very true, but it's not just about Swiss stage. It is about that top 8 single elimination bracket. You make it out of that gauntlet, you drop into this bloodbath, because again, it's win or lose, best of 7s. Shogun, there's no second chances here. You lose, and that's the end of your run.
Yeah, and there's every opportunity we could see some of these teams that are very close in points fighting it out over in the quarterfinals. Heck, if you have a bad run here, you might even run into a KC, a BDS in that quarterfinal, and then you have got to beat the #1 team in the region just to stay alive, and you're still not guaranteed anything at that point. So you got to come up big in the Swiss today, otherwise you're really up against it.
Well, you probably want a bit of an update on what happened the last time we saw Europe hit the field. So who better than our on-field expert, Mr. Cole?
As Europe took to the pitch for the 2nd time this season, we felt confident in one thing above all else, that the top 4 were locked in. With we humble analysts uncharacteristically confident in our region ending up with Gentlemates, BDS, Vitality and Carmine Corp easily making the semi-finals again, how long do you think it took for everything to descend into mayhem? The Swiss descends into mayhem. 'Twas the Swiss where everything descended into mayhem. Carmine Corp forfeiting top seed to SAR in the double elimination qualifiers meant a rematch of the previous grand final in Swiss round 1. Carmine Corp won, but the tone had been set.
He's got around 1, got around 2, looking for the bump. Archie's there, just needs to put it on target! And guess what? The blessing comes through again!
It's free! It's so free! GG's. Bye. I don't know how to say that in French, but au revoir.
Gentlemates and Vitality did make it through to the playoffs, but using all 5 chances meant the quarterfinals looked like this. A repeat top 4 was now impossible. For some of the others, though, this provided an opportunity. Bursting the top 4 bubble. Day 2 began with a bang as the Blue Wall humbled Vitality. Seriously, it was rough.
Oh no way! You're joking! What is going on?
Zen missing a Champ Sunday for the first time in his RLCS career was bad enough, But if Magnifico could get past Sa, who, by the way, had already beaten Carmine Corp and Vitality in this very event, they would equal Vitality's points tally. Obviously, it went right down to the wire.
Atomic already up. Tekos goes to meet him. Says he's there!
Carmine Corp in the semis was one step too far, but Magnifico's run sets up a final tourney showdown between them, Vitality, and Oxygen, who swatted away Redemption to reach the semis themselves, putting them a solitary point behind the top 4. Seriously, it is so close. Champions Field, overtime. BDS seem to be the only team right now who can go toe-to-toe with Carmine Corp, who'd already qualified for Copenhagen before the grand finals had even kicked off. After their last best of 7 and Qualifier 1 semi-final had ended in a massive reverse sweep, we hoped the rematch would deliver. Here come Team BDS, rising to the corner, Exotic is waiting, he goes for the pass, it's the right decision! Oh! Monkey Moon scores! Monkey Moon approaches, he arrives at the near post, the continuous hit! Atto! He gets the goal! Are BDS and Carmine Corp in a class of their own? And can the Blue Wool win all 3 EU events? Will Vitality step back up to reach the Copenhagen Major? Or will Magnifico steal their spot? Oh, and will Oxygen keep up their steady improvement? So many questions!
These are all wonderful questions, and I'm so happy that I have 2 of the foremost leading experts on Rocket League right beside me.
That was fast.
That
was the first I've been called that. I love that. I want to hear that one
If you
again.
like it, don't get used to it.
Yeah, that was
okay?
great.
We are experts.
Let's answer some of those questions then. Why don't we? We got a few moments to talk about it. CJ, I mean, it has been a relatively chaotic region. We thought for a bit we knew Vitality, of course, was going to be at the top. The KC then all of a sudden also let up a few games weirdly in the qualifier rounds, and now Vitality, what are they doing? The region has not been as consistent as I thought.
Well, probably not, especially since what we saw in regional number 1, where everyone was saying, welcome to the French regional, the top 4, this is boring, let's move on to the major. And then regional number 2 happened, qualifier number 2 happened, and that Swiss stage run, as we said, Vitality going to round 5, we had Gentlemates going to round 5. There are a lot of question marks around pretty much everyone else, aside from BDS and K-Corp, who, even though K-Corp did have that awkward little double elim run where they dropped down, well, you know, the normality resumed in that regional and Shogun. It really now feels like 2 teams, and I don't know who else.
Well, that's the big problem here. Is like you mentioned there's so many questions, but one of the questions that no one was expecting to ask is Vitality going to the major? Why is that a question? And not only is it a question, it is a very realistic possibility. If they do not perform well today, let's say they don't perform well today, heck, maybe if they do perform well today and they run into a really strong team in the quarterfinals and they get eliminated in the quarterfinals, they are as good as out when it comes to making the major, because you've got to think one of those teams that's around them is going to overtake that spot. Vitality need to pop off, and very likely, like, they might have to become the boogeyman and defeat KC. Like, it could come down to that.
I mean, the thing with Vitality, I know we can say they've had disappointing results. I mean, we came into this split with Zen never losing at all. He just won every single event he played in. That's obviously changed quite quickly in 2 qualifiers, but they've still only lost to K-Corp. They're only losing to the top 2 teams. When you look at that, you can easily make a case that they are still number 3 and better than all the teams below them. But, well, their ranking-wise, they're basically outside the top 4. They're tied 4th with Magnifico. So there's a lot of pressure on, I guess, the former or the reigning world champions.
Yeah, it's really tough because, you know, you see the top 8 and then a top 4. But you're right. You have to look at who they lost to. Right. And on the other side, let's talk about Magnifico now. Shogun, another team in the running here that I know CJ has a contentious relationship with right now based off his predictions. But what do we feel about this team?
I mean, I think we've all had horrific time trying to predict Magnifico so far. Every single time I think that we've kind of got a lock on them, they seem to just switch it up on us. They beat the teams that we don't think they should. They lose to the teams that we think they should dominate. But they are there. They are on 18 points. They are tied for 4th with Vitality. They are also sort of in that 3-way battle for 2 spots, along with the team that we're going to be talking about in just a moment. But everything I just said about Vitality kind of applies to Magnifico as well. Is really where they need to get to. You can't imagine for any of these 3 teams where quarterfinals will be good enough. It could be. I doubt it. But for Magnifico, one more good event is all they will need, and they will make it to the major. And it's a team that we wouldn't have expected to be there. We would have had them in top 8, but not top 4.
Yes, CJ, we tend to call them one of those gatekeeper squads, right? To make sure that they hold down the middle of the road, which is not a team you then say, okay, that's a major squad.
Yeah, and as you said, Shogun, it's hard to trust them. I think I'm 0 from 4 predicting them so far this split, and that's predicting 4 and against them. I'm flip-flopping on them. It's just hard to, it is hard to trust that team. I mean, against the best, they're yet to really push, your K-Corps and BDSs, but they're really good at beating the teams right around them and below them. So I think they're going to be right there. I expect them to be in the top 8 through to that quarterfinal, and then I mean, it's a choose your own adventure novel from there. If they want to control their destiny, they can.
I want to. Here's a team, Oxygen. Just so you know, that's a team. But
That's one of the best segues I have ever heard. Oxygen is a team. That is correct, Leaf. That is correct. Now continue.
Okay, well, they're a team that has been starting to show up a little bit and a lot to prove. They've made that very clear that they're out there to just perform and do what they need to do. The question, CJ, I have about them is, do we trust them? You said something about Magnifico. Can we trust them? This is a team I'm not sure I can yet, because they didn't even make it into the top 8 in the first regional, finally making a top four afterwards, but then losing relatively handily to BDS.
Yeah, I really like this team, and they certainly announced themselves. We can go back to that EXO interview with Stumpy, where he basically said that they're not really fussed about what anyone's saying about them, where any team or any talent, whenever a caster or community member is ranking them. But then they came out against BDS, and you see these highlights there. They lost 4-1. It was pretty handily as well. They didn't put up too much of a fight. And now, again, they're like Magnifico. They're pretty good at beating the teams around them. Can they take that next step? Well, it's now or never.
I would say of all of the teams we've just said, Oxygen are the ones that need the best day today, because you as you mentioned, I feel like they've really struggled to fight against those like top 2 teams, your BDSs and your KCs. They desperately need to avoid a BDS or a KC in that quarterfinals. Right. So big day today. Get yourself, perfect scenario would actually be for them playing against Magnifico in the quarterfinals. That would be for both teams. I think they would take that. So we'll see what they can do.
Well, speaking of scenario, Shogun, it's time to try to figure out what's going on here, because looking at the leaderboard, there are a lot of teams in a very similar position, aka 13 points.
So KCR in, BDS as good as in. Gentlemates would need a terrible event for themselves. I'm saying like not even get through Swiss, probably for them to get eliminated here. And the reason for that is because there are 3 teams that are in the main contention to catch up. If we do get a chance to take a look at the points available, you can see your teams like Vitality and that are about, very close to each other. So you need to get through the Swiss. You need to pick up these large amount of points that are available once you hit into the quarterfinals, your semifinals. But if you get multiple of these teams into the quarterfinals or semifinals, then we need to look at the teams that are in 13 points, which there are a lot of. Your Bella Goals, your Endpoints, your Forward Redemption, Team 3, all of these teams, the number one thing they need today, CJ, is for 2 or 3 of Oxygen upwards to be eliminated in the Swiss. If that happens, they might have a chance, but realistically for these 13-point teams, they need a second place at least at this event.
Yeah, and I think that, well, today, no one outside, obviously, K-Corp, who already qualified for the major, no one, except unless something crazy happens, BDS could qualify today through the Swiss stage, but really, it's just make top 8. Get out of Swiss first and then deal with it later, because as you saw with the points there, those 3-point gaps with each win that you get, with each win that you advance through that single elim bracket is huge. And obviously, you have 4 extra points between first and second. If one of these teams, if one of these 13-point teams can win the regional, they absolutely deserve to be at the major. But yeah, the point gap, the distribution just widens through that top 8. So get to that top 8, get out of Swiss Leaf, and then, as we said, control your own destiny.
Well, who's doing it then? I need answers right now. I'm sitting here wondering, and I see this chaos, and I don't know where to go. Please guide me, guys. Who's making it? Like, who has the best chance here, based off of their points and what they need to go in their favor? Like,
CJ, Do you feel like this is a hidden question within a question? Because I feel like the real question here is, do either of you want to say aloud Vitality aren't going to make it?
Really?
Yeah, I think the question is, it's almost an A or B. Is it the French top 4 still, or is it not the French top 4 is basically where we're at. I think that for Gentlemates, as you can see, they're 3 points ahead of Vitality, but I think Vitality are looking better, and I trust them more, but they need to get one more placement. So Gentlemates are in a great spot, just with that 3-point gap over the 4th teams and below. And for my predictions, Leaf, I think I've been boring all split, but it's worked. You know, I'm second in the prediction contest. You'll see the results tomorrow. And I'm going to be boring again. I think the French top 4, I think we'll see Gentlemates, obviously BDS and Vitality join K-Corp. I'd love to see an upset, though. I'd love to see Belly Goal Shogun. Give me something. Tell me you're predicting them.
What, you want me to go Belagol?
Yeah, tell me a regional
maybe
win
from
for
my tone
Belagol.
there, you can maybe see exactly what I think about that one. Ever since we've been going over this, I've sort of had that pit in my stomach because that keeps like hearing one of us saying the call afterwards of just like, Vitality, your world champions are not making the major. And ever since I've thought about that, I can't get it out of my head that I think it might happen, and I think they might run into a BDS or a KC in the quarterfinals. Like, they might slip up. Just
maybe
one game till they slip.
Yeah.
This guy's
I'm
last in the prediction contest.
I'm saying
He's
Magnifico.
last,
Yeah, do we mute him then?
last for a reason.
I don't know if I gotta shake my head at this. I mean, I know. No.
Sorry, do we need to talk about how this seems to happen all the time, though? Every single year. Oh, this team's the best in the world. They are the world champions. Surely it can't possibly go wrong in Split 1. We're only a year departed from BDS falling to pieces. This is a Vitality team that needs to pick themselves off after getting destroyed by KC in the last event. They've not been in this position before. They don't have Farah coaching them. They've never been beaten that often, let alone like that. There is massive question marks on this team as to whether or not they can bounce back.
Yeah.
No, they're gonna lock in. That's it. I'm putting my foot down. They're locking in. They're going in. That's what it is. Let's take a look at the schedule today, so you know what's going on across the board, and memorize this. I mean, it could change if we get 3-0s across the board. You guys think 3-0s? Is it just going to be 3-0s all day? We're going to have like fastest day.
No, it would never. Europe would never allow us.
That's not going to happen
like that.
Game 5s all day.
Yeah. I mean, hey, why not? Final weekend, and it's Swiss. Let's have some fun with it. Again, this is a reminder about Swiss. You got to get 3 wins to get in, 3 losses to get out. So there's plenty of time for all of these teams to lock in. And as Europe has proven, there are a lot of chances for upsets across the board here. And let's just get on your screen real quick what the matchups are. We have so many going on. You saw it before in that recap with Cole. There's team streams going on. You saw Herc popping off. Those are really fun streams to be involved in as well. So make sure you have those open in other tabs as well as watching this one here if we're not watching and focusing in on those. And these are just your first 4 matchups that we will not have on the stream here. And then the other group of matchups, we will have that final one on the screen here. So if you see any of these teams you really want to lock into, that Gentlemates Moist one actually should be pretty fun. But Magnifico and Top Cougars will be the one we're locking into here. So let's break this down. Kickoff is on its way in just about 6 minutes. Top Cougars, Shogun, is a team that we've heard a few people say should be at the top, a team to watch out for.
Top
have it
is
yet
what
to
we've
follow
heard.
through. Yeah.
I mean, this is an absolute monkey peel for Magnifico. This is one that they could definitely trip up on, and they can't afford to whatsoever. Top Cougars underperformed, did not qualify for the very first open qualifier. So they've kind of put themselves in a position where they're really not a factor when it comes to the overall standings. And that makes them even more dangerous, because you've now got one team, CJ, that is incredibly nervous about their future, and you got another team that's playing for the money.
Yeah, I mean, Top Cougars as well. They were pretty unlucky last event. They went all the way to round 5, game 5 of the Swiss, didn't quite make it out. So they'll be pretty flat about that one. They did lose to Gentlemates, so that is a pretty tough round 5 matchup. The other side of things, Magnifico with a top 4 as well in the last event. These guys, as we said, super consistent. They seem to always make it into that top 8, top 4, and then it's matchup dependent how far they get. But yeah, Magnifico for me, I think it's all about Atomic. He is quite a, how do I say this? He either can be really good or sometimes he's just a little bit below par.
Last time.
Yeah, he's chaos. So if he's on, then they'll be on. But the other side of things, Leaf, they've got Gregan. They've got the top Cougars.
Yeah.
I think they're getting better every single event.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, they've got a solid backbone to them. Everyone knows Gregan. Everyone loves Gregan. And this is a guy that can rally a squad together. But you look at the players, too. I mean, these aren't players that are not familiar with competition. But at the same time, the pressure is on them, Shogun. I mean, they're done with a third or fourth or worse. Like, they have to perform this weekend.
Yeah, this is all about just making it through. Just keep winning. There's so much to happen today. You could be going through 5 rounds of Swiss. You could be going through 3 rounds of Swiss. The main thing you've got to do is you just got to keep on winning and let everything kind of fall into place. We'll worry about who's making it in the next match and, you know, what scenario is meant to watch. For the players, all about just shoot ball, in goal, all good, happy.
Reminder to start throwing those hashtags in there. You guys know what you're doing there. Who you think's going to win this one? Do we believe top Cougars are on that rise up? Can we trust the nice words we've heard about them in the past? Can we trust Magnifico? Magnifico. No. Magnifico, no?
Confirm that we can't.
Nope. Yeah, CJ's confirmed it. Well, can you this time, CJ? I mean, like, can you trust them?
I don't want to give it away just yet, but I might be going back to the well one more time with Magnifico just to see what happens. I'm really nervous. As Shogun said, if there's anyone, top Cougars are a fantastic team. I mentioned it before, going all the way to Game 5 with Gentlemates, and that's a team that I'm expecting to be at the major. So this is a quality matchup. 2 teams that I think are just outside that top 4 in Europe.
And again, the squad seems to be having fun. I mean, that's huge.
No, they're definitely. Oh, my goodness.
I need to know this joke.
Buddy, this is not the pep talk. What is this? We need to find out what the joke is. We need an interview after this. That must have been the greatest joke ever told, because Gregan was rolling.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't look. He's like, that was kind of cringe joke, Gregan. What are you doing?
Not having it.
No, the rest of the team did not like it.
So locked in, and Gregan is losing it. Relating Wave is so not having this.
That's fair. To be fair, Relating Wave's the kind of guy that locks in, though, right? Like we've seen that before, and that's the thing. This is not a squad that I don't see winning this. All right. I specifically, if CJ ended up predicting them, but I just don't. I see this as a potentially even matchup. I mean, you have the backing of someone like Farah saying they've seen the potential in you, then I kind of have to believe it to a degree. And seeing the talent on the roster, I can't say it won't happen. I would love to see this one go 5. Let's start off with a good match. I mean, they need the run of their life, and those little stories are really fun to watch. It could start as a small, hey, let's see if they get eliminated early on, or if they do make that incredibly strong run going into that top 8 bracket. But now's the time to find out if CJ did lock in with them. Is going to try them one more time. CJ, we're doing it.
Oh,
no.
We lose, Shogun.
I hate that.
Shogun, we lose.
Wait,
CJ's had this wrong every time.
1, I don't like that we've all gone Magnifico. 2, I don't like that I've got the same prediction as Shogun, because he can't predict anything. A coin flip
I'm
would
the
be more
problem on
accurate than
this
him.
one. Listen, I at least have a Magnifico prediction correct. I was actually pretty solid in my predictions like 2 weeks ago. I'm on the upswing here, mate. I'll tell you who's on the downswing. It's Cool Cole. And Cole is the only one of us that has predicted top Cougars. And I actually kind of hate that, because the closer we got to this game, I'm just like, that's actually kind of a genius move.
He's going trading card game.
It's a good, there's worse things to go for an upset, and I don't think it's much of an upset for top Cougars. And something we haven't really mentioned as well is, there we go, 71% Magnifico. They're leaning towards our way. Something I had to mention though, Leaf, is, we talk about the teams that are in contention. This happens, and I've experienced it as well. The teams that aren't in contention, like you said, top Cougars playing for prize money, if you would, they just have this have fun mindset. They have fun meta, and they can really spoil the party for the teams that have all the pressure on them. They have to perform. They have to get a good result. You see a lot of upsets.
Well, chat, a reminder that we're tracking your predictions as well. So you're locked in with us now. If we lose together. It's going to be wonderful. But we have a great weekend of European Rocket League ahead of us. 3 tickets remain to that Copenhagen LAN. And now Magnifico and Top Cougars are fighting for those spots. Let's watch some European Rocket League.
Magnifico made incredible steps last weekend on their journey to the major, but Cole, they are going to need to make sure that they do not fall short to the Cougars.
It's a definite potential upset we are seeing right here. Top Cougars showed they are capable of going all the way to the very end with up there with the very best in Europe, but the pressure here, Stumpy, is so much different. But we saw in the last Open Qualifier, Magnifico have been dealing with that well.
Yeah, Magnifico had a fantastic way of working there through all the way, bear in mind, to the semi-finals. We spoke about this a little bit earlier too. They didn't necessarily have the hardest teams. Realistically, they went through some teams that weren't already going through to the major or even in contention spots for it, and then they got 4-1 by Carmine Corp, the first really big threat that they had up against them. Does that discredit their points? Absolutely not. They played the teams that were ahead of them, and they've now got a chance to make the major and ultimately play upset to Vitality, another team that is vying for that spot.
Dealing with the pressure, the big story of the day here for Magnifico. It could be the first time we ever see Tox and Stizzy at an RLCS major LAN. Tox may have gone back in the RLCSX days, but you know, those days, the online era is a long way behind us, Stumpy. It's a lot more real now, and I'll tell you what, Magnifico have started this game pretty well.
Yeah, decent pressure from them too, but you look at Magic and who can actually force Magic to come out, and then that, I think you have to look at Top Cougars and Toxic. Here's post pinch, one of my favorite goals you've ever seen in the RLCS, so out of nowhere, and he starts off with a pass, goes up high, and that shot is going to be intercepted by that final keeper. A touch central by Toxic. Acro's there, takes his time too, and have for meta, as CJ mentioned, is that going to be enough to deal with the raw talent that we're seeing on Magnifico?
Yeah, playing with freedom for Top Cougars is going to be absolutely huge as Toxic chain dashes his way towards Tox. That's going to get confusing for sure as we go on. Tox versus Toxic. Or relating wave, a huge miss. It's going to be the opening goal. It should be no. Stizzy not quite quick enough. Tox has another chance to complete the job. Follows it in. It goes for Stizzy, but relating wave makes amends for his earlier error.
Just about. It was a little bit hairy, as now Atomic gets one flick. Can't quite sneak it over the top of relating wave, who, as you're saying, yes, he had that little defensive error, but has started to really make up for it. 2 minutes elapsed near enough, and the pressure from Magnifico is being shut down pretty well by Top Cougars, who, as we said previously, Ferrer had them, he pegged them as a top 8 team.
It's a cagey old opening game. As expected, here comes Tox up against Stizzy. Stizzy, though, does really well to get the save there. That was an awkward moment after the fake had put his team in so much trouble. Here comes relating wave. Oh, he just bangs it right in. Good decision. Into the top corner.
Half the time you're going to see a player go for a double tap here, but I think with that pass coming in, relating wave sees Tox, he's already up, and he thinks, get that on target. Beautiful placement as well. Bar down, hits the post as well, sneaks in that bottom left corner in the end. And despite the pressure against them, Top Cougars, they get a lead halfway through game 1.
I feel like relating wave is an emotional player as well. The fact that, I'll continue in a second, as Stizzy has a chance for a flip reset. Atomic comes in onto the backboard. Relating wave, the player I was talking about, should get it away. He got away with one earlier, and then he sinks the first goal. That can be make or break for a player like him. And now he's getting all these challenges. Acro's coming in. Top Cougars showing what they're made of.
That was wonderful play as well. That's Toxic getting one demo on Stizzy, then removes Tox. At that point, relating wave, get the 50, have it land nicely for Acro to get a little toe punt in. Wonderfully choreographed. Top Cougars, now we're halfway through the game, and they've got a 2-goal lead.
I mean, we have to remember that they didn't have a bad run themselves in the last Open Qualifier. They went all the way to 5 in the Swiss, and they went to Game 5 versus Gentlemates. So a huge performance from them. I believe it was their first on the mainstream this season too. So by no means are these guys slouches.
Yeah, despite pressure, every team at this kind of level has managed to perform. But we've seen a lot of 50s, a lot of challenges go the way so far of Top Cougars. And Acro is going to make another one go that way again, but it gets touched down by Atomic, gets challenged by Toxic, who then they get sent to the scrapyard. A chance for Stizzy, but lets that ball go. Now relating with high midfield, up towards Acro, doesn't go for the immediate shot. This time, falls to Tox.
Something as well that Top Cougars are doing is this one might actually sneak in. Do you know what? They're just challenging really well. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah, I reckon Toxic will take a 50 against his near enough namesake. Pinches it perfectly opposite top corner. 3 goals in favour of Top Cougar. Each goal could not be more different from each other.
What I was going to say as well is that the Top Cougars' third man is playing really bravely. Had to take that extra split second so the challenge is perfect, rather than just charging into the ball. And it's making it really difficult for Magnifico to force anything past that last line of defence. And then when it's coming down to the other end, Stumpy, Top Cougars, their finishing has been fire.
Yeah, fantastic work from them. 90 seconds remaining and not looking like they're going to be giving up too many goals, especially not to the tune of 3. Toxic gets a nice safe touch, maybe a little bit too safe for him. And Relating World, he is called towards the goal to make sure he gets that save away.
Here is three of them. This is pretty ugly. Toxic comes away with it, gets the flip reset, but won't cause too much damage there. I think at that point he was more than content just for the play to remain.
Get your body behind it. See what you can do.
Do not concede from this one. We're 3-0 up. Let's not do anything silly.
And the minute remaining with those 3 goals is going to be a great place for Top Cougars and a launching pad for this series. As we mentioned, Vitality are going to be happy about the news of any losses that Magnifico are going to be suffering today.
Just that they lose the game, but also losing games in a series can change your seeding, but they do have a chance to avoid that happening here in game 1.
Yeah, Stizzy is the final player on that conveyor belt of 3 from Magnifico. Tox goes for the 50, and then Atomic comes in for the second, then Stizzy with a tap-in. Very similar to what we saw previously of Relating Wave taking those 50-50s, making sure it lands nicely in a position for his teammates, this time on the blue side of the pitch. And the final 40, as it ticks down, Top Cougars will not want to let any goals slip.
Macro's going to be in the perfect position here. That one across, although it's a little bit heavy and loose. Yeah, I'm not sure anybody was expecting that ball to go as fast as they did. It lets Magnifico in, but they can't quite do enough with it. Is their attack strong enough to get past Top Cougars? It's seeming that they are struggling all the way to the very end of this first game. Top sends it high. Macros is going to get it away. Top Cougars showing their game management. Stizzy here, over the top almost of Toxic, but one more block for the Cougars, and they're looking pretty comfortable. Assuming this one doesn't go in, it doesn't again, Stumpy. That'll be game 1 all wrapped up.
Great game management in the end as well, coming out from Top Cougars. Not too much towards the end of that game, really apparating in favour of Magnifico apart from that 1 goal. It was a good idea, it was very well executed. They just needed it a little bit earlier on. But Top Cougars, 3 on the trot. Great moves from them. And Relating Wave, despite that defensive error that we saw earlier on in the game, did not let that phase him.
I'm curious whether Gregan is still chuckling along like he was earlier on. No, he's calmed down a little bit, come down to the same level as his players.
That's so Gregan to say a joke and then only him to laugh at it as well. Like, his team, just like completely stone-faced, like, Gregan, mate, we are trying to win here. And he's like, ha, 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 giggling away at something.
You're very mean, aren't you, when you want to be
That's because I love Gregan, he's great.
The finishing here was pretty mean as well. Relating Wave, the first shot that he took into that top corner, I was preparing for a double tap, 100%, and he surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like double taps so, like, recently, or in the last, like, year or so, it's been a situation where they sometimes get a little bit choreographed where you can think, okay, a double's coming in here, I'm going to have to defend the backboard. But if you can then therefore send the player to the backboard or have them pre-jump, send it straight on target. And that's what Relating Wave did. It almost gave me like a little bit of nostalgia for the old days of just tapping it in. Shoot it at the net and it may well find its way in. Relating Wave making sure that not every shot has to be something that is so mechanically intensive. Sometimes it is just better to shoot on target.
I'm telling you, those days, using the Batmobile, being able to shoot into the top corner so you were the best player in ranked 3s. Rocket League's peak. I mean, 2016, mate.
I mean, Batmobile shooting top corner from your own half as well. Could you just ping it? I just ping it.
Yeah, none of this rubbish. No edgeable bumps. Who needs them? Stizzy might need one here. He gets almost over the top. A Relating Wave, and does that first game up the pressure for Magnifico? And if it does, to what extent?
Yeah, I think they're going to feel a little bit of pressure equally. Oh, no, not equally, but I mean, it's a best of 5. Previously, we saw them compete in best of 7s in the later stages. That's the last time that they would have been, obviously, in the Rlcs. So I think it being a best of 5 gives you a lot less chances. They won't be too worried, though. They've worked through Swisses previously. It's just, can they actually push through that very good defense that Top Cougars did have going for them?
Yeah, that seems to be the main difference. The defending that Top Cougars are showing up is really frustrating Magnifico. When they get to the other end yet again, look at this. The challenge game has been so strong for them. But Stizzy has managed to get away with the ball for now. Relating Wave up against him so quickly, wants to pinch this one into the floor. Not quite able to. I just think that Top Cougars are looking more dangerous when they come forwards.
Yeah, doing a great job of making sure that they are being as scary as possible. Attacking from every angle as well. An absolute rocket from the back. Stizzy's teammate unable to get on the end of that Relating Wave. Stizzy towards that backboard, the double tap, but not enough boost. The ambition was there, but his tank was not quite full enough. Atomic, that's on target. Just wide of target, in fact, actually. And, I mean, pixels away from that post actually bouncing it in, I reckon.
Yeah, but what I would say, though, is the backboard is locked down. Anytime it goes onto there, there's at least one top Cougars player ready to swipe it away, almost annoyed that they had the audacity to attack them in that regard. Magnifico going to keep on trying, though. Atomic is sweeping from left to right. CJ identified him as the wild card of Magnifico, and I think that's completely fair. He's the one that their attacking prowess rests upon, and so far, he's not done too much.
There's 2 minutes gone, and neither team having done too much either. 0 goals coming through, but top Cougars, 0 shots on target, and Atomic removes Leighton Wave from the pitch. The equation entirely. Toxic and Leighton Wave both commit to that ball, and so it gives an opening towards Tox. An air dribble, back corner, sees it bounce out. Acro's there first, as is Atomic. Stizzy has to make contact as third man. It's a good bump, it's a good delay as well. It's a wonderful 50, and Acro is there out of nowhere.
What is it with top Cougars and their own post? You think you're going to score. As soon as they smush it against it, they're much more secure than you'd expect. Anyway, here comes Stizzy. He wants to get the flick. He fakes it. Acro's coming in. Top Cougars now defending from the near post. They will not be liking this one. The shots on target. So far, 9 for Magnifico and none for top Cougars, but still they survive. Eventually, they wander their own way forwards. Can Relating Wave get a touch here? He can't. Toxic is us all alone, all over again. But they just look so secure in defense. Somehow, 9 shots deep.
And Toxic doing a wonderful job of making sure that despite the fact he's that last man back, it doesn't lead to anything. Atomic now over to the backboard. Toxic is there again, the defensive demon. Midfield sees Tox send it high. Acro first to the ball. We're now under 2 minutes gone and only 1 shot on the board for top Cougars. The pressure is immense, but they're dealing with it well so far. And the defense of Magnifico, will it start to get stretched?
If you looked at these stats, you'd think it would be a lot less comfortable for top Cougars, and it is. No! But it ends up being a self-save after the bump. I love the idea. Close the midfield, but unfortunately, the Magnifico player has bounced back onto the ball to get the block. And now here comes the counter. Acro comes in. Stizzy avoids a bump of his own and manages to get the ball to the side.
Oh, what a nightmare. The first time he really commits to that bump play as well, but nothing can come from it. The self-save. Minute 15, Atomic removes Relating Wave again. He has got a bounty on his head. Tox takes the shot. Stizzy goes for the man.
It's getting so stretched now. Toxic charges it down. Is anyone going to be back in defense? It's Tox. He reads the bounce well. That could have been another scary moment. This one onto the backboard. Acro's trying to get those bumps. Not quite able to that time.
That's a big dive.
This one's got to be landing all the way in. And it is finally. Magnifico have their moments.
Third man dives in very aggressively here. Acro, I think, found himself a little bit further up than he anticipated and thought, oh, that's gone really high. I need to commit. Maybe would have been better going back on the ground because the touch wouldn't probably have been on target, if not at speed, unless a miracle happened. Instead, he commits to the ball, opens it up, Stizzy can tap it in. But a great outplay there from Magnifico with under a minute remaining.
And now we'll see if top Cougars can chase a game and if Magnifico have as good game management as their opponents had in the previous. Tox into the far corner. Acro's going to have a clean touch here. He takes a first touch, charged down by Tox. I like this from Magnifico. Being brave in defense. Toxic might have a chance here, though. It's the corner, how's his first touch? It's not ideal. That's exactly what Magnifico needed.
20 seconds. Chances starting to find their way through for top Cougars, but not enough. Atomic fakes it out. The shot on target. Acro can save it away from Stizzy's attempt. Now Toxic and Tox in that back corner. Challenge goes the way of the blue wall. No, not that blue wall, the different blue wall. Another blue wall.
Oh! Relating Wave, he's got a chance to shoot. Oh, but he snatches at it. He could have done so much more. Instead, it just rolls to the goalkeeper. They're still going forward, though. Top Cougars, Relating Wave, another chance. Tox charges him. He's Toxic.
Low on boost.
It's a little bit awkward. He did not want that ball on top of his car, but it's worked out almost. Relating Wave to the backboard this time. Acro keeps it up, Stumpy.
Just about, and Acro fakes it out too. But Stizzy, he can levitate in the air, keeps this shot still on target, still chances flying through. Stizzy beats out one. That's going to be very good for Magnifico. Can Acro get this long? He doesn't. Jumps off the wall a bit too early. Magnifico secure that game. 1-1 in the series, and they keep destiny in their own hands.
They had to work for it, though, I'll tell you that much, Stumpy. There were 13 shots on the side of Magnifico there and 3 on the side of top Cougars. So a battering from Magnifico statistically. But there's only one stat that matters, Stumpy,
Go on.
and that is
Demo.
goals scored. And okay, yeah, you tried hard. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm so curious how Magnifico will feel that game went.
I wonder.
Like, did we smash?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Are they like, yeah, we really smashed them, or are they like, oh my goodness?
Well, they had a lot of pressure, but then, as you say, like, all right, so they had, in the end, 13 shots. On the side of Top Cougars, they had 11 saves, unless I'm silly at maths. Yeah, 11 saves. The Top Cougars defense was fantastic. I don't know how hard these saves were in. I hope we get to see Acros at some point again. I don't know what Magnifico are going to think of that game, because their offense was good and much better than game number 1, but Top Cougars really didn't have much chance to go on the offense.
Well, we'll see now if Magnifico can take their new momentum into game 3 as this best of 5 begins to disappear in front of our very eyes. I still have a sneaky suspicion that Top Cougars are frustrating their opponents. I'm not sure if I'm sort of projecting the pressure on Magnifico, but it doesn't seem completely fluent from them to me. And a double demo kickoff, that'll do some calmness for Top Cougars as well.
Aggression immediately coming out for Acro. That's why I said the demos are the most important stat goal. It all makes sense. Tox, shot on target. Acro dives across to save it away now, Stizzy. Good chance to keep the pressure going, but a pinch. And Acro to tap it down. Opposite goal, not quite found. Double woodwork.
That is so unfortunate. You think you've picked your spot. It's got to bounce in off one of them, right? But no. 2 posts later, and it's all good as far as Magnifico are concerned. Now they come forward, almost Stizzy, with a beautiful little redirect. Couldn't quite get it, but certainly put the fear of God into Top Cougars, who once again, 40 seconds in, find themselves having to do some defending.
And hasten also to remind people there's lots of other series going on right now. One of those being Moist versus Gentlemates, and guess who is 2-0 up on the other?
Is it Gentlemates?
It's not! What? It's
I
Moist.
didn't know that. I wasn't doing a bit.
Moist are currently 2-0 up over Gentlemates. There's so many series going on. Make sure you keep eyes on. Acro gets an awkward touch out. Tox is going to be here for it, waiting patiently.
Mate, I tell you what, 1 boost and Acro probably would have been, Toxic probably would have been okay here, but with none, you can't, like, readjust your car at all when you're underneath it. So he actually did pretty well to get half a touch, but in came Tox to make it 1-0.
Pretty early goal for them too, none of these late game heroics we've seen previously. Wave wants to get the immediate answers. Acro on target with another shot, and Stizzy can save it away. Acro again towards target. Cox is going to be leaving that ball. Not too much pressure coming in for Top Cougar, so it's not a big drama if he misses it. Acro now midfield, just shoots, passes, whatever, gives away pressure.
I want to see a lot more from Top Cougars in those situations. He would have had a call. He would have known he was all alone. And now on the other side, here comes Magnifico, relating wave. Almost gets it past Atomic, but that's good sweeping from him. Keeps it going. Toxic charges him down.
Demos.
What's happened to these challenges that were working so well for Top Cougars? It does seem that Magnifico has started to deal with them. And oh my goodness, it's pandemonium out there on the pitch right now.
Jesus, lads, calm down a little bit. Relating wave now backboard bound with Stizzy clearing that 1 ball away. Tox now has a chance to come in, and second touch. No, Acro again defensively. And you're right. I think both teams are doing a lot of nothing touches right now. Not really any ideas. And Acro with an absolute nothing touch.
The epitome thereof. Here comes Stizzy trying to change that. Has he got something here in the tank? He didn't quite get the reset. Toxic should be able to let this one go. He went for the touch in the end, probably wisely. Atomic lets his teammate Tox in. More continuous Magnifico pressure. This is what they do so well as a team. Grind the life out of their opponents. But 1 touch from Relating Wave could change that. Acro almost gets it past Atomic. He gets the dunk, but it's going wide.
Halfway through the game, and it's good pressure from both sides realistically, but this is the time for Top Cougars. Relating Wave taps it above this time. Double tap was on the cards, but Atomic shreds those cards immediately. Left-hand side with 1 opportunity after the other. Not really working past the halfway line for either team, particularly convincingly, till Tox takes it low. Sorry, Toxic takes it low versus Tox.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a game that's crying out for an individual solo play. These little tippy-tappy passes are being closed down very well, but that is leaving space in the midfield. For example, here, Relating Wave has it for himself, gets it towards Toxic, who gets it round the corner, follows it up himself, almost at the near post. Relating Wave tries to tee up a teammate. Here's Acro, it's falling straight down. But again, the defending is good enough to deal with that.
Yeah, the defending making sure that the ball doesn't just fall back in front of net. It does find a corner. Atomic now, chance goes high with it. But Tox removing Relating Wave. Pressure, therefore, can continue. And it continues at the hand of Tox. Chain dash, left wall, leaves the ball. And as Acro then challenges it, but low boost on the side of Top Cougars repeatedly. And I think Magnifico know that. They know that when they can leave the ball a little bit longer because there's no boost for Top Cougars to take advantage of.
Well, they've now got 80 seconds left to bring this one back. Magnifico doing a tremendous job of making sure their lead is not eaten into. Is that one going in? No, it's just wide. Relating Wave can't get the read either. And Stizzy prods it home to make it 2.
Tried to make it close, still went posting on the fully open net, but Relating Wave does not read that bounce. Thinks maybe it's coming out low, is cautious then that he might be on-goaling it if he stays low. Jumps, tries to backflip it out the way. No contact made until Stizzy, as you say, Cole, punts it in. 2-0 Magnifico in game number 3, and a win here on Utopia would put them on series point.
It's difficult for me to see this lack of creativity from Top Cougars because the last time we had them on this main broadcast against Gentlemates, they had so much in the tank. But now it seems they're a little bit low of ideas. They still have time to change it, but I need to see something else from them.
Relating Wave to his own backboard, no second touch coming in, and instead it falls towards Atomic. My gosh, I just saw that Tox came in also for a bump, and now Relating Wave tries to get something going. Tox, no chance for him to get it out of his own half. Now Stizzy's going to be jumping on the side of Atomic. It's decent chances for Top Cougars, but they're not there for the third one. Then Toxic passes to Relating Wave, who then misses. Just a little bit out of position. Toxic, the ball falling a little bit awkwardly to his side, couldn't generate the power that he needed.
You have to praise Magnifico, though, doing everything right. Not overextending, not overcommitting, and never panicking. Realizing that safe defending seems to be the answer here, unless this pinch can do some damage. Not quite.
That'll be it.
Coming in. He gets faked out by Atomic, and that will be series lead going the way of Magnifico.
Yeah, despite that early game loss, the game 1 loss the Top Cougars dealt towards Magnifico, great bounce back from them. They're winning these games not in the prettiest style. They're not making sure that each one is a masterclass, but they are outplaying Top Cougars, and they are putting them on the back foot at every single opportunity. And Top Cougars ultimately really look smothered.
They do. It seems that they're sort of coming out in drips and drabs, but never really having exerted pressure in the Magnifico half. And I mean, the shots were fairly even in that match at least, but it's that goal tally, Stumpy. Zeros across the board for Top Cougars over the last couple of games.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they have that Gregan can speak some words of wisdom to them. And Acro at that point, it's just, I'm not going to say unlucky or unfortunate, it's just mistouched. But the idea was absolutely there. A Toxic taking the ball away from Acro, who really couldn't have done too much more from it. Relating Wave again had to try and predict where that ball ends up bouncing. It's a very tough position to find yourself in. And that is why Gregan's going to need to make sure that, hey, Top Cougars, we can get back on top here.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Magnifico so far are living up to their billing as favourites, despite the first game being frustrating for them. I can't think of a single Magnifico player that's standing out, though. It's definitely a team performance all across the board, in my eyes at least.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with them. And another team that I'm currently being impressed with, as I said earlier about the Gentlemates versus Moist series, it's game 3. There's 20 seconds left, and Moist are up 4-1. They're about to 3-0 Gentlemates. There is pandemonium in the Swiss, and we're only on the first. And the first goal in this series on the mainstream goes the way of Magnifico.
Lovely old kickoff goal, the current EU meta. All the plays for days, these guys. And there's another one, Stizzy steaming in, flicking it over the top, and exactly what Magnifico needed. If there was pressure, and there still is, of course, but it's being lifted by the second.
It's going to need to see a few more, I think, inventive plays from Top Cougars. A lot of the times they're going for touches that then don't lead to anything. There's no ideas, nothing being formulated behind that first touch. It's like playing chess when you've only really thought that, okay, I'll move the bishop this time. You're not looking at then where it goes next.
You play a lot of chess?
I have never heard of the sport.
Toxic takes a touch, Tox up against him. That could have been something for Toxic. Relating Wave.
Hello.
Should have gone for the...
Hello.
Didn't need to, actually. He flicks it straight in.
Hello, Relating Wave. Welcome to the series after game number 1. That is a wonderful touch from that sideboard wall. Flicks it routinely. And a flower blossoming from the goal. Potentially life from Top Cougars returning.
They have to build upon this. Relating Wave, has he come online? We said he could be an emotional player. He can come off and on during the same series. Maybe he comes alive. Maybe Top Cougars do as well. Acro, can he get this little redirect? No, instead, pushes it into the corner and Stizzy dribbles it away.
Minute passed, and now more chances for Relating Wave. Toxo saving it away on that chance. Relating Wave again diving in. Looking a lot more aggressive now, Top Cougars.
We have a result confirmed, Stumpy. You pretty much all but sealed it. It's now been done. Moist 3, Gentle Mates 0, and almost 2-1 here as well. Toxic can have a chance. But crossbar yet again. Wants to get a bump but can't.
Double crossbars, and I like that they are at least having these shots. They're now having more opportunities, but my gosh, lads, make sure you get them on target. Relating wave, little bit of magic, a pass down, intercepted by Tox. And I love seeing where those plays could go. A missed bump sees Acro wonderfully dance the ball towards the backboard.
Yeah, that was not an easy skill to use, but still the pressure continues. Tox, can he get it in? No, it's helped in on the double by Acro.
How much does Acro help this one in? Because it bounced out nicely, and then Tox is there for it.
Oh, I thought it was Acro that actually smushed it in, but it was just in off the post. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think it was in off the post. It had the orange trail. Acro came in from the side. I wonder if Acro wasn't there, would it have gone in? I don't know.
Words of J-Naps.
Oh, I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, that one.
Fine.
Atomic sends it long. Once again, Magnifico have their lead. Acro's going to catch that one, though, and flick it. Huge flick as well. It's going for some bumps and chaos underneath it. So Cougars, still plenty of time. Time is on their side, Stumpy.
3 minutes remaining. The Toxic goes to try and find Acro. Only on the respawn there. It's a dodgy chance for him to try and find him. Stizzy backflipping. Leaves it to Tox instead with decent boost. Gets 50 to the corner. Toxic has to touch. Acro move from the pitch. Atomic's going to be there waiting and lurking. Atomic can't get around Relating Wave, who again to the ceiling. We've seen that a good few times. Ends up going low with it. Stizzy then punts it up high. Halfway through the game, and it has definitely been Magnifico with just a little bit of time wasting here and there, a couple of seconds, making sure that they're not going to have any more to burn at the end of the game than they would like.
Meanwhile, though, for top Cougars, Relating Wave looking most likely 100%. He seems to be the player that wants to take an extra couple of touches, wants to do something skillful. And that's what may well break down this Magnifico defense all over again, though. That one does fall behind him. Atomic, he sends it back towards the top Cougars half. Toxic misses. Who's going to be the beneficiary? Tox to the ceiling. Anybody there? Yeah, 2 players from top Cougars.
2 minutes. Magnifico are really pushing top Cougars as they have done before, trying to ensure as few shots as they possibly can, but top Cougars are sneaking some through. Tox will lean back reset, and Toxic can save it away.
Just take a touch, I think, is what top Cougars need to do here, where as for Magnifico, they're doing everything right. Just keeping the ball moving, keeping it in the orange half, and making sure they do get it back. I feel like this isn't a team you have to open it against. You know, opportunities are going to show themselves with the way top Cougars are now defending. The days of Magnifico not being able to break them through are long since down, but top Cougars have to get themselves going, or else Magnifico will take a huge step to the major. Have to get most moments like this one first, though.
Toxic, that 1v1 player on the team too, had a really good chance, but does get saved away into the corner. Acro, now again an opportunity, gets rid of one player, just tries to thin the herd. Acro now backboard double.
What a
saved
save.
away by Stizzy. A great shot and a great save. Relating Wave backboard again. Toxic on target. Acro can tap it in. An equalizer. 1 minute remaining.
Just in the last 30 seconds or so, it had been coming. Top Cougars up the pace, up the bravery. Finally managed to stretch out Magnifico and get their parity.
And it felt like a long time coming. It was a lot of pressure building for top Cougars, and you worry if they concede there, is that then just series over?
It was that close, and that's what Magnifico, part of them, will be thinking. We have been so close to putting this one to bed, but you have to keep on fighting. It's a long old day, the Swiss. Lots of Rocket League to play, no matter how this first series goes. But here's a chance there for top Cougars. Dived in there, left Toxic all alone. He dodges Tox, and he gets the block for now at least. And Acro helps him out in the end.
Sheer heroicism for Toxic there. Great play. Now Toxic on the other end can't quite pinch it in. Relating Wave, left wall, 20 boost. Sees a man central. It's Acro, and it's off target.
Gonna keep on going, though, from right to left, sweeping the play. Atomic has to get this clearance right. He does. It's above Stizzy, though. Can't generate any power or momentum, but does incredibly just keep that ball attached to his car. Acro's lining one up. You feel that top Cougar's gonna have the better chances before overtime, Stumpy.
And Stizzy's gonna try and be the first man to touch the ball for those chances. Relating Wave takes it low. Previously, he's been going to the ceiling, and that completely catches out Atomic, but not Stizzy. Acro, this right wall, 50 mid, but Atomic with no touch, doesn't matter too much. 0 seconds, last chance for both teams. No one's going to be there for it. Overtime. Top Cougars playing for Game 5. Magnifico for round 2 of the Swiss.
Can Magnifico take 2 steps towards Copenhagen? Or will Top Cougars make them sweat for at least one more game? Acro's going to get that touch. I thought it was open for a second. Goes off the backboard. Relating with, that's the shot. The demo comes in. 2 players combined to save it, and Toxic has to tread back.
He treads back and gets 100 boost. That's going to be vital, but Stizzy taps it down. Doesn't quite get the pinch on target. Unfortunately for him, Toxic's going to find his way in instead. Atomic, round 1. That's going central, and Toxic somehow reads where that ball is flying. Acro now with 1 reset, forces 2 to the play. Toxic on target, saved away by Stizzy.
Another massive save, but how many more can Magnifico get away with? This is how Top Cougars equalize this pressure. Toxic calls off Acro, but Stizzy has a clean touch, but does nothing with it.
Just gets rid of all pressure that they could have built from that. Maybe Magnifico starting to crack.
Toxic gets it to the side. Atomic has to get a touch on this ball, and he can't do it. Relating Wave is heading back, so Top Cougars do have numbers in defense. No overcommits here. You seem to think is what Magnifico want.
This game finds this little bit of a little bit of calmness. The midfield now being a lot more prevalent. Tox wanted to get that to bounce down. Stizzy actually going to catch it. It's a 3v1. Fakes out one, but not the man who was right on his front. Now Acro bravely passing in front of his own net.
Oh, he's a lot braver than I am, Stumpy, I'll tell you that. So to his Tox, he gets a couple of touches. Toxic on the backboard again. Gets rid of it into Road's head. What should have been done last time.
Atomic on target, Relating Wave to save it away that time. It has been, in this overtime, nothing but pressure for Magnifico until Stizzy has to do some more magic here. Gets a touch, It's awkward, he touched it down, and Atomic is thankfully there for him to support.
Yeah, but some of these defensive touches from Stizzy making me put my head in my hands, but surviving for now. Acro goes for the double reset, doesn't quite get it. Toxic has his first touch. It's almost perfect. Forces it into the center. Relating Wave is already up. Magnifico's defending has been decent. Atomic has a chance to go solo. But like solo players could be what break down Top Cougars. They seem Magnifico's most likely way of scoring.
I mean, the defense, though, for Top Cougars has been brilliant. They have not broken in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes of the sheer offense that was hitting their back. Stizzy goes along with it. He's been the man to carry it through. That's going to be on target. Relating Wave dives back, can clear it away. Now Toxic left side, 100 boost, but Toxic is going to just throw his face at that ball. Stizzy midfield. Anybody to play it to. Can't quite get the next touch, but Tox was rotating in to get there.
Yeah, there was just no one there for him. They were back getting boost. They were back being safe. Top Cougars chucking all 3 players at the ball. Toxic sends it long. It's going It's all the way in.
A push-up from Magnifico is the death of them in game number 4. Acro down to Toxic. Tox rotates out wide, thinks he needs that back boost. But what he needed to be was more in position. Did not expect the snapshot. Top Cougars, they forced the fit.
My heart rate is going wild right now. A true overtime that could have gone either way. These 2 teams, I mean, that was a real showing. And Top Cougars, again on the mainstream, Stumpy, showing that they have it. They have that fight and desire.
Yeah, for sure. And Toxic on his own, by the way, racked up 11 shots. That's more than his teammates combined, who, in fairness to them, racked up 10 between them. 21 shots for Top Cougars.
And only 7, as you can see, on the side of Magnifico, who, for once in this series, are the ones doing the defending. And now the question has to be asked, has the pendulum swung in favor of Top Cougars at the perfect moment?
I think the Top Cougars need to make sure that they aren't necessarily forced on the defense as much as they are, but then saying that, looking at their saves, they only actually had 4 saves in that series. In that game, rather. It really felt like they were on the defense a lot more than they were, but I think they were cutting stuff out more than it ended up sort of feeling like. Because on the side of Magnifico, they had 14 saves in total. A little bit of a topsy-turvy game compared to what we saw in the previous games especially, but it all comes down to this final one. This is Magnifico, as we said earlier, trying to force their way through to finish above Vitality in this event, and with a couple of other things going their way, making the major. And Top Cougars, they stand in their way currently, but Champions Field is where it's all decided.
Magnifico had 2 ventures to Champions Field in the last Swiss. They lost them both against Carmine Corp and Redemption. They will be praying that they are able to shift that narrative right here, right now, and just bump themselves a little bit further towards Copenhagen.
I think bumps also bumping themselves and bumping their opposition on the pitch. The demos really reigned for both teams, making sure that they're playing that physical game. We know how important it is. Even if you don't get the demo, you get the bump and you send somebody out of position. It then makes the rotations much more awkward.
Meanwhile, in the Swiss, Vitality have done the job against Endpoint, making it even more important here for Magnifico to win this Game 5. Great play from Atomic. Has Tox to his side. Does he get it all the way? Brilliant from the Starman.
Carries it from midfield as well. Tox with one bump, lands after being bumped as Atomic, and then fakes out a flick. Acro protects where that ball's going to go if he does flick. Instead carries it on his roof. Top corner bound, 45 seconds. Magnifico up by 1.
Keep on pushing if you're Magnifico. Don't rest on those laurels. That's a good kickoff though for Top Cougars. Acro around the corner. Toxic has to be really careful. He doesn't get beaten here. Acro then shoots, but it's saved by Tox.
Stizzy's going to receive that ball from Tox's save. Now, Atomic, what a series he's having so far as well. He's going to be able to get one shot, but Related Mode to save it away. Now, left-hand wall, again, seeing Tox, who completely forgoes the ball, goes for the man instead, but he's low on boost, we couldn't have gone for it anyway. Atomic, that's an awkward touch. That's an awkward touch back again, and somehow finds Stizzy with them both.
Yeah, I think the first one wasn't intentional, though. The second was a piece of genius. They got a Relating Wave, though, and he equalises early doors.
Atomic had a couple of awkward touches, and that basically set up this entire play. Stiz not realizing he's on for that ball. A demo from Acro removes the final defender. Tox is not going to be around to save that one, and Relating Wave with the equalizer.
Wow. Fair play, Top Cougars. Just when you start to think Magnifico are pulling away, they refuse to let it happen. And that's another good kickoff. Certainly something Stumpy I think they've been working on, because they have won the vast majority of them in this series.
It's a minute and a half elapsed. And I feel like we've rarely seen both teams, find their way through early on in each game. But Tox going to make sure that they go ahead on this one, but Related Wave with a double tap. Now it's Acro getting bumped out of the sky. Related Wave wants to get to it first, but Atomic can intercept. Tox may well be first to this ball. Related Wave has to take his time with it. Low on boost, though, and if another shot comes in, they were going to be shut down. And Acro, a diving, heroic save across his own net.
Yeah, it looked pretty slow to me from Relating Wave, but maybe it was the lack of boost. Either way, they survived to tell the tale. Relating Wave charges that one down. Atomic again to the backboard. Maybe they've identified that now is a period of weakness in that regard from Top Cougars.
Awkward.
Defending it so well earlier on.
Lots of awkward little plays and touches, and Top Cougars, we've seen them again be shut down in their own half. It's again unrelenting pressure from Magnifico.
They just keep on coming. Stizzy takes the touch. How has he got so much space in the Top Cougars half? The double fake helps as well, and the demo, all sorts going on. And in the end, it was scored by Atomic.
Complete Stizzy masterclass. Goes up, fake check, goes up again, fake you again, and then you're suddenly removed from the pitch. Great play from Magnifico. Every player going around the other, weaving through. Halfway through the game, Top Cougars, they need to make sure that they don't fall into the trap of just defending.
Acro gets the first touch. Stizzy is up against him. In the end, it's Tox that comes in. Relating Wave goes for this race against Atomic and gets half a touch on the ball, but only as far as Tox, who gets it round. Stizzy's arriving yet again. He's made so much pressure, so much time for his team, but they can't quite put it away.
Another 30 seconds has elapsed, and it's again continuing pressure for Magnifico. Top Cougars need to work their way out, or if they're not got the intent to, have these opportunities for these snapshots, bide their time. And Magnifico need to be aware that previously they've lost a game based on a random snapshot that came through, and that happened to just fall to a player for Top Cougars.
Currently 10 shots at Magnifico and only 2 on the side of Top Cougars. Relating Wave might try and change that here. He flicks it up. Acro can't quite beat Atomic. Defensively, Magnifico are fast. They're accurate. They're getting the ball away cleanly. Atomic tries to sneak that one along, but Relating Wave will be able to take an easy touch.
Only 90 seconds, Top Cougars. They need to have something for them. Relating Wave wants to remove Atomic from the play entirely. Does wonderfully, but Atomic somehow recovering.
Atomic has come alive at the perfect time in this series, and he's making Top Cougars' life so difficult. Acro flicks it over one, but too slow for the second. Stizzy wants to bump Relating Wave out the play and can't. Acro lets it check across him. They'll keep on going though, Magnifico.
Top Cougars, when will you find this chance? When will you fight enough that you are going to break through that defense or take at snapshot? Tox with a touch, sends it long, just needs to make sure that these seconds are being wasted. Related wave from within the goal mouth, 99% of the way in, and still manages to punt it away.
Pixel perfect. Here comes Stizzy that wants the backboard. Acro was already there. The ball can only go across the top Cougars goal, though. They need it down the other end. They need it in the blue. Toxic can't go for the ball yet again. Has to wait. This is more good news for Magnifico. Toxic loses to Stizzy yet again. Relating wave takes his touch. Will there be one more chance for the Cougars?
It's going to be them attempting it. Relative flicks it high. Acro gets intercepted by Tox. Toxic to catch. Stizzy and Atomic both try and go for that ball. Related with a heroic save, but Tox's positioning is so aggressive. Top Cougars, real, actual, genuine last chance.
Magnifico are so close that they can taste it. Keeping parity with vitality in the fight for the major. The ball is over. It's shot by Wave, and he gets the 0-second equalizer.
They bided their time. They did the thing. They didn't. They did. How did that work? How did waiting till 0 seconds work, Top Cougars?
Well, who knows? We can pick the bones out later, but for now, we have overtime.
What a series this is going to be, especially if we see Top Cougars win it. That's a pass up high. Relative taps it down low. An interception. No shot can find its way in, unfortunately, for the Cougars. Now Atomic, that left wall, he's been brave and incredible so far in this series. Stizzy, high again. And look at the bumps. Look at the aggression now for Top Cougars. They know that they've been bought a lifeline.
The adrenaline going through these players' minds right now will be absolutely cranked to the maximum. They have to ignore it. They have to play through it. Relating wave. He booms it long. Acro's there. Does he get the touch? He misses it. But here comes Toxic anyway. But he can't quite win the race.
Look at the pressure now. The Top Cougars are really starting to build. We've barely seen the ball leave that back half. And it's the pressure that Magnifico are going to need to deal with. The pressure they've been putting on Top Cougars so far.
Atomic sends that one long. Relating wave should be able to get back in time and take a clean touch. Makes Stizzy return. Toxic can get it over the top of the Spaniard. Here comes Relating wave. Toxic's on the side yet again. Does he shoot or pass? In the end, it's a pass on the backboard, but Stizzy is the only recipient.
Both teams are leaving that third man real far back. They don't want to be victim of a random little shot coming through. Acro with a wonderful interception. Stizzy now, that top corner. Toxic's going to be catching it. Nothing for him from it, and now Tox is going to be the man to make a play. The goal is open. Stizzy's there for the shot. It's completely missed. Stizzy has been great this entire series, and he misses the open net.
That's what pressure can do to you. Magnifico have to keep on tracking. They can deal with that one later. Stizzy, he can only head back. He's got no boost. Toxic up against Tox. The namesakes battling it out one more time. Atomic to the side. Tox sends it long. This is what Magnifico need. Control of the ball to get their breath back.
2 minutes elapsed in this overtime. Stizzy trying to put that open net miss completely behind him. It'll be much easier if Magnifico end up winning this series as well. Atomic clears it again from that near post. He has been great on defense. Razorwave fakes it out. Stizzy now up high. Chance for heroics. Toxic sends it middle, but with no boost. Acro really can't get to that ball. Razorwave needs to make a touch, and he does so.
What a read. That's where you want Relating wave. Ice through his veins. Toxic almost to the backboard, but it's going to roll down. Stizzy has to make sure he doesn't get in Atomic's way. Is anyone coming here from Cougars?
Great ball!
Shooting chance! It's Relating wave! The turnaround is complete! Top Cougars get their upset. Magnifico are sent down.
And it's an error from Stizzy. Unable to make the touch. The pass was great. The shot was great. But in the end, you need to make sure you finish those chances. Stizzy was incredible that entire series until two incredibly important moments. And Top Cougars, they have asked a massive question of Magnifico. How's your bounce back?
It's the question that we're going to find out throughout the rest of the day. Remember, this is just Series 1 of the Swiss. Magnifico potentially have 4 more series to navigate after that if they are to make it to tomorrow. You have to pretend that didn't happen.
Yep.
But, I mean, let's talk about Top Cougars, right? Because I know that all the conversation about the major, but what a performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the quality that they can possess. We've seen what they are able to do. And I think that when they're up against, one of the absolute top teams, yeah, they're going to fall short. A lot of teams are going to. but the bounce back that we saw Top Cougars take on and the quality and binding their time, I think, to me, was the biggest one, where they were happy to take on all that offense. And that gets me worried. If I'm a Top Cougars fan, I'm thinking, guys, please be a little bit more aggressive. Please actually have some of this pitch be yours. But they waited until the absolute last second, and then they took their final opportunity, relating wave with the overtime securer, the overtime winner, and Top Cougars through to round 2 with the win, and unfortunately for Magnifico, unable to secure it there. Desk, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking we're off to a great start. What a good match to tune into. That was tight down to the wire. I love that Shogun and CJ, we jumped up. We're like, hey, let's get back on the call. Looks like this might be over. And all I hear, CJ, is Cole shout, "It's equalized at 0."
Never again. Never again. Shogun.
Mate, I
Never
can't.
again!
Dude, okay, I am now, here's a little stat for you all. I am now 1-6 when it comes to game 5s on teams I have predicted. I really should be a lot more pumped about this match that we've just seen. But now Cole's moved 2 predictions in front of me off a 0 second and an absolute bottle job for an open net. Live it.
Never again. I think my only wrong predictions this split have been Magnifico. I predicted for them, I've gone against them, they've won every time, and then I trust them. I put my faith in them, and I said to you, Cole, in that game 5, we were down there in the green room, I said, watch them bottle this. Watch them find a way to do it. And not only do they concede the 0-second goal, they miss an open net. And Stumpy for the best, Cole for the best. I mean, that just hurts. And once you do that, you just knew they weren't going to get the job done. That was insane. But we do have our final series. This is the last one left of round number 1 of the Swiss. Everything else, 7 series completed. Belly goal, Team 3, Game 5.
Yeah, Shogun, your favorite team, Team 3, against our favorite team, Belligal. That's what it is.
Why have I gone Team 3? Why have you given me Team 3?
Oh, I don't know. I heard a guy say that somewhere that, that was your favorite team.
Oh, well, don't listen to that guy anymore. He lies and deceives.
I got misinformation here. Yeah, we're all vibing with Belligal.
I think I'm going against speed. Like, come on, my man.
Yeah, no, this is again a matchup that's intriguing as well, because we saw earlier that interview, and if you hadn't seen it, with Speed about how mentally they handle these stressful situations, can sometimes be more difficult for players of his extremely old age. And being in a game 5, the stress is on.
Well, not only that, but it's important to note these guys had let me get the exact time here. They had a 13-minute and 18-second overtime, the 4th longest in RLCS history, that was won by Team 3. So Speed, not only his old age in Game 5, but he's played a lot of minutes of Rocket League. They've played certainly more than the 5-game quota.
Oh, wow, yeah, that first game, starting with a 13-18, that's crazy.
I mean, Belligal have had a fantastic last few tournaments, so this is one as well. This is 2 teams that are on those 13 points that we were talking about earlier that really, realistically need a run to a 2nd place. So this is a massive match for these 2, sort of knocking away one of your closest rivals. And it's awkward at the moment.
Yeah, I think...
why didn't you infield it? Speed was there!
Please, the bumps, no. I mean, if Belligal are going to win this entire qualifier like we're predicting them to, these are the games you've got to win.
The whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to the opposite side of that now. Okay, yeah, Belligal, #1 team in Europe. It's the best that you can possibly find. For Team 3, though, I mean, this is a position they find themselves in way too often when you look at the players on this. Every single time we get to the end of a split, it's just on the outskirts, and it has kind of been the same way throughout this split as well. A win here would certainly go a long way. We need to talk about... Oh, there you go. I mean, we've already got a bit of a shark waiting because Moist Esports defeated Gentlemates 3-0. We were talking about how there's only like 1 spot between Vitality. Oh, there's no shot. Okay, there is actually no shot. Team 3, Vitality, your Oxygens, your Magnificos. Well, Magnifico have lost. Gentlemates have lost. Oxygen and Vitality, they could actually both sneak through there if Gentlemates do not pick it up for the rest of this Swiss as... Oh, not too bad.
No, what are you talking about? It's going to be Belligal. I heard you guys talking earlier. You're like, yeah, what match do we want for the grand finals? Let's write it in the script now. It was Belagol.
Yeah, I'm saying, you know what? I really hate Belagol, and I love Team 3, but we're going to have Belagol in the finals. I'll concede that.
It has to happen.
as I said,
I'm holding a grudge on this one, Leaf.
Look at that little guy. His arms out wide. He's a Fennec fan.
You wouldn't mess with it, would you?
How do-
saw that.
how are you
Of all
such-
the logos, that's the one I'd be most afraid of.
Yeah, I just can't. That's why I don't understand why you're such a Belagol hater.
So just
They know what
quickly,
they
well, I
did.
know we did cover Moist. We'll just quickly go through all the results. I'll read them, and if anything crazy happens, you guys can jump over the top. We had KC 3-1. They're through to 1-0 in round 2. They bit wild. BDS sweeping Novo. We talked about Moist sweeping General Mates. Top Cougars. Well, we saw that.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, Team 3 could be ruining Belly Goals. Regional winning predictions. Coming through.
As I've always said, love Team 3, my favorite team. Belagol in the bin.
Not true at all, but we've also got Vitality sweeping Endpoint. They're off to a hot start, so it's good for the Vitality fans out there, the reigning world champs. Oxygen 3-1 over Solary. That looked a little bit scary early on, but they got the job done. Redemption 3-1 over Ford. Fast Forward, still not sure what to call those guys. And now we've got this final game. So not too many upsets outside of Moist and Top Cougars. Apart from that, all of the top seeds winning.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just a little dash of chaos, right? I love that in our prediction sheet as well, there's a column specifically that says chaos, and it's the guy flipping a table emoji. It just...
We need to, you know what? We need a coin flip next time. I feel like we need to just track the coin.
See how the coin does? Yeah.
Might actually beat me at this point. I can't believe I've been so scammed out of these Game 5, Game 7s.
Right.
But there you go. Victory for Team 3, and they're over into the 1-0 bracket.
And unfortunately, in my opinion, a little anticlimactic compared to how that series started, too, with a 13-minute overtime. To have it
Don't
fall
remind
apart
me,
like
Leif,
that, yeah.
of the main broadcast series as well. Don't remind me of Magnifico. People are telling me, chatters, I'm sick of it. Stop reminding me. I'm 0-5 predicting Magnifico. 50% of my predictions that have been wrong this split have been that team. I'm shattered. I don't want to talk about it. But as we said, with Team 3 winning, Leaf, that is 5 top seeds winning round 1, 3 underdogs taking it out. So pretty even, but there are a couple of, the Moist upset is something that could shake up this bracket.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Things are still open here in the European region. We still have tickets to hand off to these players towards that Copenhagen major. So let's continue our day, but not before a break.
Cole?
Stumpy, I need your help.
Cole, mate, it's 10 p.m. I went to bed 2 hours ago. I'm nearly 30. Oh, this better be urgent.
I can't sleep. I'm trying to figure out the best way to let people know that Copenhagen tickets are available now.
Copenhagen, but fine. I think I might know someone who can help out with this. CJ, hello mate. We need your help. How can we let people know that there are tickets available to Copenhagen?
Copenhagen tickets are available now? Righto, fellas. What's Denmark known for? I need someone with a bit more worldly knowledge than me.
Stacks, we're struggling here. How can we let people know that they can get tickets to the Danish LAN?
Ooh, Danish, you say? You guys are going about this all wrong.
Wait, who added Gibbs?
Who added you?
This is Rocket League. Of course I'm here.
Everyone knows that Denmark is home to the famous playwright and poet Hans Christian Andersen.
And snow!
Guys, I'm friends with loads of pros, and they all really respect me because, I'm Johnny Boy, I'm kind of a big deal. But just leave it to me, I'll call someone up, I'm sure they can help us out.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, hey, apparently Jack.
G'day, Jack.
Hi, guys, my name...
Is he okay?
He's fine, he always does this, don't worry.
Hi, guys, my name is... Hi, guys. Hi guys, my name.
As a Canadian, I quite like Lemon Kiwi Snow idea.
Thank you.
What if we really focus in on the fact that they had Vikings?
Is this thing on? Hello?
I hear Denmark has.
I've heard that salted licorice is delicious.
Yeah, we are. Guys, I've got it.
You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. And the world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get
day, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the RLCS European Edition. And we just had a cracking series with the top Cougars and Magnifico, and you betcha Magnifico let me down again, Shogun.
It's me, mate.
That's not Shogun. CJ, I gave you one opportunity to try and do the catch in from the break. You were such a hot start, and then you just toss it. Bottle job of the day.
No. Let's not go full bottle job of the day. Stizzy does exist, bless him.
That's true. Okay. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. You have been highlighted. That's a great transit. We'll get it away from your shame here and talk about that because
might be the last one I do.
Stumpy, that matchup was very exciting, and as you said, there were so many moments when it could have ended, and especially you talk about that Stizzy shot. That one hurt. You said it too.
Yeah, we saw it at the time, and it was like completely open. CJ during the break also said, "Oh, everyone go to Johnny Boy's channel because he's currently looking in the open net miss." We all went over there. Johnny's looking at the replay. It's a bad one, and you have to think that look, it's Swiss. Yes, you let that one go, but there's still a couple more rounds to go through. 4 if then you end up going to all 5 rounds. Make sure that does not let you that does not affect you too much. But top Cougars, my word. Their bounce back, relating wave especially, getting the overtime winner, and then also securing them overtime in the first place, CJ. Phenomenal work.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about not only when you score a 0-second goal to equalise in Game 5, and then you also, the other team misses the most open net ever. I feel like there's some plot armor going on at that point, and you just felt like top Cougars were going to win from there, but it was a great fight back. It was an up and down series. Magnifico, the games they won looked fairly convincing. The top Cougars, they just had the ice.
And it felt quite strange in the end, where we had so much offense against top Cougars, and then they were able to win based on pure offense themselves. They then every now and then went full defense and completely biding their time. I kept saying that as almost a theme. Whereas in the 0-second goal, they'd had barely, not too many sniffs at net. Then all of a sudden, they then managed to get it through. And then look, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate of Magnifico, but as we were saying, you cannot let that define you.
No, I mean, this is round 1, right? For the whole thing. It's not like suddenly they've lost their chance to go to Copenhagen, and in fact, they've made it more exciting by allowing this to happen. For top Cougars, they need a really good position. I believe top 2 to have a chance here. So this is the start. We'll see. If we're believers, but they do move on to round 2 into the top, but they'll be facing BDS, so it's not like Stumpy, their journey gets any bit easier.
Yeah, not at all. And you look at all the other teams that are currently in the 1-0 and top Cougars, they are now against BDS, but that's just kind of what happens up there as well. Obviously, Vitality versus Team 3. It's definitely a tough spot to be in that 1-0, but you'd still rather be there than in the 0-1.
And then down the other side as well, you see, the upset Gentlemakes. Are they going to have a rinse and repeat of last regional to go all the way to round 5? We're about to find out, but certainly shaping up to an interesting Swiss as we get into round 2, Leaf.
Yeah, and for Magnifico, hopefully this round's going to be a little better for them. They're playing against Novo, a couple of rookies in there, playing with an old name you may have heard, was Dead Monster. So we'll see how that goes, but Magnifico, I almost did it again, may have a chance to redeem themselves there. But our upper matchups, reminder, we can't watch them all. We'd absolutely love to. So we do have all the team streams you need to have those tabs open for. CJ, you've created us a monster of a multi-Twitch that I have open on the other screen. So thank you for that, because there's so many matchups going on.
I mean, you said we can't watch them all, but I'm here to tell you, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. If you have 16 eyes, you will be able to watch all 8 matches. And, that's just what the Swiss stage does. It's chaos all around, and you just have to keep an eye on everything if you can.
Well, over here, we're going to keep an eye on one specific matchup, and it's starting us off with the Blue Wall, Carmine Court against Oxygen. Stumpy, this is a decent one to be tuning in on the second round for.
This is juicy because this is Carmine Corp currently.
Okay.
Currently,
gentlemen.
Can you see? You got my name wrong.
Sorry. I'm ruining you.
He's lost the privilege to talk.
Do your monologue. Go on.
Thank you. All right. Anyway, Carmine Corp are currently on their way to try and do what G2 couldn't in North America. They're attempting the three-peat, and they are the best team in Europe at the moment. And the additions that we have seen to Carmine Corp has made them even more formidable. CJ, it's now your time to talk.
And I fully agree with everything that my co-desk analyst said there, Stumpy Goblin. And I believe that Carmine Corp, albeit it looked a little bit shaky in that first round. I know they won 3-1. It was game 4 overtime. That could have easily been a game 5 against Wild. But, I mean, how can you doubt this side, Leaf? They haven't really put a foot wrong. Oxygen, we mentioned in the pre-show, they're really good against the teams around them. But against his top line, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Stumpy, back. Watch out. Watch out.
Stumpy.
I can hear a knock at my door. Is he sending me a DM right now?
He was tweeting right at you.
Be careful.
Oxygen they are going to, I think, really push Carmine Corp. Like, we have seen them do a fantastic job at pushing these top teams, and they are one of the teams that are trying to force their way into one of the top 4 spots.
Yeah, I think this is massive for Oxygen. We all looked at the squad before coming into even the first open qualifier, saying this is a team that on paper is top 8. I mean, we see this squad as a top 8 squad. They didn't manage to do that. That's where our doubts started to come in. But then they got a top 4. So this is a real good chance to say that first one was a fluke. Not going to happen again. Let's rock our day. But they have a real big proving point in front of them with the blue wall standing there. So chat, who's it going to be, KC or Oxygen? Start spamming away with those. And I guess we can kind of bring those up while we discuss it too for our predictions, because it's going to be hard to prove to us, I believe, that you are the team to take down KC at Oxygen. I'd love to see it here. I'd love that chaos. But CJ, I don't think we're close to that belief yet.
But if it happens, Leaf, we don't do interviews on a Friday, but gee, I wouldn't mind a Stumpy and EXO round.
I'd take it.
Oxygen beating the best team in Europe. That'd be exciting. I think, well, chat, let us know if we can get that happening. That would be absolute content. Look, I think that, if you're going to do it, this is where it's done. Statement piece, final regional. Yeah. They had the little warm up against BDS last regional, Stumpy. Right. They couldn't get it done. They're here to go now. I reckon it's time. They can do it.
Well, we'll find out if we get...
I predicted them, but it sounds good. I mean, they might.
We'll find out if we can get that wonderful after-game interview with them, but we have to have the matchup play first. So let's do that. Oxygen keeping their heads down and locked in on their game, not caring about what we say. Well, with the blue wall standing before them, here's a good opportunity to bring people on your side regardless.
So for Oxygen, an opportunity to break into the upper echelon. Their first time taking on KC this entire split, Cole. They'll be happy to see someone that isn't BDS. They've played them 4 times, first time against the blue wall.
Yeah, it feels like Space Station going over in North America, always coming up against the same old teams that you just can't quite get past. But thankfully for Oxygen, a little bit of something new. The sad thing is, Shogun, that something new has Rise, Vatira, and Atto in tow. It's not going to be easy against Carmine Corp. It never, ever is. But maybe early on in the Swiss best of 5, good time to play them?
I mean, historically, yes. This split, no. KC 6-0, 7-0 as of today in the Swiss stage, so they have not retained the same problems that they had with their old roster. They're a team that like to secure first seed and hold on to it, apart from that one time where last week they entered last, or 2 weeks ago they entered in the 16th seed. So yeah, congratulations to 16th seed KC winning the entire regional.
Big upset there, but this could be upsetting for Oxygen. Vatira coming forward, and with the context of everything, Copenhagen coming up, we've talked a lot about how Magnifico, as Vatira shoots and scores. I was going to say that Oxygen, this is a real chance to break into that top 4 this event.
I mean, especially with Gentlemates taking a loss, this is now an opportunity. Your Vitality and Oxygens are so happy with how that first round went. We didn't talk too much about Gentlemates' spot when we were in the pre-show because we thought 21 points, they're fine. They've got a decent buffer. If they are eliminated in the Swiss, then yes, it goes from 1 spot open between Magnifico, Vitality, Oxygen to probably 2 spots open.
Well, Vatira is trying to ensure that these conversations don't need to be had at this point just yet. Carmine Corp already playing like the premium team in Europe, if not the entire world. The pressure is all on their opponents right now, at least on the pitch at least. Rise might be able to get a pass, wow, to Atto. How has he managed to dig that one out? It just seems to be full-on Carmine Corp attack so far.
Yeah, nobody onto the end of that pass, though. So Rise will just take over. One of the best players in the world when it comes to just collecting the ball, air dribble, get out. I promise you can say that about everybody on KC. There is no one there that you're not very worried about if they've got 80-plus boosts. As Vatira will just slow down the play. That leaves Atto available to get the demo. Very awkward, though, for everybody, but pretty easy for the defense when that ball is stuck in the corner with no real pace.
Yeah, the thing about Carmine Corp is you can think, well, they're a bit awkward, and somehow they still come away with the ball, with 100 boost, and with 2 players, one to your left, one to your right for a counter-attack. But here come Oxygen, a shot there from Oski, warming up his car over here. Rise takes the touch, and it certainly seems to be that Rise is dictating the play so far.
Yeah, Rise is not getting any pressure put on him whenever he's got the ball at the moment. Oxygen will need to change that. You've got to go. You've got to meet him. Even if you know you're not getting anything on the ball, you've just got to make the play happen earlier than he wants to play it. Vatira does control. It has been reasonably comfortable despite KC being in defense for quite a while now. That could change. Oski low boost. He's going to be late back, so he does need his team to win some of these challenges. As a toe looking for the floor pinch. Defense or midfield has that read pretty well. Rise is just going to take it. Poor touch, but it's Rise. He can recover those.
Yeah, so far, just Oxygen keeping their patience, not being suckered in, making sure, you know, they conceded 1 goal early doors. Let's not make it to find our way into this series, try and defend moments like this one. The solo plays over the top from Atto, and if we do that, we will have chances down the other end. This is one of them. Oski doesn't quite get past Vatira, who manages to recover up against Archie, but there will be opportunities for Oxygen.
That was a huge one as well. I can't believe Vatira was able to recover because I didn't see any other blue cars around to stop that shot going in.
Not
it was all up to him. He did manage to do it. Rise chooses boost because he's already got Vatira taking it. They're looking for bumps. They're looking for demos. Oxygen have done a great job of staying in motion. KC have done great total Rocket League for the last few weeks. Getting the demos, displacing the third man. But you look at Ixo's positioning right now. He's reasonably comfortable at the moment. But the same can be said of KC's lead. Is that about to change? Nah. Oh, Rise and Atto tried to go for the pinch clear.
Yeah, they tried to go for it. They could have gotten their own goal if they weren't careful, but thankfully for Carmine Corp and their fans, I managed to just squeeze its way out. Of course, they didn't score a silly own goal. Ixo gets it around the corner almost. Atto's chasing this one. How's the read? Archie actually does a lot better there, but then he's faked again. But we need like a little thing in the corner. Rise fake count. Ting! I think that's at least 2 or 3 already.
I think that's crazy to see just like how little the sort of pro respect is for Rise. Oh my goodness, what a play. Well, that's in. And KC have been comfortable in this game.
Yeah, Atto was the quietest one so far, but as soon as he just gets a little bit of space to play with, he knows not only exactly what to do with it, but that his teammates will be on the same wavelength. That's been the story of Carmine Corp since he joined them. And it's got to be said, a fairly dominant 2-0 so far. That can change quickly if Oxygen managed to get something going. They have had half chances. Archie sends that one forwards. Rise on his own goal line manages to just keep it on a string yet again. Oxygen coming forward. Ixo here into the center. No, this time onto the backboard. Atto clears. Oxygen 1 pass away at all times, Shogun.
Yeah, it's just difficult for them to get the numbers. They're playing a bit of boomer ball at the moment against KC. A team that will be pretty happy with those. Vatira, they're pretty handily ahead of Oski, but this is their best chance in a while. But third man positioning, both teams' third man positioning has been incredible. The problem is when that's the story, it's the team that's in the lead that will get all the credit. And KC have been that team. I will start to wonder what might have happened if Vatira did not get that monster save earlier on. But that's a different timeline in this one. KC win game 1.
I'm running out of ways to describe Carmine Corp because they make the game seem slow. Do you notice that? Like, it's not going a million miles per hour. There's nothing frantic about it. Whenever they play, they just seem to have complete control of the ball. Even if it starts to get out of control for them, one fake, one pass out from their defense, and suddenly they have the ball at their spell yet again. It's so impressive what they're doing.
I think it's something I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier on, Cole, of just that there seems to be a almost lack of respect to... You see any of these players go for a ball, everyone was shoot. Look, it is a pro player. They've got this. They're going to hit it. You know, they know something that we don't at this moment in time. KC, though, don't seem to fall under that spell. They see a player in an awkward spot and they go, well, he's not going to get it, is he? So I'm just going to go and do my thing that I was thinking about doing anyway. So it's just that little bit, the bit where they do not make a big deal of the names in front of them and actually play situations. And because of that, they get themselves into nice spots that many teams don't even give themselves the chances to get to.
They just always find a way to do it as well. But talking of Oxygen, you know, they did manage to get themselves some real gilt-edged opportunities in that one. And there was the Vatira double save, which, you know, maybe even for Vatira, 5 times out of 10, you're going to concede in that situation. So Oxygen certainly will have some things to take going into game 2. And I just want to see them, you know, the fact that Ixo's already gone for a little musty flick, there wasn't much point to it. But I respect that, you know, being a little bit silly, being a tad less predictable.
Oh, that's awkward, and Ixo's missed it. And again, Rise is just there. Now, there's the second part to the point we were making before this call. KC are doing a great job of not respecting potential misses. Well, they're also seeing a whole bunch of misses that they can capitalize on.
And they will not miss those opportunities as well. You know, if you have Rise in anything approaching an open goal situation, we've already learned today they can be trickier than they look when the pressure is on. But Carmine Corp are monsters right now, feeling no pressure at all. Oxygen have to try and make them do it. Oski, that's better from him, threading a couple of touches together in the opposition half. Archie manages to avoid a bump and a demo attempt. Can he get the pass into the centre? He does. Oski releases the trigger. Archie now up against Atto. Atto Rise is already pre-jumping to the crossbar with him. Ixo had the read, though.
KC are the team with the least to really worry about in this tournament. They're trying to lock in first seed, but they are already on the plane to Copenhagen.
To be fair, that's what's impressing me the most about Carmine Corp. They're not already on the plane to Copenhagen. They would have every right to be. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to do well in this tournament.
They're not even shocked anymore.
It's, yeah, just this complete willingness. And you know that after they won the last open qualifier, you know, in the game 7, I can't imagine they were happy about that. They must have been frustrated that BDS dared put up such a fight against them. And they've come out and they're already looking better to me.
Rise back down to Oski. Oxygen still looking for their first goal. Vatira does clear, and this midfield battle has been very heavily one-sided. Oh, now they've got Ixo. Good spot, good opportunity. Where's the follow? Just a little bit too late.
They'll keep the attack going, though. Ixo into the center again. It's a little bit too high for Oski. He's almost able to get it onto the backboard, but up against his old teammate Atto, couldn't get past him. Rise now to the opposite backboard. Ixo just sends this one away. Anybody arriving for Archie? There he is, saved yet again by the Belgian.
And they've still got the counter-attack ready to go. Vatira didn't actually, I think he ran out of time for the musty to maybe pop off. Oh, it just didn't work for him. Either way, they are still.
I think he was going for a pogo, mate, to be honest. I think that's the way Vatira and Carmine.
The problem is, I would have agreed with you with the pogo, but his car crumpled. It was like somebody's kneecap was like dropping 10 feet. It's like, oh, I'm just got here.
Vatira's got an injury. Sub in.
The ACL's gone.
Yeah, sub in Farah. That's the only thing that Carmine Corp need to do for another perfect split, really. Bring on Farah. Oh, Vatira's fake.
Farah subbed in, still undefeated as a coach.
I think Farah would sub in for 1 goal, score, and then just leave. Be like, yeah, my job is done again.
Oh, that's just across the face, but Archie does still control it. Still looking for that first Oxygen goal. These plays are comfortable still for KC. You can tell that because they've got people lingering, waiting for the pass. They're using the saves as a way to just get the counterattack going. That's a fantastic play. And still, the defense is ready for it.
Rise has to dodge Archie there and does. Ixo, he has a pass into the center, but he can't quite connect. Oski coming in. And between him and Archie, they get their goal, and it's an equalizer.
And to be fair, it has been going their way. They have been the better team for the last 2 minutes. They've put that pressure on, and they finally found their way through. And they got it because I think they just got frustrated. Put defense to the wayside. Let's send everybody.
Oski has a chance now from the kickoff. Could be 2-1. Almost is. Vatira had to be alert. Archie wins the race yet again. The pacier side right now, Oxygen. Rise is coming in to defend. He's also calling his his current teammate, but, you know, his age-old teammate, Vatira, off the ball. Vatira, who puts it into the center. Oski's touch towards Archie is a good one. Oxygen have certainly gone up a gear.
Oh, the fake out, the nollie fake out, as I like to see those ones. Vatira will control it, not to Rise, but to himself. Gonna go low. Well, KC have looked, relatively calm and at a slower pace than usual throughout this series. They've got to pick it up now. Yeah. Oxygen are swarming them, and a demo like that will certainly help, but no double commit and a chance to break away with a toe taking over the ball.
Yeah, you can't do that against Karmine Corp. It leaves you so stranded defensively. Rise wants to go up against Oski. Oski just says, no, Rise, you're not faking me. Charges him all the way down. Vatira a couple of touches yet again. Ixo in quickly. Atto sends it long. Karmine Corp have just started to step up the gear that they needed to after Oxygen did the same. But still, it remains 1-1. Oxygen in a real chance of taking this game.
Oh, Atto's waiting for it, but he knows he's not going to get them for Oski. Starts to prioritize the recovery. Now back to the corner. Ixo does take it straight out to Atto. Demo as well. So now Archie has to get something on the ball. He has done so. Now needs the cavalry to turn up. Rise, backboard where Ixo is waiting for it. Didn't get a full clear. We'll need some help.
Couple more seconds. Survive to an overtime. Rise gonna get this little touch here to scoop it upwards. He's not able to. It's charged down by Oxygen. And we do have overtime in game 2.
Oxygen looking to keep this going. They've had a good run of form in the latter half of this game. To me, Cole, this comes down to, can Oxygen find the bump or demo on the third man? Because I don't see any other way of them getting through.
Can they do
cause that panic?
While also surviving while Karmine Corp do come forward, because they will. Vatira, though, is left a little bit stranded here. Gets it as high as he can. He tries to chain dash his way towards the ball, but not quite able to because Oski was on it quickly. Ixo into the center. Archie is just ahead of him, and Vatira steams in. This could be the moment for Karmine Corp.
Rise has decided to go straight for net. Might as well on occasion. Even if you force a bad save, that's a great opportunity for your team to start moving forwards. As Atto has missed it, but did not miss his secondary target. Now you see the panic. Everyone's getting back into rotation, but still, boost might end up being a little bit lower. Oski's the only one reading with anything, and thankfully for Oxygen, he's the one that's got the ball.
Vatira's going to chase this one down. Oxygen have something of a foothold here in this overtime. Have to make sure they don't get snatchy at everything, though. Oski's being charged down by Vatira, manages to get it past him well. Atto's touch towards Archie. Rise is left all alone, at least for a second. Atto, maybe Rise for a sec thought he wished he was left all alone, because Atto almost sends it towards his own goal. Quite on this occasion, though. Oxygen continuing to have the better of the overtime. Ixo almost gets there. Vatira nips in.
Oh, that's a good clear, Vatira. Oh, there's a bump as well.
Bump.
Rise was actually out of position, didn't anticipate it. The first time that Rise's anticipation of the play has not actually been correct. Vatira reset against Archie, and Archie wins the 1v1.
Oxygen, one more chance maybe. Oski has Atto in front of him, goes underneath him almost. Atto gets half a touch, just diverts the ball into the center though. Archie is watching Atto all the way. Atto, the in and out, gets it towards Ixo. This is it for Oxygen, this is their moment. But the pass comes from Atto to Rise, and all that opportunity drifts away in front of them.
What Archie would have given for 20 boost in that position. Instead, could not aim for the shot. But Oxygen are making a real case for themselves. Atto back out to Rise, who decides to back down. Realizes he's still in trouble. Looks for the bump.
Oh,
he's still
no way!
got to it. Now the bottom shot, and it's kept out yet again.
He can't keep getting away with it! How has Rise not ended up losing this overtime for that decision? The pass wasn't perfect. Rise is put in such trouble. Somehow squeaks away. Still Oxygen come forward. Ixo with Archie beneath him. It's only as far as Vatira though. And Karmine Corp begin to look more ominous as Vatira warms up his mechanics.
Casey look vulnerable at the same time. They look beatable, and Oxygen need this game. We don't know. We know KC, they level up. They can change that level throughout a series. But in this game, they are beatable. Just need to find the chance. Oski has dove straight past the ball. Double commit, which means it's Vatira. Goes backboard. Ixo gets to the ball.
Yeah, great play there from Ixo. So much pressure on him, staring down Vatira. Held his nerve, went for the second touch and got it.
Yeah, did a great job of not trying to pre-jump and potentially leave a side of the goal open for them. Rise. Oh, there's a 2v1, but Ato's on low boost. Still goes for the play. Now it's off the backboard. Double commit save.
Oh, well
and
done.
Archie will still keep us in overtime.
It's desperate from Oxygen, but they keep on surviving. Archie's going to beat Rice here. Vatira was already waiting. Oski charging him down. It's not easy at all for Carmine Corp. So much credit to Oxygen for that. Beats off the backboard, can't quite get the dish. But it does keep the attack going. Archie, the pinch, where's that one going? Causing some panic in the Carmine Corp defense. Atto, Oski in front. Ixo misses that ball, though. That's going to slow them down again.
It still feels weird hearing the phrase Atto versus Oski. But that is where we are in this game. So far, it has been Atto getting the better of it. But 4 minutes of overtime. Big game here. Vatira, that's a heavy touch. Out to Oski, there's not much power. And Atto can not only save, he can recover backboard.
We just need slightly better angles on these Oxygen infield passes. They're a little bit heavy, either in front or behind, not quite on the money, and you have to be exactly that against Carmine Corp, because you know when their chance comes, they will be, but that's good from Archie. Charging down Carmine Corp, not giving them the respect that up to now they were demanding. Oski has Archie to the side. Again, it's slightly weak. Archie has to maneuver the ball. Ixo's demo could change things. Atto's trying to get his own. It deflects wide. Oxygen, Shogun, they just can't quite get that final pass.
Yeah, that demo, though, saved the entire play for them because KC were about to launch and they had a good numbers advantage as well. Oxygen keep winning these challenges. Usually used to KC just strutting straight through them. Same thing can be said about the midfield, although Rise wants to turn around. And again, KC were handily winning those races in the previous game. Not so much anymore. Another good challenge. Nobody from Oxygen wanted to commit. Very likely, everyone else in this round is going to be done by the time we're done.
Yeah. And we started a little bit later, and now we are 5 minutes and 30 seconds into this never-ending overtime. Archie wants to finish it here, though. Vatira up against Oski. Decent read there for Vatira, but Ixo's going to be the beneficiary. Atto has Rise to the side. Can he get it to him? The passes were flawless for Carmine Corp earlier. Now, though, Oxygen seem to have the read, sending Carmine Corp back on every occasion. It's never easy. They go for so many bumps, so many demos, absolute pests. Rise, does he try and get the pass? He does, Archie. It's a little bit loose to the side. He'll keep it going, though. And now Oxygen could break. Atto's missed, but Rise was already back.
That's a powerful clear as well. Oski had to be well positioned. Oh, they're going for the read. And that was a difficult one for both defense and offense. They both got it right. Good clear, but Rise has shadowed that very well. Awkward bounce. Vatira, he has had to play a lot of defense, getting harassed for his troubles. Now trying to do the opposite to his same number. Atto, oh, I don't think the restart, he has still got it. Barely, if anything. 6.5 minutes, still search for one goal. KC have kind of flopped towards a double commit, and Oxygen trying to escape.
Yeah, they're certainly looking less classy now, Carmine Corp. A bit more stretched and staggered. You feel they have to up the pace as opposed to wanting to play slow. Vatira's made 11 saves in this game alone so far. Meanwhile, Archie 9 shots, so those two standout performers for both sides. Ixo gets that one forwards towards Archie. This one could be the 10th and deciding one, but again it's wide. Now Rise comes forwards. Can he finish this? He wants to here. Ixo to the corner. Atto's there. Nothing really coming off for Carmine Corp in the final third, and that is credit to Oxygen's defense.
Yeah, both teams have been too strong in defense. There's going to need to be a bump or a demo. It's right there, but there's already a second head of the Hydra. Archie, again with the midfield challenge win. Vatira waiting, goes backboards. Already well covered. Still in game 2. Whoever wins this is going to have to play yet again afterwards. And it's the reason why I feel like this is now super key to Oxygen. This is now turned into must-win.
We had a, 12-minute overtime earlier on with Belagol?
13 minutes 18, I believe is what CJ said.
Okay.
It is cleared. Yeah, we are hurtling towards that.
It'll come quick, especially with this level of Rocket League that we are bearing witness to. Rise should take a touch here, but no, instead he prods it towards Ixo. I'm not sure that was really the correct decision, but of course he recovers well. That challenge, though, certainly favored Archie. Oxygen's so close. Remember, they are competing to make it to Copenhagen. Coming into this event, only 1 point behind Team Vitality. A win here against Carmine Corp could be giant for them.
I think Oxygen have just got frustrated now because there is a huge emphasis on demo chasing. This is how they got their goal earlier. Archie, he's there! He wasn't needed! Ixo finds a monster angle!
Finally it happened, and it was from charging down Rise. The man who seemed to be pulling all the strings earlier on in this series is tackled and then doubled by his fellow Englishman as Oxygen do take game 2. You see something of a smile there for Oski. Starting to believe our Oxygen.
You gotta say, deservedly so. They were the better team.
Yes.
Last half of that game, throughout the majority of that overtime, they were the stronger ones. They were putting KC under pressure. It was only through brilliant defense that KC stayed in that game. But KC now have to figure out how to get out of defense, because it's one of the few things I agree with Gibbs on, but, you know, having a lot of saves may be the worst stat you can possibly have.
Yeah, it's nice to be top of the leaderboard, but Vatira will not want to get 13 saves every single game from here. That's the last thing they wanted. I mean, this game started, Shogun, with more comfortable Carmine Corp goals. We were saying that Oxygen haven't even scored yet, until finally they did. And they make it into this overtime. I don't know how Rise managed to wriggle his way out of that one.
I think he got hit as well. I swear I heard contact between the two, but seems like because that's the arc of the back of the goal, it might have affected him too much. It's like when you hit somebody on the wall and they just don't move after that. So that could have been Rise's saving grace. Ended up not mattering for too much. And Oxygen have upped the pace. You mentioned earlier on, Cole, KC looked like they were playing it slow. They were playing it slow. Oxygen have upped the gear. KC have now got to follow up.
Meanwhile, elsewhere, top Cougars, who we saw win earlier in dramatic fashion, currently have forced Game 5 versus Team BDS, and they are attempting to reverse sweep. So craziness going on everywhere. Who's to say that Oxygen can't complete that trend?
And again, all of these teams, oh, that's certainly a way to get your momentum back.
Yeah.
That is the most Rocket League goal of all time, isn't it? 7 minutes of overtime. You've looked at every single way of trying to get a way through, and you just win a sidewall challenge.
Always the way, Shogun. As soon as one goes in, suddenly 4 or 5 more will follow. And yeah, that'll be a big breath out, I think, for Carmine Corp. They'll still be frustrated for losing that game, especially as they are in so much control in this series. But they know how to put these issues behind them. 1-0 up now in Game 3. Oxygen, though, coming forwards again. Archie dances with the ball, almost over the top of Atto. So's in there, so the winner from the last game with a lovely double tap. Oski into the center. A huge demo from Atto. Maybe saved Carmine Corp there.
Yeah, we've already seen Oxygen come back from behind. That's very loose, though. And now they've allowed Atto to move forwards. Oski, or Ixo, I should say, pops the ball up high. They are finding those demos quite often now, KC. Although Archie's still sticking over the midfield. That's a bit more difficult to do, though, when there are demos happening to your third man. You then do need to make contact, otherwise you are just going to give up all possession of the play. So far, KC back into their strides.
Yeah, I'd say they've upped the tempo maybe 10% or so, but it doesn't seem like an entire rethink of their game plan. They're still going for these fakes. Still a lot of emphasis on solo plays. And just the pure belief in their reading of the game at all times. Archie, though, is going to try and change that. It does fall for him, and Oxygen get their equalizer again.
You know, you start to feel like KC are just always going to have somebody back. And usually they do. This time, however, Rise is already trying to make his escape. Nobody is left in the net, and Oxygen back to 1 each. A little bit of an update, actually. You mentioned the top Cougars game in Game 5. They are 2-0 up with 53 seconds left.
Wow. Okay, well, that is not one I would have predicted top Cougars to win. I'll give you that much. Oh, Vatira almost gets Oski. Rise then gets saved by Ixo. Atto's coming in. Wants to wrap his car around this ball, but Archie, the brick wall. Oski, though, almost is chased down by Rise. Every time Carmine Corp have an attack, Rise is just buzzing around them, making it difficult. But again, they send KC backwards.
Yeah, Rise really has been the player to watch for me at the moment, because he's the one chasing up the play. If he's getting good contact on the ball, it means that KC are holding the tempo well. When he's sort of been lunging in and losing the challenges, that's when you know KC is struggling a little bit more. As that one was a bit more of an attempt at Pogo. I could tell that one a bit easier. As you see players looking around, but now all three. The swarm is on the way, and Vatira's not going to get the steal. Wow, well, there was more players in the blue cars in the orange side of the field than there was orange cars.
I like to think that Vatira didn't score this on purpose. I think, as a gentleman, he let his teammate have the goal.
This is the same Vatira, right? He would in a heartbeat, and you know it.
I would never accept that. Update! Top Cougars have reverse swept Team BDS.
What a...
And go 2-0 in this crazy old Swiss bracket.
And again, that just opens up more and more avenues. The more teams that are, getting dragged into the chaos, the more chances you have for a semi-final or grand final. Like your Oxygen's needs. As Ixo will turn for it. Yeah, this is mayhem already. I hope you're ready to produce that yet again, Cole.
Yeah, right, I'm looking forward to it. Top Cougars. I don't think there's any chance they will make the major, even if they win this one, but they can certainly play spoiler for a few other teams. Anyway, speaking of playing spoiler, Oxygen trying to ruin the perfect split here for Carmine Corp and doing a darn good job.
Yeah, now Ixo adding himself to it. Provider of both the goals in the last game. Now he's managed to tie this game back up at 2 each. Oxygen are having a great time in this. They have figured something out, which has had a lot more success. Oh, 2v1, and you bet on the one. Rise, too good.
How does he do this? How on earth does he keep so much of his car? I wonder how many ball touches he got there from his Octane, because it was just constant contact, sending it into the back of the net. A thing of beauty, one for the Rocket League purists there.
Just set them up. Rise doing what he does best, Puppet Master himself. Rise, the Puppet Master, who even before we got started with this, he pretended to be an admin and said go to see if he could get somebody from Oxygen to join the lobby. Yeah, he did. He likes being in people's heads.
Stop it, you. Take a day off, pal. Lovely doink there from Archie. Not quite enough height on it. I think he tried to doink the ball too far into the center of his Octane. Well, right to judge.
Yeah, if there's anything that no one's going to challenge you on, Cole, it is the mechanics that go into a doink. Believe you me.
That's all right, Archie. I'll teach you how to do it, mate. Oh, almost Atto. Trying to get it round Ixo. Couldn't do it. Ixo brick wall right now. Oski then charges it down. Ixo's underneath this one. Needs to get himself out of there. Rise helps him out by bumping him away. But Ixo refuses to leave. Sticking about. Going for more bumps on Rise. Not wanting to wither from the challenge. Vatira sends it long. Carmine Corp have this lead, but I'd say that Oxygen's still shading this one.
Oh, absolutely. And it might just take one moment, but again, they have to avoid these demos. They keep slowing up into the net. They have been open to demos whenever KC have had prolonged offense. And there's nobody left. They just kept getting beat to the ball. Eventually, you run out of boost. You run out of ways to recover.
Yeah, you do that. It's also the fact that Oxygen are playing such a fast game now to try and really force Carmine Corp into playing Oxygen's game. It's going to lead to mistakes. You make one miscommunication, dive for the ball and don't get there on one occasion, and you're basically going to give away an open goal. It's the high-risk, high-reward gameplay that you have to have against Carmine Corp, so I don't blame them.
Well, the match is still going on, by the way. I know I'm shocked as well, given the overtime that we had. But Endpoint and Belagol, game 5 in their matchup. A series that both teams will be looking to win, as they are both on those 13 points that we mentioned earlier on.
Well, day for Belagol. 2 game 5s in a row is going to start to exhaust you as well. I feel like often, as viewers and players, we don't appreciate that enough. But Oxygen, we were starting to talk as if this one was drifting away. Nothing of the sort.
They kind of were until you got that little touch on Vatira from Archie, and that threw Vatira's clear off. 21 seconds. Oxygen have made a real fight of this. Oh, they're looking for it. Yeah, it's worked lovely.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. They've always got one up their sleeves, but the ball does pop up. Archie now is going to beat Rice to the ball. Vatira's getting back. Does he have the boost to get there? He does somehow! And Atto booms it away. Rice flicks it onwards. Perfect touch from him, but the ball remains airbound. Atto can only send it behind himself. Has to keep himself behind the ball, and he does. Hearts and mouths, but Carmine Corp survive.
That was, so in this game, it is described as Unreal units. So when you talk about like the pixels used, that was like the last Unreal unit that was used to get to that touch, to get an Unreal save. And yes, looking around at the moment, so many of these series are getting finished up. Casey now on to match point. Moist Esports and Redemption in overtime in game number 4. Moist are down in that series 2-1. So keeping an eye on where that is going. And Belagol got their 1-goal lead. 2 minutes left in game 5.
Really, really good matches today, all over the board. You know, even if they're even if they're not quite, you know, up to the standard of Carmine Corp v BDS in a grand final, it's still close, competitive Rocket League up and down, which is what we love to see.
Still, I mean, I need to figure out what is going on with this Swiss today. Thought it was going to get chaotic. I didn't think it was going to be in round 2. We were already in full chaos. KC seem to be the only team that's seemingly following their seeding. And even that is very much getting challenged by this Oxygen squad, who have got 3. And you would have said to Oxygen, you get 3 goals against KC, and you're still lost. That'd be very deflating.
Gotta say though, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Oxygen. You know, that they're not relying on solo plays. They've certainly found their team dynamic. Clearly been at the drawing board, and it's working for them. And they are really making Carmine Corp think about every single goal that they get. Can they take that one step further? Maybe get a little bit of luck. Almost it was there. The challenge was flawless, but Rise doinked that one. Much better doink connection, by the way, onto the crossbar.
10 out of 10 from Mr. Cool Call himself. Ixo doesn't find it. Wanted to just try and play for the challenge against Vatira. Oski again has crunched for a challenge. Archie, infield. That's a sort of one where you question it. I feel like the infield sort of plays never work against KC. Anything you'd be very worried, and that's going to be up to Rise, who's not getting there in time. 1-0.
Well, that makes up for the last game when 8 seconds in, Carmine Corp got a challenge goal. This time it's Ixo with the cleanest finish you will ever see from his own corner. Don't think he was expecting to score from it, but certainly was trying to put the pressure on Carmine Corp. The goal, though, is a bonus.
So, quick update as well. Belagol have defeated Endpoint in Game 5. That is unbelievable. This 2-0 bracket is going to be the weirdest thing I have seen in some time.
Mate, never bet against speed. The man just continues to fight and live on.
Apparently I hate Belagol and speed.
Oh!
Oh, and I don't hate that. Again, KC just put the gauntlet down. Say, I dare you to challenge me midair, and style on the challenge.
What I would say is that Rise did that against 2 Oxygen players. So Vatira, step your game up, pal.
That's the reason why Vatira was trying to steal the goal earlier on. I already knew he was going to need the extra reinforcements. Back down. Good interception there from Rise, who recovery not quite as good. Oh, Archie's also beat a toe. Looks for the backboard. Seeing so many of those attempts throughout the last few weeks. It would be nice to add yet another one, but a toe could have had that clean if Oski wasn't able to just somehow recover the car.
I feel like Carmine Corp are just looking a little bit ragged at the moment. I know they've just got their equaliser, but
admittedly.
I think it's not their best day. It's the fact that Oxygen are stretching them so much, but they could still be doing better. You know, there's a few double commits. The landing's a little bit awkward. It's all a bit wonky right now for Carmine Corp, which of course, and there you go, a hit backwards too from Rise, which of course doesn't mean they're not dangerous. Any second something might click, or even if it doesn't, they still have the individual and team quality to score, but they're giving away too many chances, too many clean strikes from Oxygen. But this is where it's better, when they have control. Rise fakes out Oski. Haven't seen a Rise fake for a while. And look what it leads to. The age-old duo combining.
That is so disgusting. What did I say earlier on about not believing in pro level? Yeah, Rise does not believe in you whatsoever. You're going at an awkward angle. He knows you're not getting it. 2-1. Oxygen, again, need to find at least 3 goals if they're going to take this game. Archie looks to provide. Actually, almost landed on the challenge to put that one in. Also gets a bump on the defender.
Well done.
Around, Rise. Oh, that was dangerous. And now Ixo's in, and he scores.
Yeah, again, Carmine Corp just overplaying. Oski, though, did so much good work there, and then Rise, you know, the first touch, just get rid. Could have been doing a lot better there. Ixo, though, was on it yet again, reading these misplays. Oxygen punishing Carmine Corp time after time.
Yeah, Rise knew the moment that first touch was done that he was in big, big trouble. Can Oxygen capitalize? Oh, well, not off that. That hurt an awful lot. I think Rise was very upset when he went for that receipt, as now a toe moves on in. Backboard, has he got the double? Well, he definitely did, and the defender was needed.
Atira's going to put this one into the center. It's not going Carmine Corp's way at all. Oxygen, frustrating them, charging them down. Never afraid to challenge them in the air, though. Vatira and Atto getting each other's way. Somehow it falls to Rise. Oski was left a little bit stranded, was brave enough to attack the ball. Rise, let's go across his body. Atto is coming in. Now it's Vatira's turn. Can he get this little deft touch? He doesn't even have a chance to because Archie shielded the opportunity.
Oxygen not being overawed by any means by Carmine Corp.
And Archie's needed yet again. Has he kept out close enough to himself? Oh, he almost was able to beat Vatira. Would have been big for his team's opportunities. Now back to the midfield. Vatira back to Oski. You already see Vatira's loitering. Oski did well to at least place the challenge, but there's the infield, and Rise has put it wide. Rise has been a little bit of an enigma when it comes to this game.
Well, the chaos may well still work for Carmine Corp. You cannot read them when they're playing like this. Atto wants to get the flip reset and can't. Actually, he does get it. Gets it late. Rise clears the path of Vatira and just keeps it away from Oxygen for now. One more wave of attack is when they'll strike, perhaps, but Oxygen will be happy that they're surviving up to this point. Archie is beaten by Rise. Vatira has another clean touch. Here's Atto, keeps himself underneath the ball and almost flip resets it in.
And managed to play up to the side. Vatira gets to it. Nice challenge. Rise again, just dares Oski to move on in. And this is the slow play again in the corner that we saw earlier on. Actually, Oxygen managed to get something from this. Play backboard, easy enough for the defense to read, and you can tell Oski didn't believe in it. He's waiting all the way back.
Ixo has a chance to take a touch, but he's just nudged out the way for good measure by Rise, who continues to follow Atto. Vatira now, arriving all three Carmine Corp players so far forwards. And it is risky, but they're continuing to play their game, even though it's not their most fluent performance so far. Oxygen. We'll see opportunities here. Vatira just has that one drop in his car. Atto was already in the air for some reason. Atto gets the second. No, he leaves it for Vatira. You can't predict them at all, but they have not scored yet.
Again, we're at 2 each. Oh, and a huge opportunity. Oski, what's going
Oh, not like
He went
this.
all in. He saw glory. Now he might see the 1-1 bracket.
So difficult to play against Carmine Corp. One speed flip too many. And they become 8 seconds away from keeping the streak alive. To Oxygen have anything for the kickoff? The strats have been all Carmine Corp so far. No, just a default kickoff. But there's a chance there for Oski. Atto was all the way back. His touch towards Ixo. One more chance for Ixo, maybe. Atto fakes it out, though. Carmine Corp get away with one, but they take the victory.
That was a big fight, though. And Oxygen know that they had Casey on the ropes for a long time there. But Vatira hat-trick, good enough to get Casey over the line. The only team performing to seeding at the moment. Everything else is sheer pandemonium and on fire.
All Carmine Corp will care about, though, is the fact that they managed to dig out their victory. Currently, it's the two French teams all the way on top, Team Vitality and Carmine Corp, both 2-0 right now. It's not been easy for them, but man, you know, it's a sign that you are the better team in this region, Shogun, playing badly, and that was bad by their standards, and still managing to dig out that victory.
Yeah, it's not really the KC that we are used to seeing, and they definitely did start off a little bit slower. Fair play to Oxygen, though. They made them step it back up, and it just turned into, all right, where is the loose touch going to come from? Where is the bump on the third man going to come from?
And it was all over the place, you know, in a good way for Oxygen. They were continuing to press upon Carmine Corp's defense. The fact that they lost because they were, you know, too aggressive at the end, I think is almost something that can be approved and appreciated of them. You know, fighting to the very end there were Oxygen, but Carmine Corp get the win.
Well, they fought to the very end, but we on this broadcast are nowhere near the very end. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's round number 3.
What if I can find you? Have to live without you. Nobody but tell it to my body, 'cause I would die 1,000 times just to feel you heavy on my skin tonight. What's it all about you? 'Cause I would never doubt you. Come find me, put your arms around me. I would never ask for more. So tell me what you're waiting for. Said I would never ask for more. So tell me what you're waiting for. But if I can find you, have to live without you. Nobody but tell it to my body, 'cause I would die 1,000 times. Get the fuzzy feeling just to hold you tight. Real or am I dreaming? Get that fuzzy feeling. Come find me, lay down on my body. Tell me I'm the only one, 'cause I can love and let it die. Don't let me go. Make me come alive, yeah, I'm natural. Hey, babe, can't hide it. I can't live without it, so why you have to fight it? Now I'm begging on my knees for you to find me. Bring me down. Don't be shy. Said I would never ask for more, so tell me what you're waiting for.
Good day there, boys. What a series that was between Carmine Corp and Oxygen Esports. It seemed at the start that Carmine Corp were going to smash it, but then Oxygen got better and better as things went along. And I'm curious, what did you think of that one, Stumpy?
It started okay, and then it just...
You know what, though? It was still better than yours, CJ.
What? Give me another chance. I'll catch the next one and see what happens.
I don't know.
Dude, what do you mean? You won 3 in a row. Unbelievable.
Oh, well, yeah, I just want to keep it. It's fun. Leaf has an easy job. I don't know.
What I was about to say is my day's been cruising so far. I ain't doing nothing right now. I'll ask you guys a question and then let you go off again. This was a pretty much expected result in that matchup specifically, but across the board, there were some not so expected results. There's lots to talk about coming back from this one. I mean, specifically, what's going on? Trading card game. Who's that again? The top Cougars taking down BDS. Reverse sweep, CJ?
Yeah, I don't know what is going on. The plot armor is strong. We saw a 0-second Game 5 equalizer overtime win in the previous round, and this time, Top Cougars getting the job done. They move on to the 2-0. They now have to play Vitality, Cole. It is not getting easier for them, but BDS, that has to be the upset of the Swiss so far.
The fact that it was a reverse sweep as well. Top Cougars, I don't know where this mental has come from. Maybe, not making the first open qualifier top 16 has just increased their resolve, if nothing else. But yeah, this is certainly turning Leaf into one of the Swisses for the ages. There's still time for things to normalize, but right now it's pretty wild.
Yeah, no, this is except for KC. For KC, this is day in, day out, cruise on through. They're starting to prove to the rest of the Region A. We have nothing to worry about. We thought when we first started these qualifiers that this was maybe a 4-team region, and it's kind of turning into a 1-team region. It's the Farah region. Vitality, though, this is a massive matchup or time for them to prove, because CJ, it just hasn't been what we expected out of world champions. So it's good to see at least they're in the 2-0s right now.
Yeah, they're certainly performing, and that's the positive, where other teams, and obviously BDS we can talk about, aren't quite stepping up, but they need to. Vitality, as we said, they're equal 4th in the points coming into this event. They need to make a statement. They need to push into that top 4 to secure that major spot. But we've still got some stellar matches. I mean, as we said, there's team streams galore going on, Cole, and I'm looking at that second matchup right there. I know you want to watch the main stream, but K-Corp Moist, we have Rise and Batira taking on Joyo. That doesn't happen too often these days.
It's not just that one. For me, it's Vitality versus Top Cougars as well. What a story that is, from Top Cougars getting that reverse sweep. And then Vitality, they are still battling to make it into this major, as Leaf are the teams that we're about to see, ...
Right, yeah, again, KC Moist, a big one to keep on your screens, but there's so many matches happening. Make sure you got some sort of multi-stream going on so that you can watch absolutely everything. I'm still very much appreciating, CJ, the one that you've sent us. It's nice to be able to lock into every single match. But here on the main stream, as you said, ... we got 2 teams, and they're going to be Oxygen and Gentlemates. Did you know that Oxygen is, in fact, still a team, CJ?
They are indeed, and just one of your many quotes that will go into your autobiography at the end of your prestigious career.
Oh, don't write these down.
Oxygen, Gentlemates, the reason why we're watching this is because these two, well, they're right in the running for the major, for those last couple of spots, last 3 spots, I guess you could say. And the loser of this, Cole, well, they're 1 and 2, and they're facing elimination, potentially major over for them, first split over. So this is a massive series.
I mean, what I would say for Gentlemates is that they have recent experience of going all the way in the Swiss, being forced not just to the 5th series a couple of weeks ago, but to Game 5 versus Top Cougars as well. That's the sort of experience, CJ, that you surely must rely on, right? When you're in these sort of long Swiss slogs.
I mean, you'd think so, but I tell you what, with Oxygen, I have my doubts. We talked about a lot in the pre-show in terms of them stepping up against the top teams, but I think they looked fantastic in the last series, so certainly step up. I know the K-Corp got that job done 3-1, but there were long overtimes, and, well, if they can play like that, they could be the favourites. I don't know if I want to say it, but I think they could be the favourites in this one.
The big thing about Gentlemates, though, is they got to lock in. I mean, an 0-3 against Moist earlier, when you have such an incredible first qualifier performance, is probably not the way you want to start off your last chance towards the major. So they're most certainly going to need to lock in going forward. I mean, winning against forward 3-0 is what I would expect, but not the same result with that Moist matchup. So Oxygen, this, in my opinion, has to end up being a win for Oxygen, in my opinion. But who do you think, chat? Hashtags in the chat right now. It's going to be. And I actually didn't end up picking mine on this one. I totally forgot to put it in the prediction sheet beforehand. My
catch.
Well, the problem is that my pick would have been Gentlemates, but it's been locked in as Oxygen for me. So I'll take the L if I messed up.
If I like you're sitting on the fence. You're trying to get a win-win here. Where
they did it for me. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay.
Well, how have we done this then? Well, no.
I was going to take the L.
Can I change this? This isn't right. I don't think Oxygen. No, don't change me. Keep me. I can't do it. I can't do it. But look, I think Oxygen, and I can tell you that this is split across the board with the talent. So it is a 50-50 matchup. Chat's gone with the Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's all locked in across the board. Let's hope we don't curse them again. We'll see if Oxygen can prove us wrong. But right now, it is proving points for both of these teams. The major still on the line. This is a dub you want to get. Let's enjoy some Rocket League with Shogun and Stumpy.
Stumpy, the stakes just keep getting higher in this, with some surprise teams taking it over in the 2-0 round. It leaves every single time we see vying for the last few spots in the 1-1 round. This is huge for all of them. Go 1 and 2. You are fighting uphill.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder, especially when you consider the caliber of teams now that we're seeing in Europe. The depth just keeps growing, and I want to make sure that not everybody thinks that we all went for Gentlemates on the desk or, as part of the talent team. For some reason, it managed to work out that everybody who was on the desk went Gentlemates, and anybody who wasn't on the desk all went for Oxygen. So I've got Oxygen here. I know, Shogun, you have as well, and I know that Johnny Boy has too. So it's actually a split desk for all of us.
Yeah, already feeling a bit bad about that, though, considering Gentlemates.
Can I switch?
No. No, I felt like you would have done the moment you saw me predicting Gentlemates. I'm still very salty over that very first series of the day. Sure, Team Top Cougars fans. Certainly not so, though. They are battling it out over in that 2-0 round. Nice little fake kickoff, though. We didn't see many kickoff strats coming out from Oxygen in their match against KC. Nice to see something in there, though. And for Gentlemates, it's about just setting back right where their season was. A phenomenal first open qualifier. Yeah. Just kind of got dampened last week. Like, they were not the same team, and they looked like they were sort of back to where we predicted them to be before the season started, which was towards like the 6th, 7th sort of range.
Yeah, it was a shame that they weren't able to continue on that grand finals appearance that we managed to see from them, and you'd hate to see them slip even further down, going from grand finals to then losing in the quarterfinals, albeit to the eventual second place team, and then not even maybe making the top 8 and then scuppering all of their major chances. Gentlemates have got a lot of work they need to put in, and Oxygen have turned it up at the right time for their major story.
We do see Seiko. He's got the reset over the top. Follow from Juicy. 2-0. Gentlemates are doing what they've got to do.
Yeah, great play as well from every player on Gentlemates here. Juicy even getting Seiko rather getting a final little touch. Takes away from a defender, tapped in by Juicy, who had the great foresight to actually head up for that ball a little bit sooner than maybe was anticipated. And in the end, yeah, a 2-0 lead and potentially a 3-0 here as Juicy just continues that Gentlemates push.
Well, this would have been a dream round for Oxygen. They would love to snipe one of their close contenders for those spots, turning into a nightmare very quickly. And just put this into perspective and a little bit more story behind it. Vitality are in that 2-0 round. If Vitality go through, and they would be expected to, as good as Top Cougars have been, this is now big, big trouble, especially if Oxygen are facing 2 elimination points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is why we're focused on this series, right? Like, yes, there's a storyline with KC and Moist going on over on their side.
Oh, it's
but Gentlemates and now Itachi getting involved. We have to see how these teams perform under pressure. And Itachi, what speed and genius that he has to go for that shot. Was it given to him slightly by Oski not taking that touch? Was he called off the ball? We'll never know, but we know that Itachi is going to make sure that he takes full advantage of a situation that does fall in his lap.
As this tournament's gone along, Gentlemate's 3-0 loss against Moist actually doesn't look too bad, given that Moist are 2-0 in the overall bracket. Still, it's just sort of righting the ship, because it wasn't the fact that they were out in the last tournament, it was the way that they went out, as Oski does at least bring one back. We are a long way away from becoming believers.
I mean, they're pushing for that 1%, right? They're pushing for the 1% chance that they do manage to bring back that 4-0 deficit. It so rarely happens. Oxygen, they've got a lot of time for it, about 3 minutes or so, but the quality of goals that we've seen come out of Gentlemates so far would imply to me that they are currently at that step above, but you cannot shy away from the fact that Oxygen are another brilliant team pushing for, as we've been saying the entire time, those major spots.
I don't know, man. I believe in anything after casting that Magnifico series 2 weeks ago, where just no leads seem to be saved. I saw 2-0 leads disappear multiple times. I saw a 3-0 lead disappear. I don't think I've seen that in a very, very long time. Not at this level. A 4-0 leads. Surely ref would be the sentence.
Surely.
Well, we might find out.
Yeah, I think it's something like 99% of the time that the 4-0 team wins. Probably even more than that, like 99.5 or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, that doesn't therefore mean that it's not impossible for Oxygen to bring it back.
Could use a minute. You could use a surface cleaner and it would kill more percentage bacteria on your table than we've seen 4 goal comebacks. You see it go out to Seiko. Well, it's not happening at the moment. Oxygen not found the extra bit of tempo. The leave. Juicy just takes over the ball. And now 100 seconds left. 1 goal needed every 33 seconds.
I mean, they've already wasted half their time.
It's going to happen.
They had 3 minutes to bring back 3 goals, and they've not been able to bring back a single one in half of that time. So definitely looking like it's going to be a very big performance here for Oxygen if they're going to be able to do that. That one rolls just wide of the net. It's a shot, just not, it didn't even have the power to reach the target. Archie dribbles it in front of the net. Juicy now, jumping off that backboard, just trying to make sure that game management stays as king here. Archie pinches it away. The final minute, is there going to be magic for Oxygen? Can they have any kind of spark?
Well, they need something off this play. Oski moves in. Okay.
Lovely pass.
Well, 3 goals in a minute, you don't believe. 2 goals. Now that is in the realm of possibility.
A lot more doable, and Itachi thought he could block it out, but Oski is going to be there to receive. And now we saw kickoff strats earlier from Oxygen in this series. Are they going to be able to bring anything interesting to the only set piece? It's going to be pretty standable with Oski having a very close cheat up, but Gentlemate's dealing with it perfectly.
Yeah, he would have liked a little bit more of a drop down from the backboard, hitting that little arch above the goal. Didn't quite happen. This is not the first time we've seen Oxygen start off slow and build up. Needs to maybe not become a frequent thing that we see of their gameplay, but they are looking good now. They are back in this, still got a fighting chance. Again, need another goal. That does not help.
I mean, it's quite pretty though. So shame it doesn't lead to anything juicy. Little bit of a pretty play, and regardless, it manages to tick off a few seconds. Final 20.
Might be gone.
Any passes? Anything central? Anybody waiting? Not quite. Oxygen. Again, the ball battered away from them. Game number 1 is not going to be theirs to win. Gentlemates take the first, and they are hoping that this is going to be one of their extra steps that's going to keep them away from having to fight all the way through again, all 5 rounds of the Swiss.
Yeah, the only real blemish on this match here for Gentlemates is they haven't actually looked all that great for the last 3 minutes. It was a brilliant opening too. But Rocket League's a game where you've just got to try and keep that consistency up as much as possible, because once you lose grasp of your tempo, it's so hard to get it back into where you want it to be. Just hoping that has not happened to Gentlemates.
So we've also, bear in mind, seen these 2 teams play previously. Literally in the last event, in the Open Qualifier number 2, we saw in round 4 of the Swiss, it was Oxygen versus Gentlemates, and Oxygen came out the better in that one. It was a 3-1 win for them. So precedent is there for Oxygen to be the better team.
We'll find out. Gentlemates have been very, very solid. When we've had them on stream, they seem fine. I think the question marks really come, Stumpy, just from the way that they were eliminated in the quarterfinals last time around. I mean, BDS really, like, it was that match in particular between the destruction that BDS put down there and then KC doing the exact same thing to Vitality. From those two quarterfinals, everyone just went, all right, no, it's not 4, it's 2. It's those 2.
Yeah, I think it's a hard way to try and work yourself back into, right? You're going to struggle to make sure that you are able to be a team that competes alongside the Carmine Corps, the BDSs, whatever else it ends up being. And I worry whether that's even going to be a way that Oxygen can sneak their way in. Having top Cougars go through Vitality, that would be great for Oxygen, for example. Having Moist be Carmine Corps wouldn't do much, but it would set a precedent that the top teams are able to lose here.
So we'll have a slight delay, just trying to get some technical issues sorted out. And then we will be getting back in. Well, Gentamates versus Oxygen. A couple of updates as well from around the boards, getting the first matches down. We do have Vitality 1-0 against top Cougars. Maybe not the massive shock there. BDS 1-0 against Wild. Very impressive actually for Wild to be 1-1.
Yeah.
But that's a slight improvement from where we've seen them previously. They beat Solary in the last round. Also, I'm so happy to see Solary back. We might not get to see them on today's broadcast, but it's so good to see them back. They took down 100. It was Sir. Like,
yeah.
Sir, the team that beat KC.
Bro made them disband
3 weeks ago. Yeah, and then just disband. I can't believe that they're gone now. I feel like I've seen that duo for so long.
Yeah, Mike Boy and Tho been together for, I think, 15.5 years, which in Rocket League terms is longer than the game has existed, which is kind of crazy. So, I mean, Solary, yeah, people are going to remember the names. It's K-Dot. It's Shawset. You've got to love to support that team. But yeah, currently they are in the lower end, down to forward after an overtime.
I mean, the one that's really sticking out to me on this, Magnifico, 1-0 down against Team 3. Now, Team 3 are that team that always seems to do this to everybody, and Magnifico seem to be the target of their ire this split. Sure, I don't know where to stand. Like, Magnifico are just the most unpredictable team of all time.
Just to keep everybody updated, we are still having a couple of server issues. We're just having a few problems. I think it's kind of a little bit of a tizzy that's happening around the Rocket League universe at the moment.
We've got CJ looking into it.
Yeah,
he's got the gloves on. He's ready to go.
Yeah, he's ready to jump down the pipes of the internet and figure out exactly what the blockage is. So
he can only do better at that compared to his intros to Leaf has never been more secure for his role on this show.
I know. But even then, Leaf didn't put his prediction in, and then he was like, "Oh no, actually, I'm going to change it."
Ooh. Yeah, true.
Ridiculous.
I mean, he's very happy about it at the moment. You know, our producer has done well for him. He's put him onto the right side.
Yeah, he's got him on the right tracks. I think a good few matches across the board are currently suffering to these server problems. So there's, I reckon, to be honest, guys, right? Let me talk to you human to human real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you human to human real quick. We're sitting here. We've been kicked from the lobby, to be honest. We're not in the lobby. Yeah. I've tried to join it a couple times. It says unable to find server, all that kind of good stuff. Right now, if you've been wanting to get a little bit of food, get some snacks, get a cup of tea, maybe get yourself a can of like a drink, a glass of water, mayhaps. Dare you get a glass of water? I reckon now's the time, to be completely honest.
Do you want to know? So I've always had a list of like things to fill for the time. Okay. For the longest time. It's just all right, go to this, go to this, go to this. Do you know what's number 10? Do you know what the absolute panic button is for me?
Go on, mate.
You're just out of ideas. Flip a coin.
What do you mean? What to say who wins?
Just flip a coin. Just have it all of chat like predict it. I was going to do a little coin flip tournament. It was like flip a coin number 9, coin flip tournament if we were at a LAN, because I would just have all right, everyone stand up, put one hand in the air of your heads, and then put both hands in the air of your tails. All right, you know, it's this sit down. I was going to keep on going until I was down to the very end. You gotta admit that's pretty brilliant. Like that would fill so much time.
It's brilliant. It's scary. And Shogun, right now, mate, we've got nothing but time. So, chat, go and get yourselves some coins so we can flip them.
Get the coin of destiny.
So we can flip them later. Our teams are just currently waiting to join these servers. We're going to be going to a quick break. I'm going to be seeing how long it's going to take to sort itself out. Thank you all for your fantastic patience, and we'll be seeing you very shortly.
Anybody else. What if I can find you? Have to live without you. Nobody but tell it to my body, 'cause I would die 1,000 times just to feel you heavy on my skin tonight. What's it all about you? 'Cause I would never doubt you. Come find me, put your arms around me. I would never ask for more. So tell me what you're waiting for. Said I would never ask for more. So tell me what you're waiting for. But if I can find you, have to live without you. fuzzy feeling. Come find me, lay down on my body. Tell me I'm the only one, 'cause I can't love and let it die. Don't let me go. It become alive, yeah, I'm natural. Hey, babe, can't hide it. I can't live without it, so why you have to fight it? Now I'm begging on my knees for you to find me. Bring me down. Don't be shy. Said I would never ask for more. So tell me what you waiting for. What if I can find you? Have to live without you. Nobody but tell it to my body, 'cause I would die 1,000 times. Get that fuzzy feeling just to hold you.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself. I went off and got myself a cup of water. Shogun, what did you do in your break?
Oh, I sat there waiting, just pressing the refresh button on joining the lobby. So, you know, I think you were a little bit more proactive than I was.
Yeah, slightly different vibes there, but thank you everybody in chat for being so patient, so nice. Very positive comments in chat as well. Make sure that you give a lot of love for all these servers being back up so that we're able to get ourselves right back into Gentlemates versus Oxygen. Let's just have a little refresher. Gentlemates are currently 1-0 up in the series, and both of these teams do not want to lose any of these games, because you lose the series, and then you're in a much, much harder position to make the major.
I'm going to break the 4-4. Yeah, there we go. Stumpy ready up just in case. There we go.
I got it. Don't worry.
We are good to go now over here. No point us analysing game number one. It has been a wee while. We had a 4-0 lead. It turned into a 4-3, 4-2 lead. It's been a wee while at this point.
Yeah, something like that. I don't
really
anything.
remember. But we get into this. Gentlemates, 1 up over Oxygen. And we were mentioning, actually, there is something I feel is relevant here, Stumpy, which is Oxygen seem like they are slow starters in series today.
Yeah.
Considering this now long break, Oxygen haven't really done that warm-up that we saw earlier on. They will actually need to start at a faster pace.
Yeah, I worry that this just is essentially another game one for them. Seeing as, you're right, previously they only managed to win just that one overtime earlier on versus Carmine Corp. That is a very long shot, a pinch coming out, and Juicy can manage to save it away, thankfully for Gentlemates. But yeah, I wonder how both these teams are going to be managing their expectations in this game, because right now, Gentlemates, they're not coming into this thinking, okay, we need to win 3 now. It's now just, we need to win 2. It's essentially in their mind, potentially, a best of 3, which is much more palatable.
So we will see what they can get done over in this game. Nice little catch there from Juicy. He's got Oski to try to chase down, and Oski will be very happy, actually, with how Juicy played that. Sort of ran straight into his path. Now Ixo looking to try and create a touch. Oh, he's put it right into Archie. That was so dangerous. And Archie launched, and he got what he wanted.
That was an outstanding idea from Archie. Is make sure that they're pressuring. Ixo was pressuring in the corner. And Itachi, he plays it high and gets completely red. Oxygen, a relatively early lead in the opening minute.
It is what they wanted, and it's what I wanted to see as well, because they were so dangerous against KC. Every time they were happy to just launch all 3. When they try to just position a little bit more safely with the third man, they lose a lot of the venom in their attackers. So does get the save. They're going to be nowhere near the second one. Gentlemates put the series and put the match back in evens.
Yes, Oski, though, that's not what you want to see. He has more than enough boots to touch that ball, too. Just a complete error. Completely whiffed the ball. Ends up, yes, it gets saved, but then manages to get sunk in on the side of Gentlemates.
It's a good kickoff, though. Oski goes down the line. They'll have decent boost as well after the fact. Very difficult to get a play going, though, from that corner. Like the cut rotation, though, from Archie. Does have a very low boost, but it's more of the same of what we got from Oxygen against KC. Just try and harass the third man. Send someone in front of the ball. Just make sure you're disrupting that rotation. And Archie gets there. Actually ends up just being extra power for the clear.
It really does seem to be a case of try and make the other players uncomfortable. Get the bumps, get the demos, just get the pressure. If you know they're low on boost, make sure that you throw yourself to the play as often as you can. There's, of course, risks associated with it, and Oski was a huge risk in the sky. Gets shut down by Gentlemates, and a bump removes Archie from that play. And Ixo to the backboard. Nobody challenges for it, and Ixo just flies in a little bit too late.
Yeah, Gentlemate's backball actually looks very vulnerable at the moment, but there hasn't been taken advantage of. Will Oxygen regret it as Oski avoids being hit, gets the ball, and now a little bit of a double hit to get rid of it. Infield pass. Ixo's going to be there very late. It is a double commit at the same time, and that was unnecessary. Oh, Ixo put his own teammate under pressure.
Ixo has done everything for Gentlemates there. Got in the way of the ball once, passed it back another time. Pass back is very generous, absolutely slams it back, but then doesn't manage to cause any lasting damage. Maybe Ixo, having a little bit too much sugar in his system, isn't quite able to compose himself. He settles a little bit in there as now Gentlemates can force some pressure on that blue side of the pitch. Juicy up, relative midfield, can get the redirect central, instead decides to touch it back to the right wall. Itachi versus Ixo. Itachi's going to come out on target. Ixo, he jumps awkwardly and he will be punished.
I just want to look at this again because it feels like the defense just disappeared. Yeah, Ixo Realize, I think, straight from the moment that he jumped the first time around, that it's gone all sorts of wrong for him. And the last minute and a half for Ixo have just not been up to the standards that we saw from him up against KC. Was a menace in that series. He's a menace in this series, but not for the right reasons, as the pass does find Archie. 2 each.
Archie, the backup plan, manages to come in handy there. Manages to get one touch. Oski intends to pass to Ixo. Ixo can't quite get there. Archie hangs around, shoots it over 2. And down on 2 minutes, it's 2-all.
Right, what kickoff have we got this time? Both of them going pretty basic. Lose back corner. Archie will take it over. Gonna look to try and crush the challenge. That's popped out very nicely. Archie gets the ball back, takes the shot. Itachi can only save, but he can recover along with the ball. But this is where Oxygen have done good work. Looking for those bumps. Although they have committed an awful lot. And Archie's in a bit of no man's land. And he's been let off the hook. A bit of a nothing play from Gentlemates, but they're still going.
Tell you what, we are seeing not much conviction when it comes to Oxygen on defense. They are whiffing balls multiple times. Ixo with quite an unimaginative shot there, and Archie sends it back out towards him, says, all right, mate, take another one. Pass it really nicely around the side of one defender. Can't get another one, unfortunately, for him. And an open net actually opens up very much in favour of Oxygen. I've been talking about their downfalls, but they played the patient game, and Gentlemates just jumped around it completely. No one is back for Archie's open net shot.
Yeah, I can't fully... I mean, you can kind of blame Seiko for not being back, but Juicy and Itachi just got completely in each other's way. Itachi was waiting to jump on in. Juicy took it from the wall, and it was just right into the path of a blue car. So everything that could have gone wrong on that play kind of did.
Great pass from Archie to
Itachi. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Oski had to take his time there as the ball landed really quite awkwardly on the top of his car. So he couldn't get anything particularly fast on it, but the play, the idea was there. Great pass across. Now Seiko gets challenged by Archie. In fact, gets challenged so hard he gets removed. That's a shot on target, just above, in fact. Everybody being removed from the pitch, regardless of the side. In the final 40 seconds, Gentlemates are chasing.
Pass out. Archie doesn't play it quickly. It was a good idea. Seiko sticks with, gets a bumper spot. That's huge for his team. They now get to break out. Juicy in the race, and I would love that from Itachi, actually. Realized that if that was left for Juicy, he was going to get beat clean. They would have lost the pressure that they need because there's only 18 seconds left on the clock, and they need a goal.
Juicy goes central to try and find it, but Archie is going to be intercepting. Ixo to follow, beats out Itachi. Final 10, Seiko goes high with 100 boost. It doesn't do too much to it as it gets intercepted by Oski. That one again into the back half of the orange side. Pinch central, Oski to Ixo to net. Oxygen, game 2.
Oxygen started off shaky and figured it out by the midpoint. And I feel, Stumpy, like this was a pretty poor way for Gentlemates to attack this in the final minute. You've got an Oxygen team that, yes, Gentlemates might not know this because you can't have eyes everywhere, but a team that was very comfortable in a midfield battle, the race to the ball when the ball's in the air against Carmine Corp. If they can do it against KC, they can do it against Gentlemates.
Yeah, for sure. They were sending it up high with no real idea of where they then wanted the next player to come in. We saw Seiko, even at the end, he had 100 boost. Instead, he punts it high. He doesn't even chase it. And Juicy, he's not able to get there before the pre-jumping opposition obviously gets there. And it all started off with that Archie dunk. And we saw just how much Oxygen liked to smother Gentlemates at every single juncture.
So, unsurprisingly, we do have a couple of completed results for you at home to suddenly report. Top Cougars, their incredible run has hit a little bit of a brick wall because they took on Vitality. They have lost that 3-0. KC, on the other hand, up against Moist Esports, looking very, very good in that series. 1-0 in there. BDS have defeated Wild. Redemption have beat Belagol. And Magnifico turned it around 3-1 against Team 3. That battle for the top 4 spots still staying red hot.
Yeah, that's also Wild out of any major contention too. They were one of our absolute fringe teams. But unfortunately with their loss and with Vitality's win, that therefore knocks them out. But all the other spots still open. And these two teams in this series battling for it. As we said earlier, to remind anybody, whoever wins, you're in a great position to make the major. It's not locked in, but you do not want to lose here because your opposition in the lower side of this bracket is deadly.
Oh, that is... What on earth? Okay, well, sometimes opposition pressure can put a defense in the mixer. This defense put themselves in the mixer, and that was, well, not defense.
Yeah, every player having a little bit of an error there. Oski deciding to dance on the pole, wasn't able to get anything, any kind of movement off the floor. And Juicy just thinks, oh, I can just take a pretty simple shot on target here, then it's going to probably find its way in.
Yeah, that one was very strange. This one, on the other hand, a little bit more class to it. And given the results that we just mentioned, Stumpy, this series now gets very, very, very big. It already was before we even selected it. But with Vitality already making it through, for whoever loses this, everyone else that is in near contention, as we get Juicy scoring another one, is already through to either qualification or a 2-1 round. Whoever loses this is as far back as anyone else in the race.
It's a shot from Juicy just below the crossbar and just above that final defender as well. And we said just how Oxygen do start their series. Sometimes it does end up falling this way. But Gentlemates, brilliant speed from them. Yes, they lost that last game, but they immediately bring 2 goals back within the first 40 seconds. You really couldn't ask for more.
Looks very similar to that game 1 that I think we played about 30 minutes ago, where Oxygen just gave it up a little bit too easily in the opening 2 minutes of the game. Cannot afford to let a third one go in. This has to be calmed down, and Ixo with a side flip.
What's happening?
It's not helping matters. Triple commit on the goal line. If there was ever a time to do it, yes, trying to save a shot, but all the boost lost means that it's going to be difficult to get rid of the ball.
I feel like we've seen a good few errors out of not just Ixo, but everybody on the Oxygen side. They've managed to, win that previous game, but then they're being messy on the post there.
This is what I was expecting last game.
Yeah. Ixo with a relative open net, can't quite get himself around that one, but yeah, the pass was pretty quick. I'm trying not to make excuses for Oxygen here, but they are absolutely better than what we're seeing from them in this game in a vacuum.
Oh, you see Oski take it. Oh my goodness, he's almost found it. And there's the ball. Ixo has scored. Well, here's the good news. Oxygen have not looked great in the opening 2 minutes, but it was only 2 goals, now down to 1.
And that is wonderful movement on the pitch too. Oski fakes out one high, takes it to the ground, and then just pops it over that final defender. Again, we said it for Gentlemates, couldn't ask for more. You could not ask for more from Oski in that moment. And a fake kickoff sees Oski now on the right-hand side with boost, with ball, with another touch, but just unfortunately pinches out a little bit too far for Ixo to get the immediate shot off.
Go down the line, lots of demos coming through, which means that there's open opportunities. Just was asking far too much of Oski to get that one around. I do like actually the self-challenge works out quite nicely for Oxygen in that pit. Archie out to Oski, reset, uses it to try and tap the ball back down, and Ixo's very far forward, did not want to try and challenge the ball, instead chose to just get back.
It was a good shout from him too, because that shot I think was either on target or going to end up in a threatening position. So as now we get into the second half of game number 3. It sees an awkward chance, and it sees more and more opportunities for Gentlemates to continue having these shots that are going to force the scrappy defense out of Oxygen ultimately.
Oski, another flick. Feels like Oski's just been tasked right now with being the maestro of the team, seeing if he can set plays up. That shot's not going to test him too much. Another good challenge win. Oski's doing an awful lot for his squad. Just feels like he needs the follow-up at the moment. Not quite been happening, as that's maybe not the most confident of clears, and Gentlemates will not take an extra invitation to start moving back in, as that's now very awkward. Oski avoids being demoed, and he's taken his time here so well.
Yeah, took all the time in the world when he was under the most pressure that he could have had in that situation. Seiko wanted to touch it just above the final defenders, unchallenged as he goes for it as well. The pass to himself off the sidewall, both Ixo and Archie giving him so much time, so much room. They both had a 100 boost, and nobody commits to any kind of save. Both letting each other go, and Seiko takes full advantage.
I was worried about that as well, is that Oski's dribble was on 0 boost. So I'm not too sure where the communication went of just, you know, Oski's not going to take it the whole way on 0 boost.
Yeah.
He's going to look for a challenge at the very most, which means a follow-up needs to be there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
He did try and go for the outplay. And something went massively wrong for Oxygen, and not for the first time.
But we've also seen how they can play and then still get these game wins. You know, that game 2 was not a clean game from them, but they got the win, and that they all count for one. It doesn't matter how you end up winning it. But Gentlemates, they managed to get 2 goals cleared. Juicy removes Oski from the equation entirely. Ixo round the side of 2, brilliant dribbling from him. Attached with the backflip as he sees the immediate challenge coming in from an attacker. Oski tries to go for another dunk. Archie was successful earlier. Oski not so much this time.
Ixo goes up, demo for his troubles, and Oski, he doesn't get there, but the shot not on target. That would have put this game completely out of reach. Oxygen looking for a big chance. Oski might be the player to provide. He provides the set. He got the bump, and still they weren't able to get away through.
Did 99% of the work there. Unfortunately, the final shot doesn't find itself on target. Oski now rotating back to leave Ixo in defense. Does pick up the 100 boost too, but challenged the entire way by Itachi, who is a pest. Oski doesn't get it around 1, and then a shot wide from the final attacker from Oxygen.
Yeah, Itachi's just going to play for as much time as he can here. Didn't succeed in the way you would have liked to, so maybe one final gasp. Yeah, Seiko was always comfortable in that kind of position. And Oxygen, I don't know, can we stop putting them in a handicap after the first minute and a half, please? Like, if they can figure that out, then they don't need to start chasing these games and making these mistakes.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're chasing it a lot, but then you could even say that a couple of those goals were just complete unforced errors. Between Ixo and Archie on the goal line, either could have gone, and neither did. A double commit is almost always better than nobody committing to it, especially when you've got Seiko, who really found his stride in game number 3 attacking the ball.
So for Gentlemates, perfect result for them at the moment. They are as good as, I mean, mathematically maybe not so, but given the amount of teams all vying for positions, we would imagine at least the top 8 could probably carry them towards Copenhagen. As for Oxygen, I mean, Vitality through, BDS now in the 2-1 round. Redemption, you know, sort of just behind them on the heels. They're through to the 2-1 round. Oxygen, if they lose this, Gentlemates will start going out to the distance, and Magnifico also 2-1. That it would be the worst possible result for them in this. It's everybody just escaping.
Yep. I mean, if you're Oxygen, already these results have gone against what you would like. You need to make sure you separate yourself from the pack. Gentlemates, if you can take them down, they are one of the teams that you are really trying to drag down out of their current top 4 spot. Oxygen have got a lot of work to do, but we know the ethic that they have. We know the absolute quality that they possess. Can Gentlemates shut them down before their game 5, where we have seen them perform time and time again?
I think that's the frustrating part of this. Is like we've only just seen a fantastic Oxygen performance against KC, and this just has not been the sequel that we would have wanted.
Yeah.
That is an incredibly awkward bounce, though, for Juicy. Still read that very well, as now Oski looked for the ceiling pinch. Well, that would have been magnificent if it came off.
Yeah, unfortunately it didn't, and it was decent defense as well, making sure that Oski wasn't going to feel comfortable up there either. Itachi goes up high, doesn't get the reset, unfortunate for him. Juicy right-hand side, challenge with Archie in the corner, but does get the touch that he desired. Ixo now trying to work it down the pitch. Can they get the first goal? A goal they would love to get. No demo coming in, and Archie shooting right above the crossbar.
Oski now looking to try and set up a teammate. Archie already pre-jumped. Ixo holding the midfield.
I love this pressure.
That's where Oxygen's main strength has been, and they need to keep that going. As there's the back pass, and Oski is at least ready and waiting for it. Reset. Backboards, and defense was already camped up over there, just waiting for Oski's touch.
I like the pressure that we're seeing from Oxygen in this game, though. They're not letting anything silly sneak past them. Oski knows that, okay, we've not got pressure here. I can work back a little bit further. Itachi now, though, can get in on a shot while the respawning player finds way back in. That's relatively open. Juicy with the double opposite corner. Oski saves it away. Seiko right over the top, and with no touch from the backboard that Oski assumed was coming in, Juicy, full advantage.
Yeah, I was sat on Oski's camera that entire time throughout this play. That looked like hell on earth for the defense. No boost. They had people demoed. They couldn't get the rotation back. It was a goal the moment Juicy got to the ball.
Yeah, bullied throughout on that play. Did a great job saving that first shot. Yeah, Juicy is basically inevitable when he gets in positions like that. And all 3 players of Oxygen, nobody going to the backboard. Everyone finding themselves sitting on the goal line. It's not what you would expect.
Gentlemates doing what has been tasked of them. Oski over the top. I just love the early challenges, though, from Gentlemates. Especially, they've adapted to Oski especially very well. Just the moment Oski's on the ball, launch. Doesn't matter if you win the ball or not, just make sure he's uncomfortable. Here we see Seiko's on his way and gets rid of the ball.
But now Archie swipes in, only finds Juicy on the backboard, goes for a challenge, but low on boost, can't get anything particularly convincing. Now Seiko, Juicy, Itachi, all versus Oski. Who comes out the better? It's going to be Large Oscar, and Oxygen need more of that.
They certainly do. They need some boost as well. Every time they get the ball and a chance to counterattack, there's just nothing around for them. Good challenge from Ixo, but where's the follow-ups? Gentlemates are happy to sit behind the ball. They feel comfortable against the offense that Oxygen provides. Ixo puts the ball up high, plays it wide. Archie sets up, backboard. Oski, he's still there in time. Can they keep winning the scrambles? Seiko heroic, and the shot has no venom on it. And Gentlemates are safe, at least for now.
Seiko on offense has been brilliant this series. On defense, he is proving his worth as well. But Oski Central with a flip reset can't secure it on the bump at all. Now Ixo over left, doesn't find Archie. Instead, Seiko's going to be the first man to it. And 1 minute 40 remaining. No real opportunity for OXG to break through. Archie has to clear that one away with Itachi's shot, finding its way on target.
Oski does not really want to take that 100 boost. He eventually got forced into it. Just in the path of getting the ball. That's a bit of a whiff, though. And Oxygen needs to take advantage of this. They've now started to close in. Seiko sidewall double tap. Gets rid of the pressure. Seiko is on form in this game.
And we're seeing
possible time as well.
We're seeing Oxygen try and find a lot of these passes, but they're being intercepted every single time. I'd love to see a solo play to keep luring out defenders. Oh my word, that's rude. Itachi smashes Oski out the way. Ixo fakes out, and Oski's there for it. I love the idea. Execution not quite there, but this is where we see Oxygen really get turned on, and the way that we see them play how they would like to.
Yeah, it was a fantastic idea. The only problem actually was that Itachi wouldn't have seen it. He came in from the blind spot, so the idea that you're going to try and fake him out, he'd be like, oh, well, you're actually there. I wasn't really expecting that, so I'm not really changed anything about my trajectory. Juicy reset. Oh, how's he got that underneath? That is a physics-bending style of move, and that deserved a call. Instead, it's 1-0. Oxygen still looking for it. Pass. Ixo fakes out the first, but he's got so much work and no car to do it with.
20 seconds. Itachi, right-hand wall, challenged by Archie. Who's there first? It's going to be Seiko, dunked by Ixo. Gets rid of Juicy on that play. Oski, though, can't get it around the side of Seiko. Itachi on target to end the series. Gentlemates, unless there's magic here, move through into the 2-1 phase of our Swiss.
Yeah, they went for the full launch.
You've got to do it. You've got to do it. Like, you can't.
You absolutely do at that moment.
Do or die.
I don't blame them. Gentlemates. I mean, they've been comfortable in these last few games.
Fake kick
I would have thought. Wait a moment. As yet from that challenge, it will be Gentlemates moving on. The only good news here, really, for Oxygen is that all of their nearest rivals have now got to play each other, but they need to get there because they are now dropped down to the 1-2 rounds. Gentlemates now only one more win away from making top 8.
That puts them in outstanding position for the major. I don't know if it secures the major if they make top 8. I think it's...
Yeah, I've been very careful using as good as throughout this entire broadcast.
I think it's pretty close from what I know, because they are obviously one of our teams that are, like, well up there. But yeah, Gentlemates, regardless, they are going to be extremely pleased with the fact that they have dispatched of a team that was gunning for their spot.
Yeah, I thought Gentlemates, I mean, their best case scenario is, well, I mean, I was going to say Vitality, but if both Magnifico and Oxygen do not make it, like, they're just sorted. They're in. At that point, it would be BDS, KC, Gentlemates, and Vitality. I know, big surprising top 4 there for us. But that is all up to those other teams to really put that pressure on. As for Oxygen, have to win the next 2 now. Otherwise, that is all major contention gone.
Yeah, and bear in mind, we're looking at the other teams that have made it through, the teams that have been eliminated, unfortunately. Shogun, we mentioned them earlier. Solary are gone.
No.
There's no Solary. There's no Novo either. Our first 2 big tragedies of the Swiss stage here for the Open Qualifier number 3. You've had enough of us. We've been here for about 10 hours with all these server issues. Desk, take it away.
A relatively quick round, despite the hiccups. We had 3-0s and 3-1s across the board. Only one match still going on now. KC and Moist in an overtime with KC at match point. We'll see if we tune in or if that ends before we get to it. But here on the side of Oxygen and Gentlemates, again for Oxygen, this is a big one. We all went Gentlemates, I do believe here, but for Oxygen, this was a chance, CJ, for them to show them that, hey, them ignoring what everyone is saying is working, but it didn't here.
Yeah, I think that what I'm running with, I think the theme is I've got this top four, the French top four, and I'm predicting them. So until I see otherwise, with Oxygen as well, yet to sort of crack it against the top four teams. I know they had a good series against K-Corp in the previous round, Cole, but they still can't get the job done. Gentlemates look good. Oxygen, I think, regressed a little bit off that K-Corp series. That defense, there were some question marks in some of those games.
Yeah, speaking of not being able to get the job done, I'm just watching the Carmine Corp Moist series in the background, and Moist was so close. They hit the post and they hit the crossbar, but couldn't quite do it. But anyway, back to our previous feature game. And yeah, it seemed that for every step forward that Oxygen took, Gentlemates were dragging them back to just that little bit better on the day, a little bit more incisive and conclusive when shooting. And that, to me, CJ, seems to be the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, I think that, especially in the third game, I believe it was, that's where Oxygen kind of just did a few interesting plays. But Gentlemates, they look better. I think the question marks were certainly raised on them. Obviously, a phenomenal first regional or first qualifier, getting into that top four, looking like a solidified team. Regional 2, Qualifier 2, we were a little bit question marks. Round 5 of the Swiss didn't look too crash hot, but I think we know that Gentlemate's ceiling is quite high, and if they can reach that again, Leaf, they'll be looking pretty good.
Well, we know the ceiling is quite high, but again, we were talking before, there's still some question marks, especially with an 0-3 loss to Moist before. And now I guess the 0-3 loss is kind of understandable, the fact that they're holding off a 5-minute overtime against Carmine Court right now.
Are you watching as well?
Yeah. Well, I think we're all watching it. Yeah.
Put the ball in the net, lads. Oli, come on.
Right. But we can't get that until this overtime is over. So I just want to ask one more time on Gentlemates. Do we still have question marks seeing that win? Because again, based off how shaky back and forth, CJ, they've kind of been overall in terms of hitting those previous heights they had in the Regional 1.
I think there has to be some doubt, but I mean, look at the players they're on that Gentlemates team. I think I can back them in, and as I said in the pre-show, predicting that French top four, I'm gonna stick with them, Leaf. I don't think they've done anything so far today, at least, to make me think that they can't do it.
Yeah, I think that Gentlemates are always going to be a team now in Europe that, even if they have a couple of tough series in the Swiss, they have proven that they are capable of going all the way to Series 5 and winning. And I think that's a massive thing. Do you know what I mean? Not every team can do that, even if they are better on paper. So we're learning a lot about this squad, and they seem to keep coming up with the answers.
And I want to turn my camera up to, you can see I'm watching the game up in the corner there. I want to turn my camera to it. Past the 6 minutes. So again, reminder, across the board, teams are broadcasting their matchups. So if you want to watch this one, I highly recommend you guys get over there. You can keep our faces up in the corner if you like them. I don't know why you would, but definitely get yourselves onto this matchup. If you are just hanging here on the main stream, get a multi-stream going up. I'm still using CJ's. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think that. As we said, after this, there won't be 8 matches going on at once. Obviously, we have had. Well, let me just get a little bit of an update. Have we? I think Stumpy gave a little bit of an update of the results, but I guess we can while we wait for this potential sweep from K-Corp, or perhaps a reverse sweep from the Moist Boys. But yeah, the lower round matches, we did have Novo and Solary, both as our first 2 teams eliminated from the final qualifier, as you can see.
That does make me a little bit sad. No more Solary. I would have been. Imagine if Solary had gone on a bit of a tear. Always lovely to see Caleb and Shawset in particular on the mainstream, and Riz Fox as well, a player that I'm looking forward to seeing for Solary. But making these top 16s is not easy, and Solary have done it now in this split. I'm just wondering if there's any other interesting results going on that have been done so far. Well, Redemption beating Belagol?
Yeah, I'm kind of sad. I was going to say I'm kind of sad about the Belagol match. I mean, we're all kind of fans of Belagol, I think, and seeing them drop that series is disappointing. I mean, again, Speed talked about the amount of pressure he feels.
where speed loses out, redemption live on. You know, my boy Cash, always a fan of him. And Astral, good to see him still knocking about. You know, one of the OG new generation of mechanical masterminds was Astral, so he's still kicking about at this top level. And Fruity coaching them as well. So,
and
very interesting teams
we
there.
just witnessed 8 minutes K-Corp with a 3-0. They do get the
dot,
sweep. 8 minutes of OT, and that was one of the worst overtime goals I've ever seen. I'm not going to name names, but there was some interesting defensive plays there after a lot of hard work.
Name
from
names.
Boys, so.
Name names, CJ. Who's
Oli may have just slipped across net and then put his controller down and given up. So Oli, yeah, it was interesting. You'll have to watch the replay. I'm sure we'll be able to pull up the highlights later on.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think we all still in our hearts are cheering for Joyo as well. But KC, that's not an easy team to shut down. It was fun to see that matchup at least. But we do have more matchups for Rocket League here in the European Qualifier number 3 after the break. So please stay tuned for some awesome action.
Cole?
Stumpy, I need your help.
Cole, mate, it's 10 p.m. I went to bed 2 hours ago. I'm nearly 30. Oh, this better be urgent.
I can't sleep. I'm trying to figure out the best way to let people know that Copenhagen tickets are available now.
Copenhagen, but fine. I think I might know someone who can help out with this. CJ, hello mate. We need your help. How can we let people know that there are tickets available to Copenhagen?
Copenhagen tickets are available now? Righto, fellas. What's Denmark known for? I need someone with a bit more worldly knowledge than me.
Stacks, we're struggling here. How can we let people know that they can get tickets to the Danish LAN?
Ooh, Danish, you say?
You guys are going about this all wrong.
Wait, who added Gibbs?
Who added you?
This is Rocket League. Of course I'm here.
Everyone knows that Denmark is home to the famous playwright and poet Hans Christian Andersen.
And snow!
Guys, I'm friends with loads of pros, and they all really respect me because, you know, I'm Johnny Boy, I'm kind of a big deal. But just leave it to me, I'll call someone up. I'm sure they can help us out.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, hey, it's apparently Jack.
G'day, Jack.
Hi, guys. My name.
Is he okay?
He's fine. He always does this, don't worry.
Hi, guys. My name is. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. My name.
As a Canadian, I quite like Lemon Kiwi's snow idea.
Thank you.
What if we really focus in on the fact that they had Vikings?
Is this thing on? Hello?
I hear Denmark has...
I've heard that salted licorice is delicious.
Yeah, we are.
Guys, I've got it.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until we know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a line.
So Vitality and KC march on to the top 8, whilst everyone else is left to battle it out for the 6 remaining spots. Gentamates in a phenomenal position to do exactly that after taking down Oxygen in our previous round. That is how it's done, everybody. Leafex, how you doing?
That was disgustingly professional. I'm outraged.
Yeah, and that's why it's terrible. I didn't hear an Australian accent at all in there.
No, wait, I was trying. Oh, wait, I was trying the entire time. Oh.
So you lose again anyway, so.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know why. I keep writing out my intros and then someone else takes it from me, so. I'm not going to write one next time. And they're going to be like, you got to do it this time. Either way, let's come back. We're having some fun. It's Friday. We're watching some great Rocket League, but unfortunately for some teams, they are no longer allowed to play. It's Novo and Solary going to be out. But on the other side of things, Cole, we do have 2 teams pulling on through KC, no surprise, but Vitality saying, stop doubting us, guys. We're back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they have been, if I'm going to be very critical, up against teams that you'd be expecting them to be. Endpoint, Team 3, and then Top Cougars. But Top Cougars have had a brilliant day so far, so by no means discount those guys. But if you're looking at the 3-0 team, you'd say that was a relatively kind run.
Yeah, compared to some of the other teams they've had to face in previous ones, like, for instance, Carmine Court in, like, round 1, yeah, this is a round that I would take. So it will definitely be the playoff bracket that is going to indicate maybe a bit closer of how they're actually doing. once they actually get a challenge. And I think Shogun, it's fair to say, no one really counts Vitality out at this point, but it's just those question marks we're kind of embellishing here.
No, but they are loving life now. They can just chill throughout all of this. And you're already seeing the 2-1 route. It seems like all of our main protagonists when it comes to qualification are now playing against other teams. We have got Magnifico Moist. We've got top Cougars, Gentlemates. Like, those are the ones that really need to win here to keep that pressure up on Vitality for those top 4 spots.
How about on the other side, though? We got down in the lower round, these teams are facing elimination. Oxygen being one, Bellegold being another. Of course, there's some other teams to talk about there, but these are the ones that we've kind of been following the storylines the most of. So those are ones to keep an eye on. Make sure you have your team streams open up. But on the other side, it's potential qualification time. 6 teams trying to lock it in now, not having to go to that 5th round matchup. BDS, you look at that and say, okay, they should be cruising, but they've had some contention today as well. Top Cougars, Gentlemates, that's going to be a fun match because Top Cougars is showing up today. But Cole, the one we're locking into is Moist versus Magnifico. We did just catch Moist coming off of a loss against Joyo's former teammates back on the early Moist days. And now they got to come off of that and try to get a win, try to lock it in against Magnifico.
Yeah, but Moist looked all right from what I saw against Carmine Corp. They looked a little bit scrappy. They were certainly fighting for every loose ball. But then I'm looking at the actual, cold hard facts right now, and they only scored 1 goal in 3 games against Carmine Corp. So that's less of a good omen for them, but it didn't seem like a disastrous performance. It was only 1-0 in the first game, for example. So one of those ones that could have gone either way. And Shogun, the man that you turn to if you are Moist when things are 50-50 is Joyo right there.
Absolutely. I mean, he is the talisman for this team. He has been for the longest of times now, and he's going to look to try and just sort of lead the way. Lead by sort of example more than the word said necessarily in the middle of a series. And for Moist, this is all about just keeping that pressure up, continuing to gain points. This split is probably beyond them at this point, especially now that, your Vitalities, your cases already sort of made it. The 4 spots probably just got away from them now. It's setting everything up now for next split. And the way you do that is you go in and you ruin the day of Magnifico, who have been unbelievably inconsistent. We still don't know where to sit on this team. All we know is whatever CJ predicted, go the opposite of that, and that's probably the result.
I was waiting for his predictions to come in to know what I should do, and it's not looking good for me, at least. I won't spoil it yet. But yeah, no, you're right. The trying to predict this team has been very, very difficult. I mean, across the board, any of the teams that weren't the top 4, or I guess the top 1 or 2 now at this point, have been difficult. I guess that's what we expect, though, Shogun, from this region. I mean, like, people always say there's that depth and everyone can beat everyone, and it's very true. It's been very evident.
Yeah, if anything, actually, the top teams have been more predictable than usual. I mentioned it earlier on how KC seemed to have got rid of this. It was almost a meme last season of just like, all right, KC are going to lose 1 or 2 matches in Swiss or whatever format we were using, and then they'll be fine on Sunday, and then they'll probably go ahead and win it up until Vitality bringing in Zen and sort of, ruining the season for them from there on out. But it's been easier to break the top teams. Less so everyone else. That sort of mid-chasing pack has actually got closer together, and it's been an awful lot of fun.
What we're experiencing as well is that even if one of the sort of quote-unquote big 4 from Europe is losing a series in Swiss, or even losing 2 series, they tend to be making their way to the quarterfinals and beyond each and every time. So there's these sort of weird variations and deviations, but the norm is being returned to on most occasions. I don't know if loss for Magnifico here to Moist is against the norm, though. I feel like that one sort of falls within the trends. If you look at the players on paper, you look at the rosters, you look at the history here, I think that Moist certainly won't be hugely up against it here.
The question really is just like, how much are we holding that regional miss, like just not even making it against them? Because it feels like Moist had brilliant results coming into the season. Flip and Spin, it was a while ago, but they had a brilliant performance over there. It looked like they were a lot better than maybe we were expecting from the names. And now we don't know. I mean, this really is the matchup between the 2 teams that we would get wrong more often than not when it comes to predictions. Somebody's going to be right about all of this, but who knows? It really is a mix-up.
I mean, I feel like the Moist roster is such a potentially inconsistent roster as well. You know, Rezi is such a player who lives and dies on his mechanics. You know, even in his Hogan mode days, he was doing some touches and some plays where you're thinking, oh my goodness, what are you doing? And when they work, wow, what a player. When they don't, it can give away some goals for you. Oli's blown hot and cold as well. Joyo is somebody as well who, if his mechanics aren't working, does he have that ability to truly dig deep and play ugly and win ugly? It's always been really the question, I think, certainly for this newest edition of Moist Esports. And that could play into Magnifico's hands, Shogun. Like, I feel like they'll be more than happy to play quite a boring game of Rocket League, you know, to take the sting out the tail, to just try and grind out a goal here and there against Moist.
I want to add in too that there is what you're seeing right now is they are swapping out some components to get in. So that's why we're not in the match yet. So there could be an added element of stress for Moist into this as they have to rush themselves into the match, which is a component that could play into it.
They've all had server issues today. There's been problems up and down the land. So the fact that they are here, you know, maybe an hour or so behind where they expect to be schedule-wise means that, yeah, 100% Leaf. The fact that the energy is going to start playing a factor here, and we'll start to see what these players are made of, not just in this match, but all throughout.
It's a very classic coaching story. I never found out if this one was real or not, but it's the idea of if you take a professional player and just like you say, okay, we're going to do a little scrim for today. We're going to practice everything like it's not going to be. And then you throw the curveball at them and just go, okay, so let's say you've got a swimmer, for example. You turn up to the swim meet and then you break the goggles before they go and just go, all right, well, how are you going to respond to this?
You bully.
The response is
what?
The response is supposed to be. The response is supposed to be you leave them to it. Their focus is only on the task at hand. You rely on the people around you. The things aren't working right now. Leave it to the manager.
Right.
They will get things sorted for you. Conserve the energy for what you are supposed to do.
It does sound a little bit, Shogun, like you're going up to Usain Bolt, taking his shoes, going, ha, try and sprint now. Ha, ha, ha. Beanie.
Okay, well, it seems like we've sorted out any of the...
Press Cole's getting close to Usain Bolt.
Moist has got themselves ready to go for the game. And it's time for you guys to get involved with hashtags in the chat. Prediction time. Remember, we're tracking you guys. I think you guys decided to join us on a couple of those, which turned into some losses because of Magnifico. I'm curious how you guys will go. How about the desk? Do we have some maybe shell shock from what's been happening with the squad? You're going to go with the Coles, sticking with them.
Flipped. I'm the only Magnifico man. Yeah, after being the only one to predict against them earlier on. It's just, I don't quite trust Moist. I'm not sure if they've got the mentality, whereas Magnifico, they are more than happy to just play defensively.
And Shogun, is this a heart choice or is this a I want to beat Cole choice?
This is I can't believe I am now 3 points down on him. When did that happen, choice?
Are you 0 for 3 today?
I'm having no. I picked KC. Okay, I'm not that in the
Oh yeah.
Okay. Do we even reveal what CJ picked? Is that? Do we reveal the script?
Let him. Let's let him.
Well, yeah,
let him.
That'll yeah. Okay, when we get to him, he'll tell us which way this is going. We won't even need to watch the matchup once we hear what CJ says that he's done. You guys are with Shogun and I, 75% in favor of Moist. Let's see if you guys will be right. Coming off that last game, they got to lock in now because this is a qualification match. You still have a second life to go, but Moist, Magnifico, both these teams want to end it now. Let's see who does it.
Am I cursing Magnifico? Or is Magnifico cursing me? That question will be answered. I'm here with Stumpy. Here we go. Round number 4 of the Swiss stage. And Stumpy, I hate to say it, but I've got Moist.
You've got Moist. I've also got Moist. We also currently lead our prediction competition, CJ. We're both on 21. You've caught up to me, mate. You've done very well. Chat, by the way, is 1 behind us. They're on 20. So it's going to be a very stressy time. And Moist, they want to make it as least stressful as they can, starting off immediately scoring 5 seconds in.
Yeah, chat have been absolutely flawless with the predictions. Shout out to all of you getting involved in the predictions, all of the community. Clearly the smartest brains in Rocket League alongside Stumpy, himself and I.
Yeah, sorry guys, you're up here with me.
Well then, listen here, Stumpy.
Yep.
I'm a bit, for those that don't know, I need to recap it. I need to recap it. Magnifico, I'm 0-5 predicting them. Against them, for them, not just against them, just everything. Every time I predict them, they lose. When I predict against them, they win.
Oh, no.
So right now, if you're a Moist fan, you need to be worried because I'm worried. I'm very worried about the predictions. And, well, now I'm right up the top. I've got pressure on me.
You do. Everyone's looking up to you, mate. They're looking up to you. They're looking up to me. But Moist, they need to make sure they get back to that Regional 1 form. You know, they're able to actually get back into a top 8 position, especially against the Magnifico that was, bear in mind, at the start of today, not on for the major, but in a great position to make it. And Joyo, you rude young man, bumping Tox right out of the way of that. And still manages to get the save. Does the German, but isn't quite able to get it in the position that he would quite like it to. Rezi missing that pass over from Joyo. And we look at the pressure that we're seeing come through for Moist so far. And I've been very impressed with them, you know, and they've had a couple of flops. They've not had the best runs, especially through the second regional event, but they are starting to find their feet again.
And I think the story for me with Magnifico, I know I just can't stop, honestly, I can't stop talking about them, but, you know, can they take that next step? Obviously, you know, Moist perhaps isn't that top 4 team that they'd be looking to crack into when their major is on the line, but I mean, well, Moist aren't really as in contention or near the mark, obviously, with their disappointing result in the previous regional, Stumpy. So this is a series Magnifico. They have to win. This is just, this has to be no-nonsense Rocket League from them. Get the job done, and they need to have a workmanlike performance. But this is, I mean, Moist are no slouches.
And bear in mind as well, if you do end up losing this, then yes, you've still got one more life. That's fine. You're in one of the high matches. But then you get a harder matchup. And then you get into the playoffs. You're then one of the lower seeds. You then play one of your Vitalities or your Carmine Corps that are up there. And Atomic has brought Magnifico right back into the fray.
Yeah, Atomic is that player for Magnifico. I mentioned it back in the pre-show. He has such a high ceiling, but he really is a wild card on that team. I'm not sure if sometimes he knows, I guess, the style that he's going to implement into the gameplay. So aggressive, he can cut rotation, he just does everything. But right off the kickoff, all the hard work from Magnifico has come undone there. Rezi getting his second goal on the board.
I mean, look at how strong kickoff strats are too. Sometimes you just have to do a relatively normal kickoff and then add some magic to it. Rezi, a delayed flick, tips over the defender and then sends it home. Minute and 15 in, and Rezi has scored a banger of a goal, and that is continuing with the theme of the day. He scored a couple earlier on when I was watching the Moist Critical stream. Shout out to the Moist Critical stream, as I think we always need to do whenever Moist are playing. Their love for the team, of course, is it's skyrocketing every single time we see them. He has scored some bangers throughout this series, throughout the tournament so far. It'll be exciting to see whether he can make sure that he's keeping up to that ability when he's here on the mainstream.
And I'm already seeing #blame CJ every time Magnifico score. I do not want to see it. Twitch chat, I do not want to see it. All right, the curse does not exist. And that's a nice redirect in front of net, and we're getting a pause. There were some PC issues coming through. Oli he took his time to join. We heard from Joyo in the lobby that they were having some troubles, but now we're hearing good. Okay, this might be the shortest pause in RLCS history.
I mean, yeah, potentially. This could be literally just a normal kickoff, essentially. But 2-2, 2 minutes 20. We're going to be, I guess, just making sure that anything stands with that goal because it came in right afterwards. But yeah, I mean, Stizzy, you know, the fact that he was able to sneak it through quite as quickly as he was, as soon as we saw a little bit of magic coming through from Moist, is very exciting.
And I don't want to turn this into a thing, Stumpy, but here we go again. You know, for the second, I go against. I think this is the second time that I've gone against a Magnifico.
Yep.
And now we're getting PC issues for Moist. I mean, I'm not, you know, to quote the great Michael Scott, I'm not superstitious. But I am a little stitious at the moment. Something is happening. Something is happening. But stop blaming me, everybody. Let's see if we can lock back in. Quick pause, quick reset. Oli is all good. Moist are happy. Ready to lock back in. And we're getting right back into this game number 1.
Going to be continuing, obviously, from 2 minutes with the scoreline being 2-2 as well. So no goals needed to be looked at whatsoever. And Joyo and Oli immediately up on that push together. Not able to get anything from it until Rizlin ends up coming in. Atomic, the backboard. Can't get it really past that halfway line before running into interference in the form of Oli. A miss from Tox. He's open towards Oli again, goes backboard. Nobody's on that backboard. It's going to be somewhat open. It's going to be a miss from both defenders as well. Rezi takes full advantage.
Yeah, just look at the shot. There's just no one covering the
one's up
backboard.
there.
And that's just where Magnifico are hoping they can cover it from the ground, but just a smart pass from Oli. He recognized that and just slung that thing off the backboard. And no one could read it. Magnifico, some defensive mistakes. That's defense 101, Stumpy, covering every option, infield, backboard, and net. And he just couldn't get the job done there. Moist get the lead back straight off the pause.
And we've seen it every single time too. When you cover that backboard, your opponent can get so easily frustrated. Because it's almost second nature to go to the backboard, but then you can immediately then transition and take the straight shot instead and force them into awkward diving positions. Whether we're going to see Magnifico do that is yet to be seen, but we are going to be seeing a redirect from Oli at the back to Rezi, up to Joyo, down towards the target. Tox has to make contact, does so. And that's that awkward touch that we do see the Moist put on the target. Not always to the backboard, of course.
Yeah, they should be able to lock this one out as well, Moist there. As we said, their points may deceive some sides, certainly coming into the season.
Good
We're sort of just around that top 4 mark, and there's the bump coming through. It's a 3-on-1 in the end. Magnifico just forcing that ball. They had to go, 50 seconds left. Tox just working it across. Atomic says, I'll have it. Joyo can't get back in time. Magnifico tie it up again. And guys, stop blaming me.
And Atomic, you know, we've seen him throughout this entire day so far being so annoying to play against. And again, you see it with Rezi. He absolutely bullies Rezi immediately off the kickoff. Barely cares about the ball, force him to run around in circles chasing his own tail, and then Stizzy can come in, shoots it opposite corner. Hashtag blame CJ in chat.
Yeah, the 2-goal swing, and honestly, I cast a curse as well. I said Moist should be able to lock it down.
You said that they can close this one out. You said it was going to be routine.
Look, honestly, I'm regretting my actions, but more. Here we go. 30 seconds left. What can they do? Can they find another one? Joyo pushing forward. They need to go now. It's Tox. Works it downfield. Oli trying to get involved. Can't quite get that one. Rezi has to go. He's got a hat-trick so far, but he needs one more. All that good work will come undone if they can't secure this one. Tox, very defensive. And keep that ball in. 10 seconds left. Stumpy, they need to go here, Moist.
Time for them to try and just put anything on target that they can. Try and push something towards the other end. Instead, it's been Magnifico pressure. Rezi goes long with it. Nobody from Moist can catch up. Not even Joyo. Magnifico, game number 1, going their way.
Oh, dear. Game number 1 going the way of the team that I cannot pick them. I don't know what's going on. It is insane at this point. These guys just show up. The things are scripted, things are happening, but Moist had the lead there, Stumpy. Talking about that game. They had that one locked in. They had the pause. They came back, got the lead, and then they lost it. Kickoff goals were the story of that game as well.
Yeah, and hashtag blame CJ in chat as ever.
Are you serious?
A couple of updates from a little bit around the Swiss too. An exciting time over for Team BDS. Do you want to know why? Because they're losing. They are down 0-2 to Redemption. It's in game number 3 now. Yeah, 0-2, mate. Yeah. There's 30 seconds left, and it's currently 1-1. So if you want to see the literal grand finalists, one game away from taking down Carmine Corp, may not be going through, then you can, or at least will not be going through in the high round, you can go and watch a BDS versus Redemption.
I bet Cole's favourite play, Cash. Hang on, is this a blood nose? You got a blood nose happening from Joyo.
It might be having a...
What is going on?
I don't know, because...
cursing!
I've just been kicked out of the lobby. Have you been kicked out?
No.
I've been kicked out of the lobby.
Well, yeah, how about you stay that way? I might solo cast this one, ladies and gents. Welcome to the team stream.
Well, no, I'm back in, mate. I'm back in. Why did you... God, you wanted to just...
I abandoned you.
Good Lord, you abandoned me instantly.
I apologise. I'm back. I'm glad to hear.
What's that? No, you're not glad to hear. You sound sad. Well, look, I'm back. Moist are back. Magnifico's back. It's game number 2, and we're going to move past your treachery.
I really apologise to everyone involved again. Here goes Oli, though. Works that one forward over the top. Can he get the dunk? No. Joyo. Moist. As we said, I hope he didn't have a blood nose there. That would be terrible for the Again,
for the mental. Like,
mental for everything.
If you look over and you see Joy, you see Joy's face pouring with blood, you're not going to be thinking, yeah, we're in this one, boys. Like that's grounds for a pause, I reckon.
That does not inspire confidence. Ollie does really well. Oh, that's a perfect touch off the backboard. As that has committed a couple of Magnifico forward. Resi, oh, that's a nice reset with a catch as well. Joyo wants the hand off. Atomic, let's get a touch in there as Magnifico, a double commit. Needs them, but pushing forward. But I was going to say with Joyo, me and him were absolutely popping off in the warm-up lobby together. The pass plays, the combinations are coming through. So I'm thinking the mech's on from Joyo if he can, if his physical health can stay intact.
If his body can help withstand the pressure of the parabolic chamber that he's found himself in that Moist boot camp, then maybe, just maybe, Moist can bring back this series.
Fully agree, and I think we're going to get a series here. She said, certainly still majors on the line. I know that Moist are coming from a long way back, but I'll be looking to get the job done. You just got to win one game at a time, and that's got to be open to get now. Can Joyo get the touch? Tox goes. 0 boost. This helps out. Buys a little bit of time for Magnifico. Thrown forward. Atomic now. And look at Tox just trying to chase some demos. Only just gets the clear, but Stizzy keeping that ball in. Magnifico, again, I feel like their peak is fantastic. We don't see it all the time against the best matches. Look at Joyo, he's got the bum, can't get 2 though. Tox just gets the touch. He has been the defensive rock so far. Game number 2 for Magnifico.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Moist are getting some pressure, but they're just completely unable to actually break through that final line. We see long clears all the time, but Magnifico have got somebody back over and over again. Joyo trying to go for a bump on one. Stizzy just intelligently clears it away from him. Resi can catch, but with no reset, it's going to lead to Nout. 0 boost for Stizzy and a little bit of a mess up in the corner. Leaves Atomic to chase that ball. And Atomic has been, for me, a standout player for Magnifico. He has looked phenomenal. Not even just in this event, but in previous events too. He has been an outrageous player to come up against.
Yeah, as I said, he's that wild card factor, but Joyo's got space and he's going to hand it to Ollie. Or does he have the double? Stizzy catches that one on the backboard. Tox fooled me there. He did jump for that, but he did have a teammate in support. It's Magnifico still pushing forward. It's been a funny old game number 2 here. Very defensive. Both sides trying to, well, I don't want to say it, figure each other out. As that game number 1 was a bit chaotic. Kickoff goals galore. And some leads swinging back and forth here as Tox trying to work it in. Moist just trying to find a little bit of space on the ball. And there's your man Atomic just sitting in the midfield, causing a bit of havoc for Moist. Trying to start that attack.
Yeah, he's a pest. I'll describe him as a pest the entire weekend so far. He's looked so annoying to play against. He's coming up in every single situation that he can to ruin the day of his opponents, and he does so wonderfully. Stizzy, intelligently, again, waiting back in good position. If he's pushed up too far there, that's an immediate goal for Moist. Joy removes Atomic, the danger man. Now Joy has to fake it out, does go low with 40 boosting, and then forgo the ball and stick over the boost, and then they go for the man. Good pressure from Moist, really starting to build. But without a goal, it's all for nothing.
Yeah, Joyo is playing a unique role at the moment. So aggressive, and you saw there, he's just chasing demos, grabbing boost. That ball lands on Ollie, who will be happy it did, as it could have been dangerous there for Moist defense. Minute left, though. It has been 0-0. As I said, it's been a very interesting game. We had 7 goals in the first, and right now, yet no team here breaking this nil-all deadlock. Here goes Stizzy, though. Does get a skim, but it's going to be wide with Ollie with the save. Magnifico keeping this ball in. Atomic gets 1 and 2. Tox is up as well. Throws it on net. Atomic, there's your man, the pest. Just getting a touch in. Moist in trouble this final 30.
I mean, it's up to Moist to try and make sure that this trouble doesn't generate into anything more than just trouble. But Magnifico, they're going to try and push it as hard as they can. Make sure that pressure does not abate. Right-hand wall sees Resi bump out towards the midfield, but the shot from Joyo does go a little bit too far. 15 seconds now. Tox finds Stizzy, finds his way past defenders, fakes out one, pinches central with the help of Oli. And now 10 seconds, it swings back round towards Moist to have a chance.
And they do it. Stizzy's gone early, still gets a recovery. He might be able to get the catch, gets the reset. Tox underneath, tries to drop it down, but he hasn't dropped it. Moist, I tell you what, they did well to keep it up in the end. Magnifico couldn't get the shot. Atomic, is that the kickoff goal? No, the bumps are coming through. Ollie backs off. That was trouble again for Moist. They are hanging on by a thread. A double commit. Joyo has to go back. Stizzy trying to find a teammate. No one there. But he's just no one misses. Atomic has just gone for a drive-by, then forgotten the ball.
It went get the scenic route, and unfortunately, that's not where his sat-nav wanted to take him. 30 seconds in, and already these chances really starting to apparate. Magnifico, they need to sink it. They want to find themselves on this series point. Stizzy, high, 30 boost, touches down. No one's going to be there, apart from Joyo. Now Joyo can dribble. The flick is not successful versus Tox.
And you see there, Ollie, he was just too close second man. Both sides struggling with their positioning, losing pressure too easy. As they're just being a little bit over-aggressive whenever they get a chance, and that's why it is end-to-end Rocket League. Not much sustained offense, it's just absolute chaos. There's Grezzy getting the block. Stizzy coming in now. That's a huge whip. Can Joyo get the flick over the top? Early one, Tox again. It's been very strong defensively, but this is not the prettiest defense from both sides.
Absolutely not. This is pure chaos. Neither team really having a grip or a semblance of a hold on this game, on this series in particular. Joyo can sneak over the top of Stizzy though, coming for his blind spot. Had no idea that the young magician was there. Can tap it round, and Joyo, the speed has earned Moist game number 2, and we draw ourselves level.
Yeah, that was not pretty from both sides, and you could see a goal like that coming because the structure had just honestly evaporated both ends of the pitch there. The defense, as I said, there was no sustained offense. It was end-to-end, absolute chaos. And in the end, it's Joyo, who was that player to just play in a bit of an unconventional style, stealing a lot of boost, looking for bumps, and he finds a gap, just outpacing in the midfield there. Moist get one back. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
For my own...
For your sanity, for your safety.
Sanity.
Yeah.
Yes, but probably my safety more than anything else. I think my safety's in.
But I mean, Atomic's going to be looking at that shot that he had the opportunity to score, the one that he just did a flyby of, and thinks, that really should have been on target. And I think we've seen that a couple of times from Magnifico. Of course, earlier on we were looking at Magnifico versus Top Cougars. There was the chance for Stizzy on the completely open net to score that goal, and it was outrageously open, and he couldn't do it. And then Top Cougars managed to win that series. That's changed the entire shape of their tournament so far.
And Moist as well. I think that they'll be thinking about that game one. You don't want to give them any copium, if you would, but they should have really won that game one. They were up, they had the lead last minute, and then they threw 2 goals straight away. So this could very easily have been 2-0 to Moist, but Magnifico's still in a decent spot. It was only a 1-0 game. I don't know if that's what they like, that kind of style, the low-scoring, high-risk gameplay. I certainly think Atomic does. It didn't quite work out for them there in game number 2. 1-1 now, so we move on to the lovely Utopia Dusk for the third.
A little ceiling to the reset. Able to get it past Stizzy, who catches. The player that I've absolutely got my eye on. Centre top corner, but Brezzy can block. But Stizzy is somebody who, by all accounts, his confidence should be shot here. Realistically, with the errors that he has had, and yet you see him fighting and continuing on, and that is the mark of a fantastic player. And I want to see him perform and do everything that he is able to do to make sure that he does stay in the conversation as one of our standout players. But Joyo wanting to take that away from anybody on Magnifico.
Something about Joyo when he's up. You just know he's going to get a reset and do something with it. But Tox has found a chance here. Doesn't get the dunk. Huge save from Oli. There's the follow-up. No, Atomic has somehow... No way. If this is a goal down the other end, this is a huge swing. But it is going to go up. It might still be a chance. Rezi dropped down. Huge save. Atomic's made up again for his miss. I'll tell you what, you talked about the GPS, the sat-nav not being on. Right now, I feel like he's driven into a lake twice. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. That is almost another chance, but thankfully enough, Atomic's chaos, so the chaotic rotations have worked out in that instance.
A big old bit of news as well, by the way. Redemption just scored a 0-second goal versus BDS, and BDS are now... They've been knocked down. They're now going to be in that 5th round of the Swiss. And while I'm saying that, we're then seeing more excitement here with Moist and Magnifico. A shot from the corner, banged in below the crossbar by Stizzy. But shock results all around so far.
Yeah, Ollie just control it down in net and not expecting that shot to come through. 2 teammates in front of him, but the shot in the end, just too strong from the corner. In that case, it is Magnifico. Let's see how they go with the lead, because game number 1 was all about them launching that comeback. Game 2, 0-0. Now Magnifico get the edge, but they handed it right back. Tox coming down off the backboard. Joe's trying to work that around everyone. Almost gets a second flip. Oli with the turn. Stizzy, huge touch, working that one down. And it's Rezi Looks a touch awkward there. Atomic, he's that player, that first man. He almost plays the Redosin role for Magnifico, but almost even more chaotic. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think chaos has also continued. It's fun fashion going through this game as well, where we saw it in game number 1, but it has been ridiculous in game number 2 as well. Another Atomic miss, another open net, only shooting wide of it, trying to go for the double instead, maybe being a little bit too cute. Unable to get anything to find its way into the back of the net, which is of course what he's aiming for. Resi, left-hand wall again, but completely loses control of the ball, then has to leave it entirely.
Huge double touch there again for Atomic. Can he get a bump? No, Resi. He's in from behind there just to get the touch in. Again, it's just so scrappy in the midfield this series. It's a bit of a play style clash. Here goes Joya though, trying to work it across. Can't quite get that one around Stizzy as Magnifico are holding on pretty well so far. Atomic trying to land on it. Just, again, I feel like this series is just about making the other team as awkward as possible. Whilst trying not to confuse your teammates in the process. Joyo has a reset. Tox backboard, 100 boost. Magnifico once again. Just they're able to work that one out as that pass in again. It's just Atomic. He's got all the interceptions in the world. He just can't quite find the net himself.
I mean, nobody has a clean touch at any point in this series. Nobody's going for the ball, and it's like, yeah, you know what, that is going to be Stizzy. So, like, dives in and gets a touch from underneath Joyo as well. Like, nobody is going for anything, and then they've got uninterrupted solo play. There's zero time, and it's suffocating. Look, Atomic again there, then catches, goes for it. He then leaves it. Stizzy comes in. Who's going to be there instead? It's going to be Resi. That then goes to the backboard. Is Joyo going to have a clean touch here? Of course not. Atomic comes in. He gets it around 1, 2, 3. Stizzy then gets a touch. Nobody has opportunities.
It's incredibly entertaining. Rock though is here we go. Stizzy, Resi, should I say, Stizzy and Resi trying to throw that ball middle. His counter, but oh, he does so well. 1 on 2 back, just commits to force that ball in, keep the pressure on, keep that Moist Esports offense going. Resi forces that 50-minute left now. Magnifico want one more, just a nice little safety net would be all important here, but it's Moist trying to push that one forward now. 50 seconds. What can Joyo do? Work the forward. He's got a little bit of space. Takes it sideball. Delays his flip. Goes to the low 50. Does wedge it across. And Stizzy's caught out of position. Oli gets the equaliser. Moist tie it up.
Stizzy's out of position, but he still manages to get that tap on. He makes the contact, sends it towards Atomic, therefore can't get the touch. I don't want to say that was going in without Stizzy's input.
What a touch from Joyo, though. I mean, that's why Stizzy was out of position. He didn't expect that extra skim across straight from the sidewall. And a bit of magic from Joyo has kept Moist in this. This would be an all-important game to move on to match point here in this best of 5. And, well, when you've got teams like BDS Stumpy in that round 5, you do not want to be there.
Yeah, you're going to want to try and be as far away from round 5 as you can, and that is going to be the quarterfinals. If you can make it through here, you are avoiding some incredible teams finding themselves having to battle to the absolute death of this event.
Here we go, 7 seconds. Are we going to get OT, or is there going to be a bit of last-second magic from either side here? Could be Stizzy working it up. Oli, again, has been really important defensively, playing that third-man role for Moist. So again, we have overtime gameplay. Only winning that kickoff. Magnifico on the defense early, and a huge dunk from Tox. He's been that man in the back end for Magnifico.
And you see Joyo move Atomic. Means that this push really can't continue too much further than just that initial punt upfield. 20 seconds in, now Atomic pushes down again, but with low boost, again, he can't be forming too much. Resi goes high, gets 1 touch. Gives the ball over towards Joyo, who has got boost to work some magic with. Can get another touch. Atomic saves it away. Will Resi commit here? No. Leaves the ball instead over towards Stizzy, who fakes him out, goes low. A bump as well, and Stizzy can dribble it home. Thank you very much.
There was just another case of, you saw Oli, he was second man and just pushed up way too high. Resi didn't want to commit, and the fakes coming through. Counter-attack gameplay from Magnifico. They love these low-scoring games. They move on to 2-1, move on to match point here in this series, and really now putting the pressure on Moist.
Yeah, I mean, Magnifico as well, showing that, yes, okay, they were having not quite as many shots on target as Moist, but they can make them count as and when they come in. And that physical play from Atomic again, getting the bumps and making sure that even if it doesn't get the bump, he just hearing that engine sound, just like in the distance, and you know it's coming for you as it gets louder and louder, it makes you want to jump and move, and it makes you feel uneasy. It then gives Stizzy an even better opportunity to fake.
Well, Stumpy.
Yes, mate.
Can I be wrong about Magnifico for the 6th time in a row?
That is outrageous. Like you're worse than a coin flip.
I feel like I'm not predicting 50-50s either. When I think they should be winning, I'm predicting them. When I think they should be losing, I'm not predicting them.
And yet.
And yet.
Hashtag blame
If
CJ,
I see
of course.
one more hashtag blame CJ in chat.
CJ. Hang on, I'm going to get involved. There we go. Hashtag blame CJ.
It's here we go. Moist, please. I need some help. I need some help here. Magnifico have put in a strong performance. Let's give credit to them.
Yes.
Playing again, this messy style is almost really suiting them. I don't think it is suiting Moist. As I said, they're getting really caught out of position. That second and third man miscommunication, whereas we're just seeing Atomic fly through. I mean, the more chaos, the better for that man.
Yeah.
Here we go. Game number 4. Can Moist force Champions Field?
We're also seeing, as well as in our top right, in the round 4 of the Swiss, Oxygen have 3-1 forward. That therefore means that forward are now eliminated from the major. So unfortunately, if you're a forward fan, good if you're an Oxygen fan, they're going to be in round 5. And Oli, if you're a Moist fan, is going to be your favourite.
Oh, I think Joyo's going to be your favourite. He's just absolutely sliced up this entire Magnifico defense. I mean, he just dazzles people in the air. He has so much time, and it almost just looks like everything is in slow motion when he gets a little bit of space on the ball. That's a respect that he's earned from his opposition players, and he's done so well again. He's almost, I'd say, one of, if not the best player in the world at just beating players on the ball when he has time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're seeing Joyo get into positions that a lot of others are going to be struggling with because of the mechanics that he can put forward. He dances into incredible positions and he finds himself working them even if he can't get there in an easy way. And Oli on an open net from a dunk from Rezi. Nobody commits on the side of Magnifico to get a touch. Tox tries it, gets beaten out by Oli, and that's Moist. 2-goal lead.
Yeah, Tox committed last man, but I don't think he was too threatened by the potential touch from Oli, but he absolutely should have. As it's found the back of the net. He's found a great angle, not only getting the beat over the top of Tox, also finding it from the corner. Joy here, though, he's last man, and here comes the fake, and that's a beautiful shot, but it is corner out again. We saw Atomic do the similar thing on Utopia in the previous game, but well, there's a lot of time left. 2-goal lead, though, for Moist. It's a perfect start for them if they want to force Champions Field and break this curse that I've somehow created.
Yeah, forcing Game 5 is going to be huge for Moist, too. I mean, yeah, it then means that either of these are then going to be one of the lower seeds coming into it, or sorry, one of the higher seeds coming into the final round. But with the amount of teams that we have that are just unbelievable quality, it's going to be hard either way. And another update, real quick. Endpoint are now also eliminated from the major. They just suffered a reverse sweep loss to Team 3. So Endpoint no longer any chance of them going to the major.
Commiserations to Endpoint, and as we said, it's such a decisive qualifier. Everything coming down to really, I mean, every regional, or every region, should I say, feels like it's been so much on the line, and on this Swiss stage has been absolute chaos. As you said, BDS, the grand finalists of last event, in the round 5 of the Swiss. We'll be seeing that. This is now the last match. Of course it is. Everything, all eyes on the main broadcast.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying it. All the viewing parties. Hello. I hope you're well. Halfway through this game, and Moist are aiming to get into that game number 5. Magnifico, they just want to shut it out now, but they need to bring back 2 goals if they're going to be able to. Stizzy muscles it with Oli just above the net. Instead now Tox chucks it towards Rezi. Good amount of time and space, but very few balls being challenged, I think, in this game compared to the last game, especially when there was not a single unchallenged shot.
Previously, I would have said, well, in game 1, I said I felt confident. Oh, hang on a minute. Oli's been bumped. He's got 3 sets. He doesn't know. Well, yeah, he didn't use it or didn't get it, but that was almost the perfect touch. I'll just stop it. Joyo still got boost. He's going to almost go for the drop down. And Rezi has just said, I want to put a hole in that crossbar. I'm not sure what it did to him. But that was wide open again. Joyo just slicing and dicing, piecing apart this defense. Teammates can't score the net. 2-goal lead still for Moist is the only positive they can take from that, but should be 3.
We're seeing Joyo get very mechie, and that is a scary, scary Joyo, especially when you may well be looking down the barrel at a Game 5 on its way. Tox removes that big threat from the pitch as well. Oli can send it long as far as Stizzy. Midfield is going to be his for a touch. Challenges versus Resi. Tox to pick up. Joyo is back in the action with 100 boost as well. Just waits to see what Magic Tox can do and gives him time and space for it.
Well, he's got a huge 50 here, and he's going to have to leave this ball. Joyo, again, he's just seems to get so many touches. Resi has to come up huge, though. Ollie's coming up, trying to cut rotation and help out this Moist defense. And as I was saying before, I would feel confident in this position as Moist. You'd think they'd be able to lock it in, but game 1, they just conceded 2 goals so easily, and that's not going to help because Joyo's passed it backwards. Resi has to go, huge touch. Gee whiz, Moist, they're an exciting team to want to, if you're a follower of Moist, I mean, the heart rate must be through the roof. It is, again, probably terrifying more than exciting. These guys can go from 100 to 0 and back again in an instant.
Final 40. Magnifico need to put a push on, otherwise Game 5 is going to be it for our final one of round 4. Joyo, a shot on target, but Tox needs to work it down the pitch as soon as. Instead, Oli stands very firmly in the way. Any touch is a good touch for Moist Esports. The backboard sees Stizzy dribble it only as far as Resi, who then can go for another dunk. Stizzy, one touch, works past both his teammates, unfortunately. I like the idea, get it away from a Moist attacker. Instead, though, 15 seconds, no more time for Magnifico. Moist Esports, thank you very much for giving us a game number 5 here at the end of round 4.
Yeah, it's one of these games, it's one of these moments where you look towards your leaders, you look towards the experience, and it's crazy to call Joyo a veteran, but the amount of land experience he's got, and he has absolutely stepped up there. That was huge. He basically set up 3 goals all on his own. Ollie with 2. But, I mean, Joyo just cutting apart that defense. If he can do a similar thing in Game 5, huge worries here for Magnifico, who, Stumpy, really, as I said, they're relying on the counterattacks and the mispositioning from Moist, but that didn't happen there. Joyo just took that game by the scruff of the neck and said, let's go to Champ Field and see who can come out on top.
And that's not to say that's a bad tactic whatsoever, because that's how they managed to win the other games. They caught Moist lacking. They caught the third man pushed up too far or isolated. And then that meant that usually Atomic could come in and bump and be an absolute disruptor. This time, though, it just was not the same way. It did not work out how Magnifico expected or how they wanted. And we have seen a very mechy little Joyo on Champions Field multiple times, and that usually means absolute and total decimation for his opponents. But Magnifico, they are the giant slayers. Are they going to be able to do it again when Moist are on the line of going through in this round 4? Who's going to be going through to round 5? It could be either of these teams, and they're going to need your support in their respective team streams.
Yeah, everything on the line. Let's see who you got back at home. Twitch chats everywhere, wherever you're watching your team streams, official broadcast. But here we go. Are we going to see some Joyo magic? Will it be Magnifico, the likes of Atomic, to spoil the party? That was certainly the most dominant game of the series by Moist Esports, but with the pressure back on Magnifico, I feel like they love being the underdogs, at least when I'm predicting against them. They certainly get excited for some reason, and see if they can do it here. 5 minutes of high-class Rocket League. You don't want to be in that round 5, as we mentioned. There's BDS, there's top teams down there. So much pressure on this final event. Let's see if you can get the job done.
40 seconds, and so far, unabating pressure from Moist. Joyo, can he find this ball central, who was assisting every single goal previously? Resi again with a dunk. Goal is open, but the ball flies its way to the other side of the pitch. Down the midway line, Stizzy can challenge. Atomic can cut in. Oh my word! Magnifico with a magnificent passing play.
This is just what he does. No one from Moist expecting that. The half rotation quarter boost and just 0 awareness from that Moist defense. Way too quick. And it was Joyo last game cutting their defense apart in the air. This time it's Atomic on the ground for Magnifico, but straight off the kickoff, Moist trying to get another one, but Atomic can be that player. He certainly had some nervy moments in pressure situations, pressure series in the past, but what a perfect start for him.
Minute 15, and Joyo with a demo gets rid of Atomic, who has been a horrifying character and a thorn in the side of every team Magnifico have come up against. Resi with a touchdown, it's awkward. He then flies back up, it's awkward again. Resi central, but not really a push from Magnifico there to capitalize on the error.
Well, that's not great. To the bump coming through, open net, Ollie. And there you see it from Atomic. It's the yin and yang of his gameplay, and he's just found Joyo, picked him apart. The bomb came through on net, and just as quickly he can be the hero. A mistake like that gets the ledger all square. Oh boy, we're in for something here. The pressure, you can feel it from both sides.
And Stizzy was forced in such an awkward position too. He had to dodge a demo, whilst he was then also trying to make sure that he got the save. Couldn't do either. But now, about 15 seconds later, only 0 boost, takes it low, knows that Joyo's coming in, so he can then rotate back out. Stizzy, right-hand side, goes high. Who's going to defend on the backboard? Seemingly nobody, and a bump comes through too.
It's a great challenge though, but Joyo, he's still going to be following up. He's got a player back post, he's got a teammate, but he's gone a little bit high. Atomic with a huge red. Oh, Resi just went and said, I'll have that third man. And there's the shot on Joyo, huge save, great positioning from him. Found the middle of the net. As again, it's getting a little bit chaotic. Joyo going for a little pre-flip flick. Can't quite find that, but Moist got it in the right end at the moment. Stizzy very awkward. Resi trying to force it. Joyo with space as well. And he's trying to work the ball around. Doesn't quite get that one going that time. Magnifico will be happy to see that one out of their net.
Tox now, back right corner, challenges with Oli. Only as far as Atomic, who then says, get out of here. That was my balls to get past the halfway line. Stizzy and Resi, a big old arm wrestle, no problem for them. And this back corner is seeing action after action, challenge after challenge.
And Atomic now grabs the 100. He's trying to work it around. Resi's there though. Stizzy, he's going to reset Resi. Stizzy has to clear that. Oh, shot. Atomic with a huge save. Joyo once again in as well. Absolute chaos. Moist trying to force this one in. Just brute force, but they can't quite get it in.
Another corner now. More challenges, more chances for any of these players to work out. An awkward pinch could finish everything. Joyo up with 20 boosts. He has to just get it over the top. Stizzy now clearing long midfield. Time for Oli to think. And what does he think? Send it. Just punt it, mate.
He just launches it, and Resi went as well. I'm not sure if that was the best challenges. Joyo's in. He's showing aggression right now. It's which team's going to take this game by the scruff of the neck and go for the win. You're not going to be able to just sit in net and hopefully you can get a freebie. Well, at this level at least. Here goes Stizzy working the ball around. Can he get a reset? Resi's going to wait underneath it. He's jumped up. It dodges the bump. It's just Atomic last. Tox going to get back on time, but Joyo's inbound. The base coming through. Stizzy with a great read.
Stizzy with a great read, then 2 players committing from Magnifico for that. If they were beaten, that was going to be a goal for Moist. 1 minute remaining. Joyo to challenge. It does get pinched out perfectly for Atomic. A reset from Resi on the block. Midfield now, the site of our latest battle. Only with a catch. Over 1. Gets tipped on again by Atomic. Joyo with a chance for a shot. Flubs it, unfortunately for him. And his pressure building. Who is going to let this next goal in?
That was Joyo's worst moment there. He couldn't quite make it, but that's a great pass. Here we go. Can he slot it? Down out again. Joyo misfires. Again, he's been like a homing missile on net, but there he couldn't quite find it. Only working the ball for 30 seconds left. Magnifico will be counting their lucky stars in Atomic. Can he be the hero once again? Resi's got to wait. Oli cuts off. 20 seconds left. More pressure.
Atomic has to rotate here with 100 boost. He just stops that push coming through. Stizzy removes Resi. Atomic, can he get it past anybody? No, Oli is just too strong. Tox with 1 pass central. Can he get it around Resi? No, question mark after question mark. 5 seconds remaining. But look at the pressure from Magnifico building. Moist are going to welcome this overtime with open arms. Oli's going to send it high, actually, with 50 boost in the midfield. Resi, no touch onwards. Overtime. Game 5. Winner sees top 8.
Man, will we want it any other way here? Here we go. Atomic's going to get the 100 boost. He can find it, pass across. Resi's pre-jump, but he's missed. Joyo just trying to work the ball around. Not his best touch either. This is where you see the nerves at an all-time high. The mechanics just drop off a touch, but Joyo's trying to go low. He gets the touch around. Can Resi be there? Oh! Saved by Stizzy.
Rezzy's not the hero. Stizzy ends up being just that. Manages to clear it away with a wondrous save. Rezzy shies away from that ball, leaves it to Joyo. The man's feeling mechy. Give him a little bit of space. Oli can turn on this ball. Joyo does the same with a reset. Tries to go low. Stizzy has learned, however. Atomic clearing long. Tox is found on the right-hand side, but Rezzy is also unfortunately there for Magnifico. Tox now going for the man. Joyo has to be removed from the pitch.
Oh, that's a rough touch, but it's worked out. And Joyo's there as well. Oli pushing the ball forward. Pass downfield. Can he get the redirect? Stizzy with the
Joyo!
Joyo, is this time going to work? He's there it is! And it's the best pass he could possibly do. Moist get it in game 5 OT. Moist moving to the top 8.
We've seen it time and time again, and it ended up being Joyo to Oli. That magnificent combination. They go through to the top 8 for the first time since Open Qualifier #1.
The curse is broken. Hashtag don't blame CJ. Moist. Get the job done. What a series. What a finish. I mean, they're just, you could see the pressure. You could see the mistakes start to come through from both sides. Joyo even missing a few shots, but that pass was sensational. They were all worried about the shot, Magnifico. And that series going the distance, it had everything. It was messy. It was scrappy. The defense, it sometimes was terrible. But boy, was it entertaining.
That was the most chaotic series I have seen for a long time. No semblance of any kind of plan from either team. Not thinking, okay, we want more pressure here. Oh, okay, we want to actually defend more here. I think every player just threw their face at the ball, and then if a goal came at the end of it, they were happy.
And Moist there, as we said, they'll move into the top 8 and they'll be thanking their lucky stars. They can avoid teams like BDS down in the lower bracket. Moist through to the top 8. Magnifico, well, they'll be there in that round 5. We've got some stellar matches coming up. Do not miss it. Do not go anywhere.
Now, there was a crazy series we've just seen between Moist Esports and Magnifico. It was chaotic, it was crazy, it was absolutely cowabunga, and we have seen some outrageous plays from everybody on both teams. Oh, sorry, that was CJ.
You got to throw to Stumpy now.
Throw to Stumpy now.
I will have to say, I think Shogun wins for best accent today.
Wow, what?
Yeah.
He can't do anything. He's in that.
I was gonna say we got to give him a bone for all the problems
He won
he's
a
had
prediction.
with
Shogun's as happy as Larry. He got the
Is
last
he?
one. He's loving life.
Yeah, aren't you still ahead of him though?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, exactly. We can't. He still feels bad then. I know it. That is the one thing he does not want in this world. But let's talk about what we're seeing here as we head into our final round of 5 match. That last one there, Moist Magnifico. We expected a good, fun matchup there, and I do believe, Stumpy, we got that.
It was crazy. Like, I said it throughout the cast as well. There was no semblance of a plan from, like, anybody at all. The only plan really was throw your face at the ball. If we get a goal, sick. If we don't, go again. It was like a flowchart. I couldn't figure out what was going on, but Moist, they managed in a Game 5 overtime goal to give us so much excitement.
Yeah, it was haphazard, it was scrappy, it was everything we wanted this series to be. Not particularly beautiful, but of course there were some great moments and good goals in there. And then, yeah, all the way to Game 5. And it was an entertaining overtime in the end. Moist certainly had, even before they'd scored, more of the play. And then this lovely pass over Oli. Bang! Game 1 for Moist.
I want to point out, so that little, where is it? The little logo up there. Yeah, that K Corp. They've locked in their number 1 seed.
Go them. Well done.
Nice. Who's surprised though?
Good job, Kate.
You surprised? Not really. Based off what I just answered my own question. Are you guys surprised?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
no.
Really?
Oh, well, yes. Well, I think coming into the season, I think I would have put. I think we were saying Vitality or Carmine Corp. Who's going to be really that number 1 spot for Carmine Corp to lock it in before Saturday even starts is incredibly impressive. So yeah, in that way, I'm shocked. But since seeing them play, yeah, I think them getting through is the right thing.
Right. Well, we've gone through 4 rounds of Swiss so far. We have 1 round left to get on through. And it's been against teams we expect to lock it in. Vitality, KC, Cole off the bat. Then we had Moist, who's having a better day today. We just saw them have to go through Magnifico. Gentlemates are going to connect themselves with a top 8 again. But then it's Redemption over BDS, Cole.
Yeah, I know. A big surprise there, but happy days for Redemption. They make, I believe, their second quarterfinal so far this split. So it's been a decent one for them.
Right, so we only have 6 teams now remaining in our final round. BDS, Team 3, Magnifico, Wild, TCG, your trading card game. The top Cougars are still in it against Oxygen.
You really like that, don't you?
It's kind of funny. It sort of connects in my head. But I want to quickly, before we get into the matchup here, just let you know that there are some small scenarios on the line here for BDS, which is the match we're going to be going into here. They can clinch their spot here as long as they win, and then Wild beats out Magnifico, and top Cougars beat out Oxygen Esports. So there's a couple things they need to go for the clinch, but they're still in it regardless.
It's a pretty crazy
and everyone
thing
else
to
is
do,
basically, yeah, and everyone else is just don't lose, otherwise you're out of it.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have our teams get more slender towards those last tickets towards Copenhagen. But we got to get through the games to do that. So let's start talking about the first one up here. Team 3 versus BDS. BDS is having Stumpy what looks like a bit of a rough day considering how they played last qualifier.
I mean, did literally any of us have Team BDS in the final round of Swiss? Realistically, no.
We joked about it at the top of the show. We were like, oh yeah, Team BDS will be absolutely okay, unless they don't make it to quarters.
But like,
and now that very well may happen.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for them at all. The teams they've gone through, yes, they managed to beat out Nova, they managed to beat out Wild. But no offense to the other teams that they have lost to, but they lost to top Cougars, a team that have not got to a top 8, and then they've also lost to Redemption. Those are not teams that BDS, of the quality that we saw 2 weeks ago, should ever give a sniff to. Like, yeah, if you're against the Carmine Corps of Vitality, it's fair enough, like, losing is fine. They should not be in round 5 of the Swiss, considering what we saw of them previously. This has been a throw of all throws to get through to 5.
I think that's harsh. Just
I think so.
It's Swiss. you're going to go to Game 5 Series 5 sometimes. It happened to Gentlemates a couple of weeks ago, you know? Oh, sorry. Type in...
No, that's fine. I've got the hand signals.
All right, cool. Yeah, you do the hand signal stuff. I'll carry on talking. They have given themselves a platform from which they can make it to the quarterfinals. Job done for the day, sort of.
Right.
If they mess this up, Stumpy, then I'll be team.
Okay, well, how's it going to be? What's it going to go? I feel like we have to land on the same side of the field here across the board. Like, there's no way anyone is ridiculous enough to go against BDS. They've proven themselves before.
Right? You're setting yourself up to say, though I think they are.
Chad almost did, though.
Surely they win. Surely they win. They don't throw here. We don't have this.
I'm surprised. Chat, what? You guys got to tweet at us why you think that. 57 is not as high as I thought it would be. That's pretty crazy. Hey, well, we got one more round to go to find out who's making it into that playoff bracket. Team BDS versus Team 3. Who's going to lock it down? One more best of 5. Let's check it out.
So here we go then, CJ. Round number 5 underway, and Team BDS, who realistically should not be here given the performance we had 2 weeks ago from them, are now fighting for their tournament lives against Team 3. Everybody still looking to try and lock in their top 4 spots for the major.
Yeah, they shouldn't be here, yet here we are, round number 5. And last week, or well, a couple of weeks ago, it was Vitality, it was Gentlemates who were in this position, and we really raising some eyebrows about the region. But here we go, it's BDS. And hang on a minute, Team 3 are really looking to spoil the party.
This is the sort of thing that Team 3 have done throughout their careers together. They go ahead, they win matches like this one when nobody's really looking towards them to play spoiler. And for all those teams that are trying to get into the top 4, they have all managed to avoid each other in this round. They all are up against other opposition, looking to try and be that banana peel. We've got Team 3 against BDS, Magnifico Wild, Oxygen against Top Cougars. Top Cougars trying not to be reverse swept out of the Swiss. Any of those teams lose, they are gone when it comes to major contention, apart from BDS, who have got a decent points total to work with.
Yeah, they've got a nice enough buffer, which honestly should be more reason as to why they should be performing right now. They don't have the real pressure, or at least as much pressure as these other sides have that really, I mean, some of them need to basically win the whole event plus other scenarios to make the major. So BDS, no excuses for them, but they found themselves in round 5 and they've found themselves at an early deficit here against Team 3. This has been an interesting side. They are the winners of the 4th longest overtime in RLCS history earlier on in the Swiss bracket against Bellygull. So they certainly like low-scoring games, Shogun.
They certainly do. Team 3 have been that the entire time. They like to just get the lead, sit on it, do not overcommit, to the frustration of many, where it has felt like they have a huge amount of potential that is just not being inspired or not adhered to try and get towards it. And they've got matches like this one against BDS, who do seem to be reading today. That was a little bit too slow though. BDS invited in. Backboard touch. Magnifico happily clears. And now Magnifico on the chase up against Exotic and gets the bump, hits the crossbar. Is it going to go in? No, it's not. Somehow, someway. And Rizix finishes off the job.
Here it is, marked by 8, as you said. He got the save and then down the other end, found the edge dribble bump, but that ball refused to go in until Rizix put it top left. 2-0 lead for Team 3. This is not what we were expecting, certainly with our predictions. But as you said, they've stuck at this defensive play style. When they do get a lead, I mean, you have to think that they're going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, this is fully in Team 3's wheelhouse, and it's been a narrative that's been slowly growing for BDS since this roster came up. It feels almost harsh because it is only their 2nd tournament together, but such is the nature of Rocket League. You know, the 2 tournaments are a very large portion of your season. They've been kind of disaster artists at times in this season. They've been reverse swept in a best of 7, something that we've barely ever seen. They were so close to beating KC and then just sort of fell apart in the final 2 games of that grand final 2 weeks ago. When it goes wrong for this BDS team, it goes really wrong, and it seems like it's free fall without parachute.
It's certainly entertaining. I'm not sure they would probably agree with that description of it, but as you said, BDS, they can fall victim, as we saw, you know, even over in North America. I know Satya, the coach of G2, talked about, obviously they were in a little bit of a different position, winning the first 2 regionals, the first 2 qualifiers, but just taking the foot off the gas a little bit. You know, perhaps BDS been, you know, reading the papers, the online news articles about how they're the top 2, and quickly that concentration can lapse a little bit against these sides that are fighting tooth and nail for every win. And just that little drop-off, Shogun, can be huge in disrupting their play.
Well, they could really do have a goal at the moment.
Hang on a minute.
That's not going to do it. Magnifico's even put the controller down.
Now, hang on a minute. As I said, a few lapses can mean the position, the structure, can really fall to the wayside here. BDS conceding 3 relatively, well, I don't want to say easy goals, with a full credit and complete respect to Team 3, but certainly some mistakes we did not see last regional.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what KC had to do to beat them. Just the level of play that was required was absolutely phenomenal. This is not that same level. It is not the same quality of goal needed to get past BDS. Catalysm just, what a shot that is. Just forced Monkey Moon all the way back to the goal line. Was very brave just to catch it on the hood of the car, but if BDS don't get something scored very soon, this game is as good as gone, and an interception like that from Catalysm does not help whatsoever. Infield to Drally, and what a shot! Slide it underneath the charging defender, found the goal.
He really was that star factor for BDS last qualifier, and I mean, as we said, he's only so new to the league, straight onto a top team, straight into the top of the Europe scene, but we haven't quite seen it yet. That's what we like to see from Drally, though. More from, I mean, the corner psycho that we looked at last event was absolutely insane. If he can come online, that might be what BDS needs to just kickstart them a little bit. But there we go. It's marked by 8 again. And I tell you what, if there's one bloke that likes playing BDS, it's that man there. More aggression from him. 45 seconds left. Team 3 just need to hold on to their 2-goal lead.
Prepare the Mike Wazowski if it is a win here for Marked by 8. It would be very quick. As now we see the shot. And Drally just stuck with the ball, but this game is getting away. Rizex not going to get any further than that, but the sting of this game has really seemingly fizzled out. Team 3 have done what they expect to do. This is what their game plan has been. And for BDS, it's going to have to be better in the next game. They do not have 7 games to work with here. It is best of 5, and game 1 was not up to standard.
I mean, you mentioned it as well, as if we're maybe going to get some late momentum. Well, here's a nice little reset, fake low, no one there. Drally trying to keep it up, 2 or 3-1. First game there for Team 3. You mentioned it before, Shogun, about, I guess, this play style that, you know, we didn't just see, I guess, not from Team 3, but I guess it's a Catalysm and Rizex almost quality in the defensive mindset. And you said sometimes it has been frustrating for fans, for viewers to watch. But I tell you what, you got to applaud the fact that they have stuck at it, the consistency with it. And when it works like this, when you can catch another team with a few defensive mistakes, you get a few easy goals. I mean, they just set up that wall in net. They set it up behind midfield. And they look so hard to score against. So it's a play style they've stuck with. Credit to them. And they might be able to catch BDS in a best of 5 here.
Oh, I mean, when we talk about that play style, the frustration has come from the fact of we've seen them play from behind. Like, Team 3, when they play from behind, are a completely different caliber of team. And that's the frustrating bit when you see them in these, like, slog matches. But it's just, we know what you can be. Because we've seen teams like this, the very sort of defensively orientated teams. There's a hard limit on it. These teams don't tend to win tournaments. Tournaments are won by the teams that are peaking. And Team 3 don't tend to give themselves their chance to peak. But in a match like this, they are the worst possible team to run into. A team that's already lost twice on the day, running into the concrete mentality of Team 3. Oh, it's trouble.
They just, I mean, they have to be so frustrating. I know personally experiencing these kind of teams that, as I said, they just feel like you're playing against a brick wall in net and you want them to push up, you want them to overcommit, but they just don't give you that. So frustrating. And as I said, credit to this team for sticking with it. They can certainly play a little bit of an upset to the potential. Well, we thought it was going to be the BDS party cruising their way to Copenhagen. Well, it's not quite that just yet.
No, and whilst they are very comfortable, they wouldn't be too happy with going out at this rate because all the teams that can potentially leapfrog them will be there in that top 8, and one of them is bound to make their way through to a grand finals. You get the feeling, so it would leave them vulnerable. This is a bigger match than maybe we were anticipating at the start of the day.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, it's even just seeing them here in round 5. We talk about, oh, we had a top 4 in Europe. We had the French top 4, and then, okay, we might not have the top 4, Shogun, but we've certainly got the top 2. And now, well, we're certainly question marking that. Although, as you said, Copenhagen's still looking pretty...
It's good. They're looking fine, but it's a bit wobbly, and you would rather it not be, especially Monkey Moon now moving in for the shot, and Rizx does stop.
And you'd rather be in form as well, moving into the major, assuming they are to make it. So, certainly think BDS should be able to change things up here. Obviously, no timeouts here in a best of 5 here in the Swiss, but well, you'd think they'd be able to change some things up. Let's see how they go. They haven't conceded that early goal to Team 3 like they did in the previous game. So that's step 1 complete here for BDS. As here we go, nice double control. Get one more. Just has to get it central, but there he is, marked by 8. Again, just being a nuisance right now for BDS.
Yeah, it's 0-0. BDS have not really found the shooting angles just yet. Gonna try and go up high this time from Exotic, and he's there pretty comfortably. Rizek still booms the clear long. It's the sort of play style that I was mentioning previously from Team 3. And Calism's actually put himself in an awful bit of trouble. Does get away with it. Half the game left to play. BDS have been the only team really in offense. But when Team 3 are like this, now you've got to start hunting for demos against them. Get the third man. Instead, it's Rizx that's got the demo. Now they've opened BDS up, and Drali had to avoid getting hit.
This is where BDS look the most dangerous. It's almost they need to let Team 3 attack a little bit. They need to drag out this defensive structure because, I mean, they just look so locked in their net. I've never seen a team that's just so eager to drive back, to get back home, which is their home being very deep in their net, almost on the back ramp. So that's what Team 3 love to do when they're setting up. There's another save from Mark by 8. They're absolutely farming saves here. And again, it's almost the reverse psychology for BDS. Shogun. I feel like they need to let Team 3 attack a little bit to open it up.
You just bait them over a little bit, open up the field, because it has been mostly played in this final third. As a final third, I've got 3 blue cards. There was 2 of them needed to stop that, but no one else around. Team 3 finally panic, and there's the goal for BDS.
It took 9 shots and 6 saves coming out from Team 3. But the cleanup crew arrived. Exotic found the bottom corner and the bump. Again, even when they triple commit in net, it feels like they're all landing there for the follow-up save, but the bumps are all important. That's something that we didn't see in the last game, and there's a kick-off goal from Monkey Moon. They can isolate the one-on-one, and he capitalizes.
That is a phenomenal follow-up. Lovely pop to the side. Monkey Moon even jumps to avoid potentially getting demoed. Just managed to slide his way through. 2-0. BDS now very comfortable. I'm going to see if that other version of Team 3 is about to pop up.
Now this is trouble. They had 9 shots in game number 1, only 2 so far, but this is great work off the kickoff. This is where they have scored, and they've done it again. It worked in game 1 right off the bat, and they get the instant response. They do need to find one more, but Catalysm, roof double, bumps from Mark by 8. Great play.
So there's one down. Did not take much time at all. See what this kickoff's going to provide us. We've had so much volatility and almost a chance for Rizx to try and sneak through. Monkey Moon did well just to stick with it enough and get a little bit of contact. Exotic, ceiling. He's going to follow up. Double. Oh, it's off the backboard. Another one off the backboard. Rizx going to clear. Mark8 controls out to Catalysm. Drali. Oh, wait, there's a couple of mistakes. Rizx, oh, he's now isolated. He's got support returning up. And Magnifico was needed. Still stays at 2-1.
Yeah, that's a great beat from Rizx. It is just Exotic back. He's going to get a free clear, though, and just sends that one downfield. And who's down there? It's Monkey Moon. Can't get the redirect, but he's faked everyone out. And Exotic again, that right-hand side of the net has been his best friend in game number 2.
Yeah, I love that. He's just made himself so obvious. I can play this. You have to respect it. You need to get back. And the moment the ball is missed, nobody can react anymore. You are all out of position. It is just up to the strike to be good enough. And it certainly was exactly that. This has worked a second time now where they're just trying to slide the ball a little bit to the side, jump over any potential bump. And again, they've got pressure and a goal. BDS have a good answer on these kickoffs.
Yeah, Rizek tried to be too smart here. He faked the double because Magnifico was looking for the dunk, but in the end, it's just baited out his teammates. And Exotic, as I said, that's 3 shots now. Right-hand side, finding the side post. And this is looking more like we were expecting. You see 15 shots to 4. And BDS just the offense proving this time too strong for that brick wall.
Oh, Rizex, that was so good. And Exotic had to be so aware to keep that one out. Team 3 are going to make anything of this. It needs to be now pre-flip from Rizex, and he's actually managed to get the play to go on. But it's just too much, too late. BDS with that clear will wrap up game 2.
It should be all but over now. There's just no time left at all. BDS, that's a great response. It was almost like a mini timeout for them, the way they were able to change it up. And it came through those bumps. I know it took them 9 shots to open up this defense, but as soon as they got that first goal, the floodgates well and truly opened. 15 shots, 4 goals on the board. Maybe one more here late as Drally's trying to keep that one in Exotic pre-flip, but BDS with the perfect response in game number 2. And now, where did Team 3 go from here, Shogun?
Oh, they just go to the next game. They are just going to try and keep this going. I mean, it's always been the way with Team 3. Team 3 matches are all about the first goal. It really does feel. And then it's all about, right, well, Team 3 are going to have to either launch here or they're all about getting the next one up. I'm trying to find some updates as well regarding the matches that are currently going on because we've got so much related to qualification for the major. I believe Magnifico are now 1-1 in their series, which they need to win. Sort of a nothing statement, really. And Oxygen 1-0 down against top Cougars, but 3-1 up in game number 2. So that looks like that's going to be evened up as well. So a whole bunch of 1-1s happening in this round.
Could top Cougars go to game? Last time it was game 5. They dropped down. Round 5, game 5 of Swiss. They fell in qualifier number 2. Can the top Cougars get through? Can they spoil this Oxygen party, who's obviously a top candidate for that, or one of the final spots here in Europe to the major? But over here on the main broadcast, as you can see there, look at the shots. I mean, 16 shots for BDS. And as you said, the step 1 right now, it feels like the only win condition for Team 3 is scoreboard pressure. Score first and create pressure on the opposition from that, because they're not really building pressure on the field in their offense. i.e., they don't really have any sustained offense, but these kickoffs are all important for Team 3. Here we go.
I've got so many matches tabbed out at the moment. I can't see the right-hand side of my Rocket League. That's how much I'm trying to keep a track of everything. So much going on, so much on the line. It is a shorter season. Miss out on the major, and oh my goodness, you have got an awful lot to do during the next split.
Oh, here we go. It's off by 8. That's a bit unusual that we haven't seen before. Some aggression, perhaps a little bit of a change-up coming through from Team 3. It certainly did catch up BDS at that point. They have gained a little bit of offense as well, as Drally's going to have to fall off the roof. Somehow gets the ground pinch with no boost. Catalysm trying to keep that ball in. This is certainly the most aggressive Team 3 outfit we've seen, at least this series.
I do want to just throw out there as well, because we have been talking an awful lot about how BDS's position might be slightly under threat. They can actually clinch in this round. If they win here and both Oxygen and Magnifico lose, they clinch. They will be our second team to do so.
Well, perhaps some motivation for this BDS lineup then, as they did look a little bit scrappy coming out of the blocks here in this round 5 series, but just said, I like the change up from Team 3, and here's another double commit. Exotic calling off Drally, but BDS having the ball in the wrong end. That's huge from Exotic. A hat-trick last game. We know he can drop 1,200 plus points. There's almost a bump. It's a ground pitch. Ceiling pitch, should I say. Follow-up, marked by 8. Almost. This is a huge change up from Team 3, and it started with Catalysm pushing forward. Marked by 8 looking for bumps, and BDS just a little bit rattled. No one on the backboard again, but Exotic huge.
I'm going full confirmation bias mode here, but how good does Team 3 look when they just let themselves have a go at it? Monkey Moon now up. Riz XB off the backboard, follow! Mark by 8 read it. He did not respect the Monkey Moon angle. And it was the right decision to make.
Yeah, huge save there. Huge play coming through from Mark Bayat. As he said, he loves these situations against his former org. His Catalysm works out ball forward. Charlie's going to work it off. Gets the beat over the top. Rizek looking for the 50. There's Monkey Moon, passes it into the corner, but Rizek says, I'll have that one. Exotic has been the clutch player so far. Drally go on the corner double. He's almost done it, but Catalysm doing so well. He's been demoed. This is what BDS do a little bit different than Team 3 is. Marked by 8 again. Last line of defense. A huge clear downfield. Rizek can't get the touch. Drally says, I'll have that one. And Marked by 8 is now the last man coming from the sidewall. A huge challenge from him.
Yeah, you gave Mark by 8 an option there. Do you go back and defend the play, or do you just launch at it? Mark by 8 only had one answer. He's actually looking for bumps on Exotic. He's made that very awkward for him. But BDS have been in a few awkward positions in defense and have dealt with them just fine. That's a little bit too soft, and Rizex this time. Off the backboards. The BDS are putting together a formidable offense right now. It feels like it's only a matter of time. Drop down pass, lovely find to Catalysm, goes for the sidewall double. And you already see Drali respecting that being on the backboards.
They are finding each other here, Team 3, a lot better than they have before. And that's over Monkey Moon. Drali has to play the cleanup crew. A little bit of an overcommit. Mark by 8 has to come up huge again. He's done so well pre-jumping, but he's got no boost. He can't get the follow-up. Catalysm again, they're just sweeping across as third man. Instead of going back now, which they usually do, almost again, Catalysm huge. Follow-up cleared. Monkey Moon says, I'll have that one. Shielding, he's looking for a bump, looking for the extra touch. Rizex with the save again. Team 3, well, this is where they're comfortable, but I don't think this is how they win this game.
Yeah, they're actually kind of launching it. This is for once they do not look steady at all in defense. For BDS, they had kind of what you were asking for in game number 1, where because Team 3 were doing such a good job of moving forwards, they were actually more open to being attacked. So, I don't know, maybe Team 3 will still see that and then retreat back into their shell. As we do see Rizex did lose that race for the boost. And BDS are winning so many of these midfield challenges, they're winning them clean. Catalysm clears to the side, doesn't get any further. BDS putting the squeeze on in the midfield. Monkey Moon going, ceiling, gets the drop, and it had to be Mark Bane to stop it. Now it's over the top of Exotic, and BDS are going to reset from square one.
You can see how high BDS set up their structure, that third man. Monkey Moon in front of midfield that time, but that's how they create so much offense. They look so aggressive, but perhaps one of the most aggressive teams with K-Corp when they're performing, when they're playing well, which is in testament to just how good this side can be. But Monkey Moon has a reset. The bumps are coming through, but he's missed the corner. Exotic, that won't worry BDS. He cleans up again, and the fourth goal that I've seen where Exotic is just in love with that right side of the net.
I mean, BDS are just swarming at the moment. This is so difficult to play against. Every time Team 3 try and get rid of that ball, it is immediately met by an orange car. Now Exotic, like, trying to just put this game out of reach, even just killing the time off the clock. What a set that is! Monkey Moon will put that one away.
He had everyone moving back post here, Exotic, and look how he just changes up the angle, gets the redirect, finds his teammate who was on that back post, Monkey Moon. And BDS all of a sudden have completely closed out this game again. 11 shots to 3, just too much offense, and in this case, offense is certainly beating defense. 10 seconds left. This Team 3 can get crazy here, but it's completely in the wrong end. BDS will be moving. Oh, stop it, Monkey Moon, almost. BDS moving on to match point here in the series. A great response after game 1. Team 3 showing they try to change it up, but in the end, they reverted back to that defensive style. The pressure was too strong. They put the squeeze on, like you said, and got the job done.
So they are also not the only team on match point. Magnifico have moved over there with a 3-0 victory against Wild in game 3. So that is going to be over to game 4 very soon. Magnifico have got 2 match points. Elsewhere, though, Oxygen are really up against it right now. They are 1 goal down, 1 minute and 16 left in game 3. Whoever wins that will take double match point. It was 2 goals down. Midway through that sentence, it was Ixo to get the goal.
There you go again. It's that story of the final regional. Who's got more pressure on them? Who's really in the hunt? And who can handle that pressure? Well, top Cougars. And they're improving every regional.
Quick chat about top Cougars. And their schedule today. We talked a little bit earlier about how like, maybe Vitality didn't have to take on the strongest teams to make it in top 2.
Wow.
Top Cougars have played Magnifico, BDS, Vitality, Gentlemates, and Oxygen. The only ones that they have not played is KC.
So they've played 3 of the French 4 and Oxygen and Magnifico. So they've played pretty much
5 of the
everyone.
top 6.
5 of the top 6 teams, and you say that, so well, I don't want to mention some other teams in other regions, but sometimes you can get an easy Swiss run, and sometimes, well, it can just feel like the world is against you here as we do move on to game 4 in this series. And I just want to bring up, so I mean, look at Vitality's run. I don't want to call out any teams, but Endpoint Team 3 top Cougars. I mean, sometimes you can fall victim to how the format plays out, but here goes Exotic here. Game number 4, BDS really just in the driver's seat, and Monkey Moon almost, it's just saved by Monkey Moon. Almost the perfect start for BDS.
Rizex with marked by A on the far side. Well read by Exotic. He knew exactly where that passing play was going. So what you do have to do against BDS is you kind of have to just keep the mix-up going on the play for as long as possible, because once they've got the read, not going to get anything going. Nice drop pass, and somehow Rizex had that one well scouted.
I just love how high BDS are sitting in this offense. Again, I love that word. I've said it again. The squeeze that they're putting on, just so much pressure. Look at the bump coming through. Look at the demo. Exotic's got to just pinch that one for the points for the shift rating. But wowee, there it is. Monkey Moon, just so much aggression. That's one way to do it. Clear out that last man. 45 seconds in, BDS with a 1-goal lead, and we have not seen Team 3 be able to win from this scenario.
And one very quick update as well. That match is now secure. Top Cougars double match point against Oxygen.
Wow.
Oxygen, their major hopes rely on them winning their next 2 games against a team that didn't make it to the very first open qualifier. Calism now off the ceiling. Back out, good clear. Logic dictates here from what we have seen that this is now BDS's match. Team 3 have really struggled, especially since BDS have upped the pace. And there's another one.
Oh, they're just deadly now. They're sniping the net, and they found the gap. This time Australia off the sidewall. It's Catalysm face it for Rizex, marked by 8 in net, and just not ready for the shot again. He wasn't respecting the angle. Adrali said, I'll take that top corner if you're not going to pre-jump. 2-goal lead to BDS, and this is serious trouble now. Team 3 yet to post a shot here in game 4. 5 already for BDS. Marked by 8 is awkward, gets the touch. This could be the first counter-attack opportunity, but look at Adrali again. Instant challenge, third man. Oh, it's still going to be open unless Monkey Moon can get back. No, he can't. The slow rotation from BDS. Team 3 do get one back.
Yeah, Charlie was hoping to get an extra touch, but realistically, BDS should not be leaving that goal open when they've got their 2-goal lead. They have invited Team 3 back into this game, maybe back into the series. What will Team 3 do with this now? They've got plenty of time to work with, but this kickoff has happened again against them. Maybe a little bit more scouted and know how to protect against it. But Monkey Moon has been running roughshod on the follow-up from these kickoffs.
Look at Adrali go as well. I mean, it's Catalysm had no boost, which just means they're back on defense again. Unless this team's in the lead, it's just looking very awkward. Mark by 8 goes across, triple commit. Everyone front poster right now for Team 3. As, oh my goodness, chain dash, 720, no scope coming through from Adrali. This is ridiculous play. It's Exotic keeping the pressure on. There's the top bins, it's free again. He has been an absolute sniper this series, finding the net again, finding that top corner, and they are just picking apart this defensive structure.
There's your hit marker at the end of all of it. 3-1. BDS well in the driver's seat yet again. Results currently looking the way they are. They will not secure their bid to go to Copenhagen yet. But it will be as good as Rizex looking to try and go the entire way. Opens up space for Mark Bayer. Exotic couldn't recover in time, but Adrali on the backboard just bosses the ball away. 2.5 minutes left. Team 3 have got to find some answers.
Monkey Moon's looking for the bump. They've got to get back.
Oh, there's an answer.
Right on net. Exotic just getting back. That's a great pass to Catalysm. Adrali reads it. He was one step ahead. More passes coming through. Team 3. I love when they look like this and they're looking for these options. They're not just forcing the ball forward, but often Shogun it does come in this situation when they are 2 goals down already. I'd love to see it from the get-go, but Catalysm's finding demos, finding bumps. Couldn't quite find that one through. So over 2 minutes left now. BDS, again, they're just looking Almost in cruise control, pushing forward, and Exotic's just rolling through the ball. I feel like his teammate might have saved perhaps a phenomenal solo play. BDS, more pressure, more offense coming through. Team 3 really in trouble now.
Team 3 have been in good positions. It's just when they're in the final third, they lack a little bit of the execution. It's not as crisp. You can't slow pass to a teammate. It has got to be a dime onto the bumper. As Exotic just jumping. And for the first time in a while, actually, Team 3 did not kind of get distracted by the shiny car in midair. Monkey Moon caught them with it in the last few games. Go for the clear. Drali. Oh my god, that is unbelievable. How do you stop that attempt at a transition?
He's scary, isn't he? Every series, he's only played 2 qualifiers. This is his 3rd now. It's looking so much more impressive, and he almost gets a goal there. Drali is Catalysion now. Solo play. What can he do with the ball? Can he find the bump? He's looking for it. Does he have a teammate to follow up? Brizek's underneath. But again, they've overcommitted a touch. Mark by 8 has to track back. Everyone from Team 3 trying to get into net here, and they've left that wide open. Catalysion makes a save. But they need to find 2 shot. They need these counter attacks, and they're not working together as a team right now.
Here's an outside shot for Team 3 going to Copenhagen. It's 1 minute away from it being confirmed that they won't. Ball left and Exotic. Oh, what a fantastic pass. I'm going to give him that as a benefit of the doubt, really. Although now the team's really in position. Yeah, maybe I'm being a little bit too kind. Well, I'm definitely being too kind. There's no maybe about it.
I think he's absolutely stuffed that one, but they do have the 2-goal lead still. 30 seconds left. BDS trying to move into the top 8 there. 3rd consecutive top 8. Grand final last time. Top 4 in the first regional. Can we get it again here? As Exotic is going to fake that one out. Monkey Moon launches it downfield. Mark by 8, just trying to keep it in. Team 3 need to find something, but Exotic's building that wall, 3rd man.
10 seconds left. No time left. Team 3 will see their chances go away. BDS are moving on to top 8. And we are waiting now just to see where the other results may drop. Because it's 1-1 between Top Cougars and Oxygen in Game 4. A minute left. Top Cougars can end Oxygen Esports' hopes at that top 4. Elsewhere, Magnifico 2-0 up in game number 4 against Wild. Magnifico looking good at the moment to make top 8 and keep their hopes alive.
Well, we've got most of the teams in contention, Shogun, through to the top 8. It leaves a lot up for Saturday and Sunday, but we're still waiting on a couple, as you said. Oxygen and Magnifico. Magnifico certainly in a more comfortable spot right now in the series, but over in the series, BDS, gee, they look good apart from that first game. I mean, elsewhere. They looked fantastic. Apart from, as I said, the first game where, I mean, Team 3 just got that early lead, and then BDS sort of panicked in the offense. They couldn't set up those bumps.
Sorry, Oxygen just scored. 23 seconds left. That one could very well be going to 5. So in order to just keep this going, keep you all up to date with exactly what is happening, me and CG are going to get lost. Going to hand it over to the desk.
Yeah, get on out of here. We got some other matches to take a look at. As he said, Oxygen scoring their goal, bringing that to game 5.
Oh,
but
wait, Top Cougars just scored.
Okay.
It's 2-all.
Chaos is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen, in our round 5. And to remind people what BDS needs to clinch in that last spot is they need Wild to win it against Magnifico, and they need the Cougars to beat Oxygen.
Okay. This has been such a day for Top Cougars. Oh my word. Like, even if they lose this, they have done a ridiculous job. The lowest seed that they've played in Europe is 6th. Like, that's the really lowest that they've played. They've done an incredible job. And if they can also then go through and beat Oxygen, what a scary, scary top 8 team Top Cougars look like. And Jorby's stream, by the way, for this is so much fun. Twitch.tv/JorbyPlus he is kicking off. He's having the best time of his life. So if you want to go support him, do that.
More disappointing that they didn't make that first region, or that first open qualifier, because Top League is doing so well that they are going to have to battle.
Right. I was going to say,
it's the second time in a row they have been the final game on the mainstream in a game 5. Last time around against Gentlemates, they lost it. Will that change this time?
Yeah, you say like, oh, they got to be so happy with, just how well they've done because all the teams they're playing are great. But if they don't make it, again, the only thing that would be going through my head is, so we could have done this from the beginning?
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
Yeah, so that becomes a difficult thing in your head. I feel like this for the squad, this is a must win. I mean, especially with how much, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? How much prestige they've been given, I guess, from other people around the scene. You know, you want to be able to back up those claims and make everyone else is talk good about you look good as well. So a win over Oxygen would be massive. But a game 5, could you ask for something else, really?
I mean, I feel like also the fact that this is a game 5. Oh, Oxygen didn't win that one, guys. Don't worry.
Psych.
Yeah. Spoilers.
Yeah, sorry,
Jeez.
guys. No, the fact that, you know, we've got Oxygen also going to the 5th series of the Swiss, and it's against Top Cougars, and they're going to game 5 as well. This is the absolute latest that Oxygen can leave it to have their chance of going to the major. They need this win. They 100% need to lock this win in, otherwise that is them done for the major. Like, it's this is do or die for Oxygen, and Top Cougars are there to play full upset.
Maybe I'll count it towards your records. We won't count it towards records. Who you got? Who's game 5?
I will go.
I'm going Cougars.
Do you know what? I've been going Top Cougars today. They've been serving me well. I'll sit with the Cougs. Up the Cougs.
I'm going to go with Oxygen, but my word, I'll be very happy and excited if Top Cougars do it. I just think that Oxygen wanted them to prove themselves. Like, yes, there's that whole, like, EXO interview thing with I don't care what anybody else thinks. Everybody does to an extent, especially if you're a competitor. And you will care if then you don't make it. Like, if then what you've said, because I love what EXO was saying, like, look, I'm here to perform for me and for my team and to make sure that we are here to do a job together. That's brilliant. That's the exact mindset that is absolutely fine to have. I think that's great. However, if you then cannot perform to that level, then you need to rethink exactly how you are thinking. So I want them to do well so that we see more of that side of EXO and more of that side of Oxygen come through.
Right, and I did get word through that Magnifico has won their match against Wild, which would mean that BDS would not grab a clinch here. They'll have to figure stuff out as they go to the top 8 bracket.
They'll be so happy. I mean, to survive Magnifico after a tricky day. You know, it's been an awkward one for them, but they have managed to make it through. So this is the final match of the entire day here on Champions Field. Get any deeper or later on than this one. It looks pretty even to me so far. I'm not seeing too much from either team that's saying they're going to be dominating this game 5.
I mean, where else, you know, like for the sheer stakes that are currently being fought for.
I mean, the biggest thing too is there's so much riding on the line for these two teams in this matchup that I can imagine it's tough. Both teams could end up pulling back a little bit, which could cause matchups to be a lot more even if teams start playing a little more defensively. But you also have seen it when it comes down to the wire, the adrenaline kicks, and everyone starts popping off across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that Top Cougars at this point don't really have anything to lose. You know, they've got an outside shot of making
very outside shot.
What do you mean they don't have anything to lose? They're going to the top, baby.
Well, yeah, they may well do. They may well do. I guess you're still banking points that carry on throughout the season. So I'm not saying it doesn't matter. What I mean is, in the context of right here, right now, what's incoming and sort of staring everybody in the face, there's certainly more on the line for Oxygen than them, which should give them more freedom to play with. And I would say Top Cougars are playing with such a high line for their third man. A few times he's been so close to being bypassed and just sort of like, you know, bopped over his car, and he's just about got a read. So it's a dangerous play here for Top Cougars.
I will say as well that you're saying, Cole, you know, that there's nothing to play for. But if they get the regional win and then 8 or more situations happen, then they will be going to the major. So all they need to do is win this and then go through 3 more of the best teams in Europe, and then they are going to be going to that major. So I don't know.
I mean, that's what I want to mention. They only have Vitality to play in quarterfinals.
It was close, Top Cougars. You gave it a really good
run.
shot.
Nothing to play for
Yeah,
now.
nothing to play for, boy. Oh, that's such a good point.
He missed it. He did all the hard work. I feel like at that point, with that timing, Stumpy, you could have scored the flip reset. If he'd done the rest of it, then quickly handed you the controller, you nail that.
Oh, don't put that on me.
Yeah,
don't put that on him.
That's what I'm talking about, third man. That's what I was saying earlier on. They've done that so many times. Finally, the air dribble has worked out for Oxygen.
Oh, that's good speed as well. But yeah, I mean, bear in mind the third man for them, or the second man, I suppose, at that point, was like at the halfway line. And then he gets it past him. Macro can't get back in time whatsoever. It's a dangerous game. It's a very dangerous game for Cougars to play. But I mean, look at the opponents that it's got them through today so far. It's meant that they've been able to beat Magnifico and also beat BDS. And then they've then obviously lost 0-3 to Vitality and then Gentle Mates. So, not a bad
They're also
running.
on the cusp of being reverse swept in the Swiss as well, which, you'll start to feel the emotional lactic acid in your mind just starting to come on. You got to keep pushing it back and ignore it for the next, 62 seconds? It's not easy by any means, so I'm not too surprised that they're looking a little bit stretched. But Oxygen are doing the job, Leaf. That's all that can be asked of them.
Well, they're doing the job, but I do see the pace still moving for Cougars right now. I wouldn't count them out of the hot water yet.
And we've seen, literally in the last game, there was 2 goals in the last 25-30 seconds. So there are late goals in this series for sure. Like I said, Oxygen, if they get this, I'd love to actually see them make the major. I don't then want to see them, fluff it out and not do well. With Ixo getting that one, 30 seconds left. Prove to us why you are a top 4 team. Prove why you going to the major, Oxygen, is what we should be thinking, these are our top 4 strongest teams. I want people to rally behind them, because Ixo gave a brilliant speech, made sure that you actually put your actions behind your words.
So did you say that they would have Vitality if they win this?
Correct.
So that's perfect for them. That's exactly what they want. They want the chance to not only go through themselves, but keep Vitality down. So there's a potential massive point swing on hand here for Oxygen Esports. Wow. It's worked out very
They're literally next to each other in the points. Right now, Oxygen are on 17, Vitality are on 18. If you can control your own destiny, that then puts either of those teams in a great position to make the major, because they've knocked out their closest one.
Hey, that's how you score goals.
Well done, Oxygen. You get top 8. Keep going. Get your actions behind your words, boys. And top Cougars, guys. Wow. Why didn't you make the first one?
Well, that's the thing. And again, as I said, it's not the wow, great performance. It's the wow, why didn't this happen before? I mean, now the good thing is it does make me excited if these squads can stick together going through to the next splits, the ones that didn't make it. It's showing that there is a lot of wiggle room for who's those teams coming up in the middle ground. If you're not KC or now looking like Vitality, then there's some spots there that anybody really could end up taking. So it's I like that we're coming out of this split up to the major with teams showcasing us some even matched gameplay. I just, again, would have liked to seen it a few times from these teams earlier. And Oxygen's one of those teams, but I am glad that they're starting to lock it in now. But for them, going into tomorrow, they got to lock in even harder.
Yeah, it's only going to get more difficult. And Vitality are not going to make their lives easier. It's also a best of 7 Leaf as well, which steps up that difficulty. And I think, Stumpy, that Vitality, they were embarrassed by Carmine Corp.
Yes,
for all
absolutely.
the excuses you can make, bad at the office, they would have been humiliated by that, and how they would love to take that frustration out on Oxygen.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact that, again, we're seeing Vitality with the chance on their own accord to make the major, along with Oxygen. Whoever wins that, I believe that's them going through. If not, that puts them in, obviously, an even better position. They're also away from Carmine Corp and BDS on their side of the bracket. So the other side, they've also got Redemption and then Moist. The next 2, theoretically, easiest teams then to play against. So whoever wins it, you've then got probably the straightest shot into the grand finals, barring Redemption and Moist going for a real big upset.
Right. Well, taking a look at tomorrow's playoff bracket, this is where things start to lock in big time as we head towards Championship Sunday, with KC the only one locked in as a Copenhagen attendee right now and locked in at number 1 seed. Those last 3 spots are being looked at. BDS looking kind of the best to be able to figure that out early on in tomorrow's bracket, but there are other squads still in this. I mean, we talk about Redemption that's made their way into this bracket as well. That's huge for them. And Moist finally making it this far into the bracket as well. I think there's just a lot of fun stories, Cole, tomorrow to look at.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of trying to figure out all the permutations right now with Direct, and he's basically saying every time we think, if this team win this, they'll go through. No, still no. So, for example, if Vitality or Oxygen, the winner doesn't straight up go to the major automatically. There's still stuff that can happen. Right? That's what you'd expect. The logic is out the window here.
That's true. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. I think we got the points on the board now to see where everyone kind of stands. As we mentioned, K-Corp locked in, BDS, Stumpy, the one looking best into it, but you still have gentle mates in contention. I mean, look at across the board. Magnifico, Vitality, Oxygen, Redemption, Moist, all these teams still looking to try to go to Copenhagen.
Yeah, all of the teams can still go. Like, I think every single one of our teams in the top 8 has got a chance to go to Copenhagen.
So now you're playing for
That's
your ticket.
outrageous. Like,
Yeah.
You've not got any more chances. You have to just get through to that grand final. If you're lower down on the board, if you're one of the, Moist or somebody like that, or Redemption, you're going to need to look at some other things to go your way. But otherwise, play your heart out. Do the best that you can. And that's all you can really ask for any of these teams. And then that is then you're going to see if you are going to be able to go to the major.
On the topic of the major, here's our locked teams from Europe. Still only KC. We saw this at the beginning of the day. May as well take a look over it again. I've quite a few interesting results, to be honest. I think even over in NA, the fact that we saw a weaker OG start off their season to be able to pull through, lock in one of those spots.
Yeah, so
right?
proud of them, yeah.
And then over in APAC, I mean, Elevate over Gaming Gladiators, Realize not going to be there. You've got one of those young players, Sphinx, stepping in. Cole, I think across the board, there's some interesting storylines for these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating at Copenhagen, but my mind is struggling to jump ahead to that because we still have these 3 TBD European teams. It still just doesn't quite feel real to me in my mind, but it will very quickly tomorrow when these last sort of issues start being ironed out.
Does it really matter though? Like K-Corp's winning the major, right?
I think all teams are good. I think all teams are equal.
I'd say keep your eyes on Limitless, boys.
I'm making my early predictions. If you guys want to see there and see if my prediction comes true, why don't you guys grab yourselves
so brave
tickets and hang out? And then when I'm right, you can give me a high five in person. How about that? Go to billetloot.dk.
Can I give Stumpy a little call for the tickets? Be like, hey, Stumpy, how do we sell tickets?
I'm 30 years old. I went to bed 2 hours ago. It's 10 p.m.
Leaf's in the call now. Here's Leaf.
I like Lemon Kiwi's idea.
Hey! He said the thing.
I had a lot more lines that I'm very sad actually didn't make it in there.
Here we go.
You gotta
Leaf
leak my
thinks
song.
it's all about him.
Leak my song one time. It was great. I thought
He
it was
genuinely did play us a song on a guitar that didn't make the cut. I'm really sorry.
Sorry. Maybe the editor. Maybe Doozy.
That's it. But tomorrow we do have to lock in some things or eliminate some people depending on how you want to take your perspective here. But as we play through all the teams available to make it through, KC again, gotta drill it in. They're the only ones that have locked in this far. And this is the order you'll see your matches starting at the bottom to the top. Alpine, so I keep doing this, mates, gentle mates.
Yeah, I've done
versus
that one.
it's still not there. Versus Team BDS to start your day off, in Vitality versus Oxygen at the end. That's where Oxygen can prove to us that they are locked in, but Vitality, reigning world champs, are standing in your way. So I want to fast forward because when we end the stream, we cease to exist and we just start tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And our consciousness no longer there, and we get to watch more Rocket League. So how about we do that?
I have no memories before the RCS broadcast.
Rocket League and then Rocket League. That's all it ever is. Well, Stumpy Cole, thank you for joining me at the end here to talk through what we're going to see tomorrow. We do have the playoff bracket then, so I hope to see all of you there.